Call of Duty fans, we're in for a good one.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane.
Boston is hosting the major, baby.
They ain't ready for you.
This is bound to be a spicy series. Let's find out, ladies and gents. My goodness me! Oh my God, Clay! Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Cannot be stopped!
Knock it out the park, yeah, show.
The clutch player making the clutch plays. Inside!
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get up on it.
Whoa! There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you. I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
And that will be the game. It is over.
Welcome in, you dirty little Patriot fans. It is time for day 2 of the Boston Major here at the Call of Duty League. We're coming at you live from the MGM Music Hall at Fenway, and we are in store for an epic day in the elimination bracket. 4 teams heading home, and to break it all down here, to open things up, we've got an awesome desk. 2 of my favorite casters all the way from the UK joining aLLeY, Cat, and I. Ton. Brycey, welcome to the show. Boston getting ready for a big day 2 in the Breach, playing in front of their home crowd fans once again.
Yeah, very excited to see how Breach are going to do in front of their home fans, of course. They may need a little extra push today, so Boston, get a little bit loud for your home team.
Brycey, I know we had a lot of games yesterday, 19 of a possible 20, but if anyone missed the show yesterday, what was the series of the day? How do you even pick from those?
Oh, it's got to be the last one, right? It has to be OpTic LA Thieves. Realistically, that series went all the way down to the wire. Also, didn't really give us a benchmark for both teams because they both look great.
aLLeY, let's start with you here, though. As we look forward to day 2, we have everyone filing in, trying to warm up. It's freezing outside, but the games are just starting to heat up. What are you looking forward to most here on day 2 of our 4-day major?
I feel like we talked about our round 1 winners yesterday being like one of the craziest openers that we've had at events, but I feel like the losers is no short of that as well. I feel like no matter which one you drew, it was still a very difficult matchup here today, and we're going to be sending teams home, so I think that's what I'm most excited for.
It was so exciting to watch some of these comebacks. You saw Boston opening up with the 2 of the first 3 games, but then it was ATL taking that one in a game 5. When it came to Toronto Ultra versus the Guerrillas, though, Scrappy proved he's got no beef. This isn't a rivalry, and here's what he had to say after their big win.
Here on the stage. It's not a rivalry. It's not a rivalry. I don't know why they even talk about that. They're bums, so.
It ain't a rivalry and it ain't even close.
The Rookie of the Year candidate still running his mouth, and no one has been able to shut up Toronto Ultra. But it's not just Scrappy, right? He has a team backing him up. The whole squad was contributing. But if you look at his numbers specifically, a 1.69 to open up a major against a top 8 team, that's a hell of a start here for Toronto.
And not too much of a surprise. I don't think many players or any of us would be that surprised to see these kind of numbers coming out from Scrappy. A very good start to him, and I expect it to continue.
You can see Dashy there at number 2, but let's dial in on this Toronto team. Bryce, you had a chance to cast this matchup. What makes this team so dangerous?
Consistency. Truthfully, coming into this one all the way through the qualifiers, they never really had an off game. They are a difficult team to beat. They can beat the best of the best in the CDL, and yesterday was just punching down.
Every game, you heard a little bit of chatter back and forth. But Scrap, we'll see what he's going to do tomorrow. He's going to be able to sit back, relax, watch some of these games. And another player who might be watching some VODs and kicking up his feet is Dashy. He deserves a break after dropping the most damage of anyone in this venue yesterday. Let's take a look at some of these highlights. aLLeY, everyone was questioning what's going on with OpTic. Scump's now stepping down. They kicked off Dashy. They're bringing in Huke. Is the new team going to work without Scump?
Oh yeah,
I think it's working.
The human turret was in fact turreting yesterday, but it still wasn't enough to shut down Bruce, and I think this is what OpTic Texas really need. I said it yesterday that they really needed somebody to rein in this squad here, especially in their first matchup on land together, and that is what Dashy did for this squad yesterday.
Dashy with the 2nd best KD, only behind Scrap. Here's what the fans had to say as they greeted him to the main stage after that epic Game 5 victory.
Throughout here and going from Major 1 all the way over here to Major 2, you was on the team for a bit, you was off the team, but now you're back. But how does it feel to still be on this stage, playing for OpTic and playing with this crowd?
Oh, I mean, like this, I can't thank the Green Wall enough. I mean, you guys are insane every event. I mean, this is something that, I don't know if I can live without, you know what I mean? Competing is something that I just look forward to every day, so I'm just grateful for another opportunity.
Well, you're definitely a part of the community, part of Call of Duty history as the crowd is cheering for you. Any last words you want to give to them in the organization?
Yo, we love you guys. We're going to try to get you guys a chip. Trust.
They going to try to get y'all a chip, all right? That's going to do it for me and Bruce.
We're going to get you guys a chip. Here's how the bracket's going to break down. If OpTic is going to maintain their run, they've got to get through the Røkkr, who upset the Subliners, and then they would play the winner of Toronto Ultra or FaZe. But those teams, they're all on the sideline today. They don't have to play until tomorrow. We're looking at that bottom half of the bracket as it's all eliminations here on Friday. Subliners versus London Royal Ravens opens things up. Then we go to Boston's battle against a surging Seattle squad. The Mutineers will face off against LA Thieves, where they hope to go to another Game 5. And we get a chance to see Clayster, Temp, and the rest of Vegas Legion take on a struggling LA Guerrillas. But Assault, he had a rough day one. I don't think we're going to see two bad days from the man in a row. But let's start here with Boston versus Seattle. The hometown crowd was behind their team. They got loud, and they had a lot of things to be happy about in those first 3 games. But afterwards, they kind of slipped to Atlanta. If we're looking at this team today, aLLeY, what do you want to see from this squad wearing green?
No Game 5s. I think nobody wants to get that far in the series anymore when it comes to the Boston Breach. And it's unfortunate because of how good that map 1 looked, but unfortunately they couldn't repeat that in the map 4. And I think that's just one of those cases where, you know, I feel like Nero had a tough respawn there in the later half of that series, and that's something that shouldn't happen too often. I feel like we're going to see a different version of him coming into today, and it's do or die for them in this situation.
And I think we want to see some better veto process as well. We've seen 2 undefeated maps of FaZe slip through into this best of 5 yesterday. Without that, they may have looked a little bit better. I mean, look, it's all hindsight. Maybe the coaching staff did know something a little bit more than we do, but from the outset, we were looking at it thinking, maybe not too sure about that. So some better veto picks.
Yeah, we need the coaches to talk to the stats guys a little bit more, because we've been talking to our stats team. They're like, why would you let your opponent's best maps through? Bryce, is this going to be a change in kind of the strategy? Start to pick against your opponent, not just for yourselves.
Yes, it's kind of veto 101. A lot of these teams do this. They pick their best maps. They kind of ignore the opposition they're against, and that has suffered in the veto process. You can't do it when it comes to LAN.
Boston looking to clutch up today, and they're going up against a squad that will, let's be honest, the Surge haven't looked like the Surge that we saw back in Raleigh. They've had up and down performances throughout their online qualifiers, but we know when they get on LAN, this squad is dangerous, especially the sophomores here, aLLeY. Simp and Pred are putting up numbers this season. They just haven't found the dubs yet.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem, right? You have the duo of Simp and Pred, and you're still not getting these wins. This is very disheartening if you're a Seattle Surge fan. And I know all of us are reminiscing a little bit about how Major 1 went. They made it to the finals, and yes, in Major 2 qualifiers, they did get their revenge against the New York Subliners, but that was the only good matchup. That was the only good series they have had here during Major 2. And so expectations are high for Seattle here. This is the worst possible situation for them, being in the elimination bracket, but to take out the home team, even the crowd is going to be against you.
Surge has not been able to clutch up in a Game 5. Their victory over the Subliners, they did it in 4, but if you are a Surge fan, take all their stats with a grain of salt, because I look at the schedule. They had one of the most difficult qualifier runs leading up to this major today. Can they right their wrongs, Brycey?
I hope so, and that wrong is Surge. Realistically, we said about Boston going to a Game 5. Also, Seattle Surge, neither of them very good at it. We'll find out who's worse.
Boston is 0-6 right now in Game 5s. If it goes to that Surge, the edge actually belongs to Seattle. That control Game 3, though, could be the difference maker as Boston clutched up against Atlanta yesterday. Let's keep it rolling, though, as we got to talk about Vegas and the Guerrillas, because Clayster tweeted, "It's so good to be back in this environment and to see all of the fans getting excited. He is ready to play." The Guerrillas, though, they had their shot yesterday. It didn't look like the team we saw in the online qualifiers.
No, we were very much expecting good hardpoint games coming out from the side of Guerrillas, but to take it with a pinch of salt in the same sense that we take Surge's record with a pinch of salt, Toronto Ultra are a very, very good team. LA Guerrillas were flat yesterday. We were thinking we were going to see a little bit more. We didn't see a lot. Apart from that control loss streak, completely broken.
We're looking at the numbers here, aLLeY. Assault, our WW2 MVP, the world champion. He was looking great in games 3 and 4, but a really slow start. Does it happen back-to-back days?
No, I mean, you would absolutely hope not, especially somebody with his background. And the LAG Guerrillas, I mean, I think the toughest situation is that they were so good at hardpoint. Like, we were talking about them maybe being the best hardpoint team in the entire qualifiers, and then we come into a matchup against Toronto Ultra where they did take a hardpoint and they got absolutely smoked. So So I'm definitely hoping for a huge turnaround out of them today. We can be lenient day one. You know, maybe it's first big stage jitters for the two enjoy the Thieves and exceed, but they got to lock it in today.
Now, we saw nothing but game fives, it felt like yesterday. Today, I'm not feeling that same vibe, but this one might go the distance, and if it does, you have to think Vegas will have the edge. This is a team that in Search and Destroy has been popping off. You got TJ, one of the best performers for this team when it comes to that game mode. If he's able to reach the same intensity that we've been seeing out of Temp in the hard points, maybe this squad has another chance at making a run like they did at Raleigh, Brycey.
Yeah, you'd hope so. I think realistically, the Legion have been getting better and better, like incrementally, over the time that we've seen them. Their biggest issue is the mistakes they keep making. It's glaring mistakes, it's late in the games, the hard point's always an issue. But if they can tighten up, we have seen them go toe-to-toe with every team in the CDL.
And what's kind of crazy when you're watching this Vegas squad is the fact that they can get up to 230 points before losing these hard points, aLLeY.
Yeah, and that's always been the toughest thing when it comes to the Vegas Legion is, you know, the series layout doesn't always tell the whole story. They keep those controls, they keep those hard points close, and they want to control right before heading into this land. So who knows, maybe it's a huge turnaround for the Vegas Legion. They do have that 3-1 win over OpTic under their belt. You know, hopes are high, and I think this is the best situation for them going against an LAG team who was good at respawn until what we saw yesterday. And should they continue that into today, it gives Vegas Legion a lot of opportunity.
So many incredible games coming at you live from Boston, and a huge shout out to everyone behind the scenes who made this event happen, because it's not just the MGM Music Hall that's going to be packed. We have challengers taking over Fenway, and we caught up with iHoldShift to break down everything that's going down in Challengers Elite. aLLeY, as we're taking a look at some of these teams here, NA-EU, I know you've been following the Challenger scene a bit. Who are you feeling this time around?
I mean, you have to keep your eyes on Røkkr Academy, right? They got a couple dads on that squad and a couple old pro vets, so obviously a team you have to be looking out for. But I know I have two Brits sitting on my right and left who have a lot to say about the EU side of things.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're not too surprised to see it is Elevate and Vortex and Co winning out on the European side, and very much a dominant scene for them, but let's see if they can get things kicked off here.
Got our X and Røkkr Academy. I'm watching you guys, all right? Let's talk a little bit about Challengers later in the show, because we got to keep it moving and tell you about the watch parties. We're not the only ones live. As you saw yesterday, Scrapz taking over the internet. Flank has always been taking over the internet, but look at all of our friends joining us. We got Ashley Ryan, we've got Liz, we've got T. Dabo, and I got to give a shout out to my man from Spain in the bottom left, Tohor, a guy I watched at the Black Ops 2 champion, my first world championship for Call of Duty. He's now doing a live stream from Spain.
Yeah, incredible to kind of see him keep coming forward with us as well. And I know some people at home won't know who he is, but trust me when I say he has done the business on the main stage in Call of Duty Esports for years, and you'll have a good time with him or any other of our official watch party hosts.
Shout out to Sensei Swisham and the NYSL crew. You know they'll be cheering on the Subliners during this first matchup. And remember, you can get in on the action. Do you want to host a watch party? Learn more. CallOfDutyLeague.com/co-streaming. Come get in on the fun. Shout out to everyone who's been tuning in so far. I see the chat filling up right now. And a quick reminder, make sure you are tying your Twitch account to your Activision account so you can earn your drops. We've got all kinds of goodies. The salty animated emblem, excuse me, is going to be there. But everyone wants that snowman on their weapon, right, Don?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. It reminds me of somebody. Well, maybe not tell.
Snowman? Snowman?
Snowman?
I don't know what he's talking about. Chat, let us know. We got to go to commercial break. When we come back, we're breaking down the first match of the day. Subliners trying to bounce back after losing last night.
I'm a pro Call of Duty player. I just like being outside whenever I can be. Yeah, big fan of touching grass.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome into a 5-match Friday. We are lighting things up here in Boston as we gear up for the first match of the elimination bracket, and it's featuring a team that I don't think many people predicted after seeing their run in Raleigh. The New York Subliners get bopped by the Røkkr. Today, they have to face off against a London squad whose last game was against the Røkkr. That went to a Game 5, Round 11, so this one could be tight. But let's take a look at the bracket and remind everyone how we got here, because Subliners, they started at the top here against Røkkr. The bottom, well, you've got the 12 seed belonging to the Royal Ravens. Despite the efforts, have not found success yet, Ton.
They haven't yet. Things may be slowly getting better, but I think the consensus would be that a lot of people do see this team as the 12th best team in the league. They need to step up big time here against the Subliners.
We all know the teams playing from Texas had trouble traveling up here to Boston. New York was coming hot off their flight before their first match. Some people are saying that's the reason they lost. I think you got to give some credit to Røkkr as well here, but the Subliners, without a doubt, still a very dangerous team. That one went to a Game 5, aLLeY.
I completely agree, and you know what? Their respawns look incredible regardless. That hotel, 250 to 153, it was masterclass. They read Minnesota Røkkr like a book. Then you move to that map number 4, that FBC Hardpoint, they still won it. I think it was one of our first matches to end on time as well. That was 234 to 184, and then the unfortunate Game 5. Caesar Skyz probably going to be using a different sniper heading into today, so the Royal Ravens got to be looking out.
Player to watch for me today, it's got to be the French phenom. HyDra has been lighting up the SMG role, and everyone talks about who's the best player in the game. Some are leaning towards Fred right now. Others are talking Dashy. If you're asking Nameless, who's sick, by the way, he would still go with this answer. He loves watching HyDra, and Brycey, I know you feel the same way.
Yeah, 100%. He is a difference maker for this team. I know there's been some debate around him and KiSMET as well. Both incredible players, but truthfully, especially on the game we're seeing right now, Modern Warfare always seems to have these playmakers. HyDra is one of the best and has been proving it year on year.
Johnny, we just got word that the maps and modes have been locked in backstage. I know you and aLLeY have been talking about it real quick. What are you feeling in this matchup as we take a look at some of the maps?
I think for me, ultimately, when it comes down to the Ravens, Hardpoint has been very strong for them. S&D has been terrible.
Yeah.
But against the Subliners, Hardpoint on any of the maps is going to be very, very difficult. But Fortress is one. If they can get there, there is some potential.
And I like that map 3 hotel control. Again, the favorites in this matchup are going to be the New York Subliners, but there's ample opportunity here for the London Royal Ravens. Why do I say that? Because yesterday in control, New York Subliners gave up 2 offenses on aBeZy, and hotel is one of those maps that favors the attacking rather than the defensive side of things, so gives London Royal Ravens ample opportunity.
There you have it. Boston, we've got our predictions here on the desk. We want yours in the chat right now. And if you love Tom Brady, put your hands together, because we got my man Guy Blaze ready to kick off day 2 of the Boston Major.
Thank you so much, Chris, and I'm a Brady fan too as well. Boston, y'all ready to get this day started? I hope you guys stayed warm getting here. You're super cozy at home as well with your watch parties. Make sure you tweet out and let everybody know that the stream is starting now. Coming to the stage first, this squad is well rested and looking to get this stage shaking. Stand clear, because here comes New York.
Our Major 1 champions taking the stage now, hoping that they took their dogs for a walk after their loss yesterday to blow off some steam. Calm and composed in this matchup is what we need out of them. And I'm looking at the main duo in KiSMET and HyDra. But they have to get through this wall first, Blaze. Bring them on out.
Yep, it's time to bring out their opponents. Soaring in from across the pond, looking to swoop in and take the win. Get ready, because here come the Ravens. For the first time this weekend, make some noise for the London Royal Ravens. We got Scrapz back to the stage. Nastie, Asim, and Paulie. Give it up for the London Royal Ravens.
Well, our 12th seed takes the stage. Nothing left to lose, but a lot to prove. They've had a very tumultuous start in the CDL. Redemption is only ever a series away. We've got Scrapz returning for the first time in over a year. We have Asim, who has been lighting up the league in every single series he plays. Can the London Royal Ravens cause another upset? Blaze, let's find out.
Bryce, we'll see if your boys can do it. Boston, y'all ready to get day 2 lit? All right, Miles, Chance, let's get it going.
Well, let's get it going indeed. I'm ready to rock and roll, man. It's getting a little chilly outside, very warm in here. We're ready to party. We've got a great series to start the day off. And Chance, how much would London love a big win over New York today?
Dude, it would be the most exciting thing. How much would the Boston fans like to eliminate New York like first thing for a top 12 placing? That could be an interesting dynamic behind us, but I think the pressure has to be on. London has quite literally nothing to lose in this series. You're going against the Major 1 champions. Everyone's expectation is that New York are going to win this series, and if you can play with nothing to lose, just come out and try to fry.
Nothing to lose, everything to gain for the Ravens. They've had, as Brycey put it, could not have said it better, a tumultuous start to the MW2 season. Let's see if they can't find some steady flight and keep things cruising over towards champs. Because again, points. Keeping an eye on the standings is another important thing, and the more wins you get at the start of the season, as London did last year, Chance, it booked them a ticket. But for now, eyes towards the tournament. Let's rock and roll, man. New York Subliners, a surprise defeat to Røkkr yesterday. You know they're going to be pissed today.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be fun to see how they bounce back and make the adjustments as well. I know a focus point for me is like some of the vetoes that came through for New York yesterday, right? They had an 0-2 record on aLLeY control. Minnesota had a 5-0 record. They squared up, took the L, and even for this series, I know Ton touched on it, the like S&D record for London, it's like 5-13 overall. It has not been good. The 2 maps, though, that we have in this series are the 2 very best for London. So, honest to God, I think looking at the map set, this series is going to be a little bit closer than what the expectations lie. Of course, though, we are starting on a hotel hardpoint where New York, that is quite literally their home.
Yeah, it is indeed. We're excited to see again Scrapz, the big return to professional land. See how he performs here again, sorely missed, and of course the European community, a real character on the timeline and in game. Let's see if he can bring some of that special magic today. Excited to see how he performs. They debut back here on land in the CDL. For the rest of the team, though, see if they can bring some of that fire. Chance, because there's been some great moments for the Ravens just then to close out this big series, and an opponent like the Subliners is going to be a tough one.
It's going to be a tough one without question. Just even trying to manage, again, that KiSMET and HyDra duo, some of the very best, if not the best in the league. Never fun players to go against. It is kind of funny, though, of like how the year started for both of these teams. London started off 2-0. New York started off 0-2. They actually matched up against each other, and London did 3-0 this squad. So that's sort of like kick off the year. Obviously, how things have changed since then, but in that series, it wasn't even just the team. Nastie balled out. Had one of his best series potentially of his career, dropped ridiculous numbers the entire time. That's the kind of performance you're gonna need, especially if you are not just last in rotations, but also last in breaks. You need to bring out your Sunday best here on this early Friday.
It's an early Friday, but let's get it, ladies and gentlemen, into map number 1. We go to the Greenberg Hotel for the first of a few nights here. New York Subliners, London Royal Ravens. Let's get Friday started. Here we go.
Hey, good luck with this one, London. I mean, starting off on, somewhat of the preferred side, but honestly, not even for the opening rig. New York do get to the hard point first. It is all about spawn management after the fact, and that is a couple Ravens literally flying through and looking for these early flanks. Gets red though, Skyz takes him down with the tack, and New York for the moment, they've been comfortable until they get shot in the back.
Here we go, Ravens battling back on towards the hard point. They've got right-hand side of the minimap controlled. So far, so good for the London Royal Ravens. We'll see if Nastie can catch out a few more. Skyz there from up high. Gets towards the hard point, and here come the Subliners, seemingly uncontested in the battle. Scrapz gets one. That's going to be a clean break. They're losing right-hand side of the map as well. P2 now in contest.
Yeah, talk about the key gunfights as well. Paul X is, not even going to have to manage two. He just loses the first gunfight in the Subliners. Not only are they sort of fighting for Scrap that final 10 seconds, but they just have complete domination on the lower side of the map. It's Scrapz the man trying to make the play, but he's getting tagged up on the cross. He needs to post up as long as possible. That is a good start.
Mack Marshall back at it, 3-1 so far. KiSMET has eyes on. P2 is up. Right-hand side of the minimap, the lobby. The Ravens are in a position now to pounce. Will they be able to catch out a few kills and win these fights? Nastie starts things off. There's Asim. Here comes Scrapz. Checks it, gets it. Trades are there. Ravens are on point, and that's a break.
I mean, that's beautiful. Get your trophy main AR in the back spawns. Lock it down for your team and make sure that you are clean and poised for these final few moments. Not even final few. A lot of time left on this hill. Bit scrappy, though, and even as this two-piece isn't good enough. New York do get the re-break on the point, and more importantly for New York, KiSMET already hitting that rotation. No one from the Ravens is starting to roam towards the next hill. They're worried about the break, so this is the setup for New York. KiSMET right now trying to make the play.
The tactical retreat from the London Royal Ravens towards the kitchen, but there he is, KiSMET hiding in a bush. He's the man to watch now for the New York Subliners. Let's see what happens. As Paul X and co, the rest of the Ravens going to make their way into that hard point, and KiSMET ready to pounce. A sneaky player indeed.
All about timing as well. Or if it just falls into your lap, you take the freebies. And again, KiSMET trying to dance and just cause problems, because now for Ravens, the pressure in the hill, so many directions to look. KiSMET's just buying time because it's Priestahh moving in for the flank, and you see kills traded back and forth. Nastie trying to snake, and he does so successfully. Ravens, in spite of KiSMET's best efforts, lock down the rotation and keeping this game afloat.
Yeah, good stuff out of the Ravens once again. Scrapz keeping it going for the lads. There you have it, 6-5 for him. It's 7-4 for Nastie. He's been the man who's been slaying out for the Ravens. Priestahh now, backdoor entry, pinches on point. That's HyDra contesting. Here comes the hit, flying forward. Anyone get him? Asim, no, big work out of the Subliners. Another break.
And big wins right there. Priestahh putting on a little bit of work as well. The 3 spree to make sure you get that final bit of scrap on kitchen. So it took a long time to orchestrate it. The Subliners building themselves a nice little lead in a two-piece like that. You get some pressure towards the front of the hill. This is one, if Subliners are able to break down, they can make massive problems in this game. But HyDra last man standing. Ravens, though, they seem to be aware.
Can they deal with HyDra? Another sneaky little thorn in their side. There's Nastie, does win the fight. That's the back line safe. Look at the front line now, pushed all the way forward. Skyz is having to contend with Asim, who is running around, causing nothing but problems. Good work out of Skyz. Nastie once again winning these fights. Meanwhile, the whole time, that's Ravens in the point.
Yeah, and I think Subliners might have to chalk it up and basically just hit through the front. Skyz working through mid, he'll take the freebie, but those yellow arrows are trying to work through the, B hard point zone, or control zone rather. They find the entrance, they find the clearance, and honestly, all that work that Nastie just did, taking players down on the flank, now you turn to that sort of scrappy fight just on the front end, but looks like the pressure from Subliners enough just to keep him at bay.
Yeah, keep him at bay, keep the time ticking now. Looking to get 100 points here if you can secure the hard point here, Subliners. Paul wins a big fight. That's going to be a nice lockdown now over to Priestahh, trying to get his way in. Does get it. Here comes Asim. Now, Priestahh find any more this time. The final 10. Good stuff out of the Ravens. Keeping the game in a decent contest. But hey, at this moment, chance we're worried. Subliners still so strong, they could run away with it.
Well, you saw the stats at the start, right? For London, it is last in rotations, last in breaks. That is a perfect rotation where they just break the Subliners down right from the jump. Get inside, ready to go, but Subliners do have a pinch on the hill. Scrapped every direction to look. Not easy to deal with these players, and it's looked like Trey's back back and forth. The break doesn't take long at all. New York just steamrolled them in the restaurant.
Brilliant stuff out of the New York Subliners there. Once again, another clean break. Scrapz back at it now, trying to keep the Ravens foothold in the hard point alive. Priestahh dives out of the point into the kill feed. KiSMET with 3 in a row. That's a 5 spree for him. Priestahh as well. It's a clean sweep for the Subliners.
Yeah, couldn't hold that one for dear life. And this is Subliners. I mean, again, they got sort of the short end of the stick on the rotation, but making the best of it, building up a sizable lead now as well. And I know Nastie's been heads up on sort of finding these players, but now it's HyDra that's going to be making a sneaky play. He's the last one standing for his team, but honestly, HyDra right now in prime position to try to, peel this rotation, open up for the squad. Obviously, though, the timing is important because his teammates nowhere near him for the moment.
Scrapz has got to look for it, and I don't think he will. HyDra still lying in wait. Every single hard point, there is always a member of the Subliners, a sneaky member at that. Here comes Nastie next up. Can HyDra get it? What a tag's not enough, but his teammates are there. Now Scrapz brought down. Exceptional teamwork out of the Subliners once again.
Yeah, Scrapz maybe not used to playing without red dots on the mini-map. HyDra just getting away with the freebie, and a play like that, it is not always easy to count out players, but London dropped the ball just a little bit, and now Skyz back in his home, trying to do what he can. The snake's on point. Caesar in a cheeky little corner, making the play, staying alive, collecting this time, and right now for New York is the biggest lead they've had of the game.
So much damage across the board. Great comms, great crossfire once again. Subliners looking very strong indeed. Hardpoint still theirs. Ravens unable to get the break here towards Glass. Asim, a last ditch attempt, not enough. Nastie does get the kill, doesn't get the time though. So once again, back over towards the middle of the map. The next set of hard points now upon us. Here we go.
Honestly, it was a super tight game, more or less like a 30-point gap between the two teams for most of the hills. And then HyDra makes one sneaky play like that, which honestly, I think he made the exact same play yesterday. So New York again on this hotel map, they are wheeling and dealing. This is why they love it so much.
We go, New York Subliners, a sizable lead going into the second set. Let's go for a listen in with New York.
Right, yo, pitch start if you want. Okay, one direction window. Test spot, one shot. No, yo, the chairs. One shot. Nice, stay alive, stay alive. They're B-diner. Nice fucking bro. I spawned diner, guys. Wood. Left side or right? No, mid side. He's already P2 heady. I got stun. I'm with you. I'm watching my hole. Back hole weak. Left side. Asim. Yo, chill. Oh, he's weak on you, Paul.
You didn't shot me?
I spawn, one shot old, Scrapz. There's 2 at old. One's going down, two chairs. They're gonna be chairs.
I can help you.
He pushed up.
I can help you before whoever's there.
There's 2 chairs.
He's lobby there.
Chair shot me, chair dead. I'm one shot. There's no one there, right?
Scrapz was there.
I'm gonna go right.
Yo, push out. Diner.
Yeah, diner weak.
Asim's going dust.
He's going dust. Chairs to come mid. Behind you, Asim. He's weak.
Hold on, I can help you time.
I spawn left. I spawn diner, guys. I spawn diner.
I need help. He's lobby on you. Nice.
And secret side. No, the right. They're both there. Close right. Nice. Behind you.
Secret got me, not weak.
Asim.
Back right, just ironing.
Asim. Good job.
I'll draw.
Quite frankly, chances sound like the Subliners are having fun. A little bit of frustration in the individual engagements, but such great control over the whole game.
Well, the frustration is only going to continue for these guys, though, if London somehow set themselves up on rotation. But it looks like the AR is making the break towards old, chipping away a little bit of that time. And again, it is KiSMET on rotation, but this time he's got his entire team here for support. And by the way, look at Priestahh. Now with the Vaznev, the last still with the TAC, he bounces back and forth so often between these two weapons. And honestly, one of the key factors in New York success.
There we go, New York back over to the kitchen this time round. They are first in, no sneaky plays needed. Here come the Ravens though, through the front. They've got nothing though to work with on the back line, so you have to concert your effort, try to get those trades and make them fast. Here we go, Priestahh, Vaznev in hand, 45, catches one, can't get anywhere out of it. Scrapz, Sally, a team kill, trophies down. Oh baby, Skyz once again, 22 and 15. Any more challenges here in the kitchen, or we're gonna keep soaking this time for the Subliners?
Yeah, now if you're a team, it is just a solo chow, nothing doing there. Nastie a solo chow after the fact, and unfortunately for him, nothing doing there. And maybe number 8 next in line, Paul X. Let's give it a go. Challenge by yourself. Skyz is going to pick him apart, and it is just a tough one over in the kitchen. London finding it impossible to break on through.
Okay, give up on the kitchen. Now looking over towards the bar. Next hard points up. It's going to be 30 points now for the win for the New York Subliners. Nastie brought down by a big win from KiSMET there. And another to the pile for KiSMET. Paul says, no thanks. I'm not going in the highlight reel. I'll take that kill. Priestahh though, straight into the point we now go. Nate nades are there. Paul X is in a lot of trouble. Here comes HyDra as he keeps the slaying going. Skyz as well. Subliners in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Paul X might have dodged the highlight reel, but did not dodge death, and it's looking like this might be the end of the game. London, though, trying to break through straight from the front, and if you can pin the Subliners back in this spawn, there's an opportunity to chain hills together, so really the biggest moment for London to attempt to get back in this game. Skyz shooting at players through walls, through pillars, and maybe wants to rotate over to the desk just to get him away from this time, but you see Subliners, it is not easy to make moves. They try to pierce through with the SMGs, and not successful for the moment. London doing a decent job, getting a couple kills, and you still have Subliners stuck in that spawn.
A strong base of fire there from the Subliners. Wonders not enough to crack through the Ravens. Still Nastie holding it down. Anyone there to contest? Yeah, HyDra is in, but he's brought down again. Mr. Plumridge finding the kills across the board. 24 and 23 for him. Can they keep it going? Over towards the final seconds of bar and into the restaurant, and it's KiSMET once again in first.
And London basically just gave that up. I mean, KiSMET wins one gunfight. Now you have no pressure over towards the restaurant, and you are now 10 seconds away from York to win this game. You didn't get in the right position to actually try to get the control and snake these players and try to get the kill, so now you get one good shot, and you gotta fly. Scrapz finally making moves. Instantly gets killed, and it looks like 249, 250. New York Subliners get it done.
It was panic on the streets of London in the final moments of that hard point, but no one able to make those late breaks, and once the Subliners got going, choo-choo, all aboard. They did not stop until they reached that destination of 250. Kudos to them. GG's, they're in map 1. The Ravens, a little bit of work to do still on Hotel.
I mean, this is just one of those maps for the New York Subliners, though, that they are incredibly comfortable. Again, Priestahh, I think literally half his kills on the map are with a Vaznev, so he bounces back and forth between those two weapons constantly. KiSMET's on point for the rotations. HyDra is going to do his job every single day and slay out of his mind. And even for like the, maybe the moment of the game, HyDra's making that sneaky play on the back plat hill and just blows the game wide out in the open. And after that, London they were already playing on the back foot. It just gets that much worse. But as far as the series goes, for that map, that's the expectation. Subliners, a clear-cut edge on Hotel Hardpoint. In my opinion, this is where the series genuinely starts to get interesting. Right when this S&D shows up, this is where I think the Ravens have the potential.
We'll see. In a moment, we'll take a look at the highlights there from map number 1, Greenberg Hotel. Nothing too wild and crazy across the board from the stats. Skyz playing with an unparalleled level of confidence right now. Certainly took yesterday's defeat against Røkkr personally. Now, though, look at the highlights of what was a relatively quick game of Hardpoint.
Absolutely, and I think Scrapz maybe feeling the pressure, right? Like, welcome back to LAN, welcome back to the main stage. First series, he gets dished up in over a year. He gets fed to the Major 1 champion, so got to knock the ring rust off a little bit. Yeah, I think 18 and 26 might have been his stat line for the map 1, but not easy to be an AR player in a world like this, playing off the back foot. So definitely looking for a bounce back on map 2.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more Vaznev submachine guns being used on a map-by-map basis, especially here at Major 2. But as you can see, it certainly is a submachine gun player's world right now. Kudos again to Skyz, putting up great numbers with that tack in hand. Great stuff, though, out of the New York Subliners. A strong showing. What you would expect, again, after what was a tough loss yesterday. Let's see if they can keep it going. Because chance, if the series now starts, Search and Destroy, that's on the menu next.
And again, just to highlight like the pick and bans coming through from New York. I know stage 2 is talked about on the desk quite a bit, how they had opportunities because they have the top seed to play with their map set. I know they played a ton of aBeZy Search and Destroy throughout the stage. While that was originally in stage 1, their auto veto, that means they've only played Mercado once, and that was back in stage 1. Even for the Hotel S&D throughout this stage, I think they've only played it like a single time, so they have very few reps on these maps, at least recently. And meanwhile for London, it's like the 5 and 13 record overall on S&D, but on these two maps, they're positive on map. They've only played a single time, and obviously it means you don't have a lot of VOD. It's not like you know entirely what their game plan is going to be, but on Mercado, for the most part, most teams, it's played straight up, straightforward, over around that A site.
We are hearing a change, though, of course, with the desk talking about, the way Vito's working at the moment. Not necessarily about picking out your opponent's good maps, but playing your best ones. That's what the Ravens going for here. Better. All right, mate. He made a face. You couldn't see it. He made some face, chat.
I was just having flashbacks to Boston where we were like, oh, we're playing like on our best maps. That's why we didn't ban Embassy S&D against Atlanta FaZe. I was like, well, I mean, look, that's an option. You are legally allowed to do these things, but we'll see how it pans off for the Subliners. I know, again, they're making all these adjustments throughout stage 2. They are deepening the map pool, and it's going to be a very fun look for these guys on Mercado, because again, if they've only played it once and they're pulling it out now at the major, I have to imagine they have something good cooked up, and obviously they're going to be a well-orchestrated team.
Well, let's see what happens. Again, we've got Search and Destroy, go back to Hotel for Control, and if we have to, all the way to Game 5. Control as well, so it's a 3-night stay in the Greenberg, ladies and gents. But see how the Mercado goes, chance again. A mixy map, crazy things can happen. I mean, the way that the Ravens are shooting right now, Nastie in particular, very, very strong showing from the first map, despite the overwhelming odds and the suffocating gameplay from the New York Subliners. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a dicey game.
It's also a map where like a ton of it is like just around like the opening breaks with like the pre-nades coming through, and after that it's really about your SMGs with the opportunity to make plays, the timings of the jump ups in the windows when you want to challenge out across like the tunnel over by the A site. Or I mean, Shotzzy is probably one of the best players at it, of timing out those flanks to go around and try to blow the map open. So I'm looking to see him and Nastie, both incredible playmakers. Like Paul X and Scrapz just had to like keep things slow and let those guys get to work. I think the potential is absolutely there. Of course, though, talk about playmakers on one side, KiSMET, HyDra. Also, you know, it's what they do. It really is what they do.
Yeah, because this is one of the maps we did see the New York Subliners win that championship on all the way back at Major 1 in Raleigh in 2022. Feels like a lifetime ago. We'll see if the Ravens have got what it takes to muscle their way through, because so far, their road to the Major has been a difficult one at that. Losses across the board, despite the 3-1 victory to Legion chance, which admittedly was a very big surprise. A tough loss there, of course, to Ultra, and a tough one of the Thieves.
An interesting note about their road to the Major, right? When you get Scrapz back after like a year-long hiatus sort of thing, I know his KD was suffering early on, like dropping a 0.7, then a 0.8, but over time, he started to make improvements, and in that series against the Vegas Legion, Scrapz dropped like a 1.8, had an absolutely monster performance, and then Asim, the other guy, who has been the star player for this team, one of the best players in the game. It's not, in my opinion, a good sign when Asim is having to pop off for you to have any hope of success. You want him to be the setup man for your team. So we saw Scrapz starting to get better. Asim started to have more ordinary stat lines, and as a team, London looked better. So while Asim has that pop-off potential, I'm hoping it is going to be a well-rounded effort from the squad. But if there's a man that has been on point throughout this year, again, Asim, he has entered this year completely different.
Yeah, you don't necessarily want that individual player to have those crazy stat lines. That's not necessarily a good thing for the roster in general, but we will see as we're almost ready to get into this Search and Destroy.
I mean, it's just painful when they're dropping bombs like 16 kills in Search and Destroy and losing. Again, it's much better when a team is going dead, even collecting some time, being the route man and setting his teammates up for success. So I know that's what he loves to do. I know that's what he gets paid for and how he pays the bills. And that is when the London team has been at their best. So we'll see if we can get back to that, but the S&D, we go. Mercado, we've talked about it, we've broken it down, and maybe the final bit of conversation is just whether or not Skyz is going to be rocking the snipe, and I think he did have it in hand.
Did have it in hand. Here we go. Mercado Las Almas. Once more, another fun search here in the series. Vamos Vaqueros, which I think means let's go Cowboys. That's what they call them in the game. Has anyone else played the campaign? Thought it was damn lit. Let's get it.
These are my people.
Subliners on defense first. Here come the nades from the Ravens. Will they meet their low? Look at that. It's a Michael Bay movie.
Well, now the question is, how quick are you going to jump on it, though? The Michael Bay movie is going to clear out the site completely. It's only Skyz with the sniper, and this is a heavy stack over towards B on defense. It's been left open. Ravens, you have to read this quickly because that flank is coming.
Looks like Skyz might have been pirating this one. He was streaming it from home. He gets in a bit of trouble there. 20 HP remaining. Backs on up. Bomb planted now for the Ravens. It's going to be a good old-fashioned 4v4 retake. Will Skyz be able to sniff anyone out? Here come the Subliners.
Oh, we saw Guerrillas try to do this. The triple chow from the flank. Scrapz just does not care. It's the first blood. You try to roll through, and everything is covered. The perfect round one strat without the trophies. Leaving HyDra in a situation to try to clutch, but
oh, wait a minute.
1v4. Good luck with this one.
Oh, wait a minute. Good luck. He might not need luck. Okay, definitely needs a little bit more than luck. Needs a sanity check after that one.
And again, it's that perfect round one strat. No trophies on board. You have all the nades in the world. You could bully out the side, and I think New York went with a very bold call to, I'm sure they were throwing nades back, but the triple flank off the rip, the only way that probably doesn't pan out for the Ravens if they wait too long to go for the bomb plant, but they read the situation well, had the flank covered, and as soon as Scrapz gets that first blood, everything is that much easier after the fact. So wonderful stuff by the Ravens for round one.
Wouldn't expect to see a round like that again. Subliners play it very safe, no trophies in play. They don't want to get naded out. They give up the site entirely. Let's see what happens this time around. They are flying forward. That trophy helps. HyDra tagged up just a little. He's still fighting fit though. Here come the Ravens. Right in through the inside of the canteen. Asim in and out. Nade's gonna land. Might not get the kill. He's in a sweet position to somehow stay alive. Good coverage. Not enough though. HyDra finds the angle. First blood there. Skyz gets involved as well. A little bit of a rebuttal from the Ravens, but not quite enough. Man advantage New York.
Yeah, not easy to try to make that play for Asim. Just gets found out, and a bunch of players in the back alley. Skyz is challenging, and Scrapz is now in a 1 versus 3. If you can rip Priestahh off the heady, there is hope, but if he crosses the safety, that'll be the round, but that is the exact start Scrapz needed.
Just beams all round, non-stop. Who's that? Sneaky spot to be in. I think it was HyDra there in that tiny little close L. Great work out of the New York Subliners. They equalize happily after that first round.
Well, the Mercado dream right now. Back-to-back rounds on offense, you just bully it out, you throw a bunch of nades, you get control, and you win the round. Nothing fancy there, and even HyDra, nice start. 2 kills for every round he has been a part of. Obviously, incredibly efficient work in the map 1 as well. Just another day in the office for HyDra.
Here we go. Another round now for Ravens on offense. Will history repeat itself? Nab that bomb, nades over the top towards A. And let's see how comfortable they look now with a lot of trophies at play for the New York Subliners. Here we go. They're up and about. Oh, it still gets pulled. That's unlucky, mate. The trophy was down.
Yeah, the timing of the trophy, it has to open itself almost. So, hey, free first blood. Exactly what the Ravens were looking for. You push out, you get control, and they don't seem to be interested in the bomb plant just yet. And this is a triple stack in the tunnel. New York are going for it in a seam. Read it like a book and pick them apart.
Oh, kill cam, please. Oh, wait a minute. Here it comes. Oh, it was Paul, the last one.
Yeah, Paul got the freebie.
Asim picks his way forward, takes care of business, and wow, good work out of the Ravens there to read the tunnel play.
And 3 for 3 on offense. Again, this is exactly the way the map is almost designed to be played. And the perfect nades as well, right from the jump. It's always nice to see frags in the mix over the Simp Texas. I'm a fan.
Here we go. Nothing out of KiSMET just yet. 0-3 for him and for Priestahh. Nades up over the top. Will they land? Ravens, they're in position to maybe catch a Nero 2. It's a tag.
And I think Subliners in this moment maybe trying to play a bit of that information game, right? A full spread across the map, maybe waiting for flanks, maybe trying to get KiSMET in the mix. If you have Skyz watching over him, almost assuredly with the snipe, you want to keep that middle of the map open. Maybe let KiSMET make a play. But right now for London, I think they're probably playing a guessing game of, wait a minute, did these guys go to B? There's been almost no noise. They know about Priestahh, but they don't know if he has the bomb. And London might start to overcommit, work through a tunnel, and they're just going to get caught. Asim, though, able to catch at least one. Doesn't get out with his life, but this is just a difficult round, I think, for London to read.
It was a big brain play from the Subliners. Hasn't paid off. Nastie takes care of Skyz. 40 seconds left in HyDra. Dead silence is going to make him move. Oh, and he's shooting good too. That's a bad look for Nastie, unfortunately. Paul, will he be able to pick up this trade? He does. Good work there. Ravens still holding the advantage here. It's a 2v1.
Yeah, tough to read, but a couple of these kills just fall into your lap, and Priestahh 0-3 for the moment, gets the bomb down for free, and there is a decent bit of clutch potential in this moment. He does have dead silence to work with, and he's trying to make the play straight away.
And he's gone straight towards the middle of the map, looking for the cross. Oh, he could catch a couple here. Oh, bad positioning, bad timing, Paul X. Great work, ample time to get the defuse. Scrapz would be the man to dive on it. Going to want to wait until their dead silence finishes, so you see them take a little bit of time here, pause, reflect on what was a great round. The Ravens sit at 3-1.
Again, you know, this is one of the few maps for Search and Destroy that London enjoy playing on and have a decent bit of success. They had a quad stack basically down low by the A site, because that is the typical Mercado play. And I mean, London, they left the bomb towards the A site. Everybody else was making plays on different sections of the map. And obviously you saw a couple of those Ds. Honestly, if Asim doesn't get that first blood, I think New York probably end up just winning the round, and the play works out perfectly. But Asim breaks it down just enough to set his teammates up. And I mean, hey, 3-1 lead right now. Priestahh and KiSMET 0-8 combined. Ravens happy right now to fly.
That was a ballsy play from Asim, pays off. Here we go though, another round for the New York Subliners now on defense. Can they catch them out? Nate's been great from the, there we go, from the Ravens. A little bit of a trade back, but you got full control of the A courtyard now. Big work there on the tags from Nastie. Trades out from Skyz, 3v3.
That's a quick one as well. Nastie jumps out far enough. You might actually have enough control to try to get this bomb planted quickly or challenge in the tunnel, and Nastie's gonna do it. Skyz kills a teammate, and just like that, Ravens looking like they're gonna go up 4-1 unless Priestahh can find a way. That is quite the start. He is being hunted down.
Well, hunted, is it enough? Asim wins the big one. Ravens with the numbers. as they are running it forward. The confidence starting to build, 4-1.
Yeah, this is kind of like a bit of a breakdown as well. A couple team kills coming through, a couple dominant rounds for Ravens. And you're seeing a bit more intense look on their faces, giving them a little bit of confidence as well. Smile on PaulX's face, and again, I'm just thinking about that search and destroy. There's a look at the team kill that came through. Unfortunate lineup, and even for Nastie. I mean, the stuns coming through, the coordination on point right from the jump. Happy to be a playmaker. Priestahh was at least able to get on the board, but KiSMET still 0-5.
0-5 still. We'll see if he can't get something going. We're running out of rounds, mate. 6-2 for PaulX. After getting beamed from Skyz, he managed to turn this game right around. Here comes the close range. Oh, nade! HyDra at 2 right off the rip. The nade lands, and another team kill! Another from New York. What is going on?
All right, we'll see in the 2v3. Scrapz and PaulX can make something happen. Cheeky spot from PaulX. Maybe WallX is what he's going for, but not quite enough there. And I think you agree the bomb down, nice little triangle around the site. And honestly, for Scrapz, I mean, you're not getting through this. If you're PaulX, probably not getting through the tunnel as well. I think they're maybe trying to group up together or time out this as well as they can, but these are insanely difficult gunfights to win.
Oh, Scrapz in the kill box right now. He's been spotted. Skyz maybe there. Priesthah's got eyes on it as well. I mean, it's a matter of time. No hope whatsoever. The New York team killers get around.
I almost want the stats of if you're on offense and you get a guy in that little jump up ledge the HyDra was on, your odds of winning after the fact. Because I feel like anytime someone gets to this spot, it's just dominant. You're always making plays, and HyDra literally a hop, skip, and a jump that direction. Free two-piece and killed him so fast he didn't even realize that he got both.
And then Priestahh took care of him. Crazy, crazy turn of events.
That's
4-2, straight cold-blooded. Let's see what happens once again. Ravens have been very strong in these attacking rounds. Will they find another? As HyDra managed to heat things up just enough to make it uncomfortable. Here we go, Subliners on defense.
If it ain't broke though, don't fix it, right? Just straight back over, exact same site. Pressure's right on, but Nastie making a slight adjustment, but still aggressive. And all about this timing. Priestahh looking at the door, and you see they've already got one man in position. But HyDra does get first blooded, so another advantage towards London. That flank got read perfect.
Yeah, all eyes forward now. This should be great. KiSMET's in a sweet spot. Will they check it? They don't. Nastie gets just to safety. KiSMET somehow runs inside. Pandemonium all left now on Skyz. In the 1v2, turns it into a 1v1. It's on Nastie. Shoulders are being thrown. Is the possibility now to slow this down, pump the brakes, shows something up. Skyz, though, with attack in hand. He's not going to let this one go.
Oh, that's good movement as well. Instead of getting caught in the alley, able to hold an iron for a moment and back up. He knows he has the right gun for the job, but maybe now a bit of a guessing game. You see, Nastie actually did pop dead silence. So he's gonna start moving around. And this is great timing potentially for Nastie.
Oh, he's coming up on it. Skyz, he's still got his eyes on the prize. Nastie though, he's sneaking, Here it comes. The Ravens keep it together. Matt point.
Yeah, that's a wonderful read by Nastie. I don't know if he like caught an elbow or something on Skyz going in, but Nastie was locked in, knew what the play call was gonna be, and took his time after the dead silence runs out. Big round to get, because that was nearly a 2v4 clutch by HyDra and Skyz. So definitely a dangerous one, but right back to the A site they go. They have been on point with the first bloods. And this is a Mercado. The New York Subliners do not have a ton of reps on. They have played it once, and that was back in stage 1. And I think right now they're feeling a bit of that pain.
Yeah, right now it's showing. Nades up, tags, damage dealt. Not enough to get the kills this time though. Subliners, in position, a big win, trades there. Skyz, great job of the last few bullets there to take care of Nastie. Eliminates him from play, 3v2.
Well, I wonder if you can actually use the same spot for PaulX that he was going for last time. It's Priestahh on the bomb side again, and Scrapz actually does get a pick. Nothing there for Paul, though, so the bomb does go down, but much better off this time, especially if you line up Scrapz. They're right in front of you.
Oh, he's tagging him. Can't quite bag him yet, though. Paul in position. The trap is set. The reach out for the second. He was feeling it. Scrapz is on the flank now, though, going for it. Is this Mack? It's a 1v1, and KiSMET has had a rough run on Mercado so far.
Yeah, but he can run, right? If you got the dead silence, you can afford to fly. You know you're dealing with the AR, but PaulX, this is the spot. We talk about the spot used to perfection in a dominant S&D win against those Major 1 champs. What a bounce-back game for London.
And that's the spot right there. Ravens manage to tie it up. We go 1-1 as Mercado comes to a close, and a very dominant display, 6-2. As the Subliners didn't have a whole lot in the tank there, Chance.
Not at all. I mean, again, looking at the maps, we kind of said it. The hotel hard point, we kind of knew how it was going to go, but after that, that is where the series begins. So now we're tied up and basically just playing a best of 3. We go back to hotel control for the next one, but London clearly has some fight in them. That is, I mean, again, 6-2, dominant performance. The first blood's completely on point. I mean, HyDra was able to deliver 3 for his team, but didn't really make too much of a difference towards the end. A team effort across the board. Everybody for Ravens showing up.
Yep, whether it was showing up, whether it was great nades, opening breaks, fantastic. Good work on the retakes there, and a lot of clutch in those 1v1s. Good work out of the London Royal Ravens, making the series that bit more interesting. Speaking of the series, though, we go back now to Hotel for control. Fortress Hotel for that Game 5. Chance, how are we feeling, man? Are we going to see this get closed out?
Look, hotel control, there is a clear-cut advantage to the Subliners, but it is London's favorite map to play. London are in a weird spot for that map where they actually have a great KD, like the 4th or 5th best overall, so they're finding the kills, just not executing, getting the wins, but the potential's there. And then on Outbagger Fortress Hardpoint, 3-1 record compared to the 3-5 of New York, so a lot of potential on the next 2 maps.
Well, there's a lot going to be going on the next 2 maps. Ladies and gents, don't go too far. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. On the other end, we're playing control there on Hotel.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Major 2. We're about to get into Game 3, and for those of you in the venue, you know there's a whole load going on. We got everything from Scuffs to BR Paradox Customs to all sorts of goodies. Boston Breach Merc actually flying off the shelves. I need to hit that one up before everything sells out. And for those that the guy plays on stage, throwing t-shirts at people. No, not a safety hazard. He's a gentle giant. I saw the parachute appear behind us because they're like, he's throwing them far, and they parachute down. This is crazy. Insane stuff. We wish you could be here. You in chat, give us a 1. I'll give you a moment to deliver. We're almost ready to get into the control. Let's go.
I'm sure the chat's going to absolutely deliver on that. A lot of parachutes in the building. Wasn't expecting that at all. And I don't know how many people were expecting this series to be tied up going into map 3. But again, London playing with absolutely nothing to lose. And your Major 1 champions staring down the barrel of a top 12 placing. So this is delicate hours. And this is the moment, I think, for London to really prove their worth and show what they're made of. Back to a respawn, back to hotel. I know the map number 1, not the funnest thing in the world for the Ravens fans, but on control, a wealth of possibilities. Again, offensive round win percentage, phenomenal for New York, but still respectable for London. Honestly, both of those respectable for London. It's just been in the clutch where they have faltered.
Let's see if they can get the clutch going, because everyone in London, you know, you do have to learn how to drive manual. None of that automatic nonsense we have out here. Here we go. Priestahh trying to get himself over towards B. He's on attack. Can he find anyone? He's run past all the members of the Ravens and brought down in a hail of gunfire. HyDra, though, the last man standing. He's going to get that capture going, and it's potential for a 2-man stack.
Well, if you're near 80% winning your offensive rounds, this is as good as it gets. And I think London, not even particularly interested in fighting for it for the moment. I think they've realized, well, that tick progression isn't going super fast, so we might as well try to fight it if there's no stack. And wrapping back, Asim the first one in, and he's the second one to fall. KiSMET ripping their heads off, and that surely is going to be the setup. And if you're London, you don't need to take these gunfights anymore. This point is gone. You need to get your butt over towards that A zone, because you see how quick New York are jumping on it.
Get them tushes over towards the A side of the map. That's where we're going now. And it's team kills, unfortunately. Asim, the man in. HyDra, surely he reads this. Great time in there. As I think there may be a nade on the floor, but that's not going to slow him down whatsoever. Big work out of Paul. Stay alive there. The life count, though, for the New York Subliners. Another glaring sign of their dominance so far.
I mean, this is just problematic. London, again, instead of rotating over to A zone to defend, they just have players taking gunfights over towards B, when it's basically already gone, and they are getting punished for it. And number 2 just spawned up next to Kitchen. So I don't think he's going to read that Scrapz is nearby, but he does read the gunny. KiSMET takes him down. Everything safe and secure. This is a clinical round coming in from New York.
22 lives for the Subliners, 14 for the Ravens. Can they get the break here towards the A zone? Better late than never, but you've got to get going, boys. Asim cut down. HyDra 2 in the feed. KiSMET gets his as well. Last man up. Scrapz doesn't get it. New York Subliners win the round.
Okay, that might answer our question about how the hotel control is going to go. That was no effort, no time wasted from New York. They walked straight into the B zone, took that one. KiSMET popping plays as well, and a very easy rotation over towards A. And I think London, if they wanted to, could have made it a little bit easier for New York, but they're trying to keep the guns warm, you know?
Got to keep them barrels smoking. Here we go, though, another round. New York Subliners now on defense. Ravens, they will be attacking A and B. 30 lives apiece. And it's the first to fall. Here we go. Ravens need this one. You don't want to be walking down that 2-0. We've seen a few full reverse sweeps in the control mode in the tournament already, but they're not that common. Here we go.
The Ravens are trying to give themselves options as well, almost playing it like a round of S&D, a little spread across the board. And if you're talking about S&D, they got first blooded and second blooded, and Nastie might just be the next man in line. New York Subliners are already all over your base, have a decent bit of control around the map, have players in kitchen, and Ravens for the moment yet to get near a point, but it looks like B might be open. You do have number 6 on your screen, Asim, the opportunity to make plays as Ravens trying to scrounge their way through the middle of the map and help them out.
The Ravens do a little bit more than scrounger. They've won almost every single fight in the journey towards the B zone. Here comes a 2-man stack, a little bit late. However, you do have the members of the Subliners on spawning. Can Scrapz slow them down on a force breeze? About to come to a close. Oh, I love that. More than his spidey senses tingling there. Wasn't going to win those fights. Get his teammates now involved. Can they get over to the point? KiSMET wins a few more. Scrapz can't get any more in the feed. You manage to stop the play if you're the Subliners, and you stop the spree.
That big wins by KiSMET again. The little 1v1 on the point. You see New York Subliners, if KiSMET loses that gunfight, they probably flood back in towards that B zone, but now they can jump on the defense, and they can jump on the two-piece HyDra. Simply built different, and HyDra's still alive, but only for a moment. London have cleared him out, back to the A zone. More of a standard situation, but this is beautiful stuff by the Ravens so far. Already 2 ticks over towards B, and based on the setup from New York, that's getting chalked up that A zone. They want to try to defend this for the next minute and 40.
New York says forget about it. They're going to give up B, they're going to go towards A slowly but surely, let that one get captured, try to keep the members of the Ravens pinned. The top side of the map, that's KiSMET's job right now. He is the man on the door. And Nastie, I've seen the ID and I want none of it. One segment remaining on B. If the Ravens are in, it's a good look, but you've got to get past KiSMET first.
And I think he's got a little bit of help. Nastie is going to be working with Scrapz, so they know KiSMET's nearby, but I think KiSMET right now trying to be aggressive on the play. But all that information Nastie's able to get, delivers to his teammate. You get the kill. So much pressure on the flank coming through. Nastie gets another kill as well in London. This is the switch. This is where the pressure's on. You are in a bit of a pinch. They're going to take their time for the moment. Try to read the corners, or maybe not. HyDra piercing their setup for the moment, and they still have that bedroom control.
Lovely work there on the defense from the New York Subliners. Nastie, though, still alive. Top bedroom. His teammates have got a lot of numbers over here, but you still have to find HyDra. That's the hardest part here to deal with. Slow and steady capture. And then when they're on B, yep, they're going to stack it for a second. That's the round. Great work out of the Ravens.
Well, bang, there you go. I thought that stun not connecting on HyDra down low might have been a bit of a giveaway, but they read it, took care of business, and maybe an offensive shootout we might have on this map. A little bit more effort from the Ravens, but they took care of business. And Scrapz, by the way, I think he enjoyed that S&D. A little bit more time to get the gun hot. 10 and 5 through those first 2 rounds. If your AR is feeling good, you will absolutely have a good time. Maybe just get a C more in the mix. Honestly, him and Paul X, yeah, struggling just a little bit, but a lot of that was from round 1.
Tough round 1. Confidence is key here in the Call of Duty League. Some players lose it, others fake it until they make it. Here we go into another round. Subliners, they are on attack and they are heading towards B.
Stuns out and about for everybody. I think it actually didn't connect on Asim, even though it landed in his face. And yep, Asim making the best of it. Started off with attack for the jump in a much better opening break right there for London. Decent bit of control. The B zone not getting captured for the moment. And so much coverage through mid right now for London. Trying to be delicate about how they want to approach this A zone.
Not delicate, they've got to get going though. 2 players on it, it's going fast. First segment down, 2 to go. You don't want to give this up now. A lot of time left still in the round to battle over it, and even more lives. Here we go though, London getting involved. They've stopped the progress. The second segment is gone though. Can they clear it up? Is Priestahh just lying in wait? KiSMET still dancing, and he's dancing, baby. 2 kills there. 3 now in a row, 15 and 8 overall.
Yeah, and standard round is you're going to get 2:08 on the clock right now for New York. You can already see putting themselves in prime position to start working this B zone. Asim is behind enemy lines. And they were aware of it, but Asim still wins the gunny. Paul delivers for the next one in London right now. Safe and secure on defense. They're reading the flank as well. They have the setup that they want. New York, though, trying to break it down. It's HyDra on one end, Priestahh on the other, looking to find that first opening.
Ravens did a great job last round of this slow and steady approach towards this B zone, 1 kill at a time. Make sure the power positions are safe. Clean that bedroom. Make that bed. Can they get it done? 19 lives now for the Subliners to attack with. Nastie loses a big one there to Priestahh. That's the back line open now.
Yeah, Scrapz though wins a big one over towards bedroom, so they're trying to just stay alive and effectively this 2 versus 3. Priestahh taking his time because he knows there's going to be spawners, but Skyz just killed all the spawners just like that. 3-man stack on the point. KiSMET reads the flank. You spawn so far away, and they just broke him down in this round.
There's a bundle of Subliners players over there by B. No one in position to really stop this. I think the round is done. KiSMET, he's holding them all back. He's got 1 kill from Asim there, but it's nowhere near enough. The Subliners, they found 1 opening, they took it, and that's the round. Map point.
I mean, that was just like dominoes, right? As soon as Skyz pops those 2 in the feed, it just gets completely opened up, and everybody on the Subliners, I mean, Priestahh working the flank for 30, 40 seconds, but as soon as the kills came through, in the perfect position just to pounce on the point. So, I mean, great work by Subliners through and through, as clinical as it gets on offense. And KiSMET, by the way, 19 kills, that's not too shabby. A couple of these players on Ravens continue to struggle, especially so on defense.
Nastie, though, having a whale of a time, 15 and 13. He's getting very much involved. Here we go, stuns up. trophies, you name it. We're gonna not let the same shenanigans befall us if you're the Subliners. Big defensive work already. Scrapz finds one, dips out, plays it safe. Asim, another win for him. Forward you go. Skyz though, the brick wall. Ooh, Paul out of bloody nowhere. Takes his head clean off, gets on the beat.
And a little fight for mid-map control as well. Nastie doesn't quite make the reads, and Priestahh gonna open it up. So Subliners now, you're jumping on the point from two different directions. In KiSMET 21 and 11, another two-piece around this B zone. I mean, he has truly made that his home, and flanks coming through, does get red, so London for the moment, two players around A, but I think Subliners not interested in giving it away for free. You see KiSMET so quick to get in the mix.
He's trying to stop it. 5 now in a row for KiSMET. Lordy, he's still going. Tagged up, no problem. Scrapz wins it. One bullet would have made the difference. Now you clean up the point. HyDra now doing what he can to take care of Scrapz. You've made A safe. Will the Ravens be able to get towards B? I don't think so. The spawns are all over, but you're still holding a foothold here at A.
Gotta check the corners. Hey, at least get the trade. Still trying to keep things open. And honestly, maybe a two-front war. Nastie's making plays over towards the B zone. Two players for London over towards A. So it is scattered battles across the board. Scrapz is going to have maybe a 2 versus 1. Nastie going to try to fend off all of New York, but it looks like that B zone for London may be collapsing as the slow A capture continues.
Slow, steady, but it's getting done. Ravens win this fight, Scrapz. You get yourselves streaks and you get yourselves the A zone. Good work there from the Ravens. Will he be able to find the kill as well? Teammates are there. Forward now on to B to try to force the round 5.
And I think, but you got number 1, Priestahh, maybe going through a flank through the middle of the map, trying to keep things controlled. London actually has so much pressure over to the bedroom, and in the meantime, there's the cruise for Scrapz. I think they know that Skyz is going to be behind him, and if they did it before, they certainly do now. Clean shots coming through. Scrapz has rocketed up this round.
7 spree for Matty Marshall now. 1 minute 20 remaining on the clock, and here come the Ravens. Forward on the point, guns up. Priestahh dropped once again. Scrapz finding the kills. 3-man stack now for the Ravens. They are looking to force the final round.
He's by himself though. I mean, that was straight up beams, but needs to get a couple more. 2 players jumping on him. Trophy out. He does get traded. And it looks like New York have 2 players that made it towards the bedroom, but it seemed lying in wait. Got the stuns out as well. There's 2 players underneath them. I don't understand why these stuns do not connect.
Yeah, well, they're looking to try to dodge this. 21-9 out of Matty Marshall. Can he catch another one here with the cruise? It's going to be close. No cigar. Priestahh and HyDra, they find the kills, and his teammates seem still alive above him. Oh, now he's in the elevator shaft. KiSMET, a day to come around that corner. He's ready to rock and roll. Here comes the fight. Oh, KiSMET absolutely floors him. You're running out of time, and you're running out of lives, London.
Yeah, KiSMET is winning all the big gun fights, but the lives might be where this round gets decided. 9v7 advantage for New York, and more pressure on London to jump on the point. Just get your trades. That's all Subliners need to do, and they're getting the entries as well.
3 life lead will help for now. Here comes Paul. Big win. Any more to be had here in this position? Less than 30 seconds remaining on the round. KiSMET, he is still running wild.
And London, they're going to try to maybe triple stack this point, but they know they're jumping into a pinch, and they're getting picked apart along the way. Subliners 7v3 for the game. Looking to go up 3-1. Asim, last-ditch effort, only 10 seconds to go.
Oh, we're going to need to see something real special here from the Ravens, and we're running out of lives, running out of time, and that is going to be that. It's going to be a 3-1. Nastie, the last man here. There is no hope in hell. And there we go. The New York Subliners take control.
Comfortable, clean, and easy. KiSMET having himself an absolute blinder of a game. Blinder's a good thing, right?
Great thing.
Blinder of a game, 29 and 15. The number of 2 pieces he was collecting over by the B zone, I mean, simply untouchable, it felt like, on that map. So they might have dropped 1 round on defense. Other than that, clinical performance. And even for Scrapz, I mean, one of his best efforts. Goes on a massive tear in that final round, but not enough of a difference maker towards the end. It is quite literally just the slaying prowess of just KiSMET. He was the guy.
He was the guy. I mean, Scrapz on the other side, we saw the streaks, good stuff out of them, but for the Ravens, not able to force that final round. And probably for the good thing, chance they're not great in those final rounds. Tons sent me a text, they're like 0-5. So Ravens, they needed to win it 3-1. Sadly, couldn't get it done. Hotel continues to be a problem for the London Royal Ravens here in the series, chance.
And again, the setup for the Ravens was not the expectation they were going to win the map. There was just a little bit of potential, but there is a lot of bit of potential on the Fortress hardpoint where they have a 3-1 record. Asim is one of the best players in the game on this map, and he honestly might be the man that needs to step up and fry. You're going to need New York Subliners, and Obviously, that doesn't make it easy. If KiSMET shooting like that, if HyDra just wants to, you know, show up and start gunning people, which he always does, Bagger can be his playground, but that is sort of the path to success for Ravens. It was always going to be a 2-4-5. Uncharacteristic, not a Neslo, but you're looking at the highlights for the control. Most of it's going to be on the New York Subliner side because it's hotel. It's their home.
Well, it's their home, and we have to go to the game 5. Well, we're leaning that way indeed. Subliners out, highlights across the control game we just saw. Decisive at very strong moments, and again, big slaying there out of KiSMET. Once again, the playmaker, the big man on that team. Ravens now staring down the barrel of defeat. And ladies and gentlemen, this is an elimination matchup. The loser goes home here at the Major.
And it'd be a fun one indeed, just to see if these teams get eliminated again. New York, I know, comfortable in this series for the moment, but still a scary place to find yourself in losers bracket because it is a lot of sharks in the water down in losers. Even just the number of like 2, 3, 5 potential. Vegas is in the mix in the bottom. Same with Florida. It is a scary place to be, but, you know, it was a losers bracket run for New York. Not quite from the same point, but at Major 1. So they're just looking to replicate their success. And for London, looking for just a little bit of hope.
Well, we'll see if they can get it. It's coming up in just a brief moment, ladies and gents. Fortress Hardpoint will nearly get on that one. Ravens, bit of an advantage going into this chance. We'll see how it goes. But for now, hey, New York Subliners, they did a surprising loss, I think, in day 1. We'll see if they can bounce back and keep running through the tournament. It would be a surprise if our Major 1 champions got double first rounded. It would.
That would be
really
a massive surprise. Or maybe not a surprise for like the way it's been the fall of the year on Vanguard. A lot of teams a little bit inconsistent. You go from the best, you go to the worst next event, and then you win the third event. Never know what you're going to be able to predict. And the exact same thing can be said for the Outbagger Hardpoint, because the last 2 times that London have played it, both of those games were within 10 points. They have just been delivering nail biters on this map. So maybe they can have the same against New York.
May God have mercy on the pick'ems, because it's all up in the air. I didn't even get my pick'ems in this event. I'm embarrassed to admit that on air. Did you?
I haven't done pick'ems at all this year.
Oh, for the love of all things sacred, get us into this game, ladies and gents. We're almost ready to rock and roll here, but it's been a lot of fun so far in Boston. I know that the Subliners fans, you see quite a few of them in the venue, of course, not too far to, you know, make that hop, skip, and a jump over here to Boston. There's not a lot of love in the crowd, but hey, they're having a good time indeed. For the Ravens, it looks like there might be an audio issue on stage. We're getting dealt with that ASAP. I'm excited to see how Asim can go, Chance. Again, you gave him a lot of love coming into this matchup as a sort of playmaker, difference maker for his boys, but let's see what happens. Paul's looking very focused indeed. Nastie's had a great series so far in Scrapz. Is that the turnaround moment for him? Is he hot now, Chance? Is he ready to go? Is it the Matty Marshall of old?
Well, I mean, okay, it's a bit too soon to make that call, but the potential is there. I mean, the gun's hot. He was absolutely slaying, but it is literally all 4 players across the board for Ravens that need to show up and play at their absolute best. When they actually played at the start of the year, Nastie had, again, one of the best performances of his career, so Nastie's always going to be a guy to look out for as well. But Asim on this map, you see his ranks in the hardpoint. I was not joking when I said one of the best in the game on this map, mostly with the Vaznev, but a little bit with the TAC too, so he can mix things up when he needs to. A very situational player, but again, Asim, you don't expect him to be the main slayer, but this is where he has been just unreal so far this season.
He found himself in that spot in the team, and he's making the most of it. Can the Ravens pull out a much-needed win here, force that game 5, give himself a hope here at Major number 2, aBeZy Fortress Hardpoint, map number 4. Here in this series, let's get it, shots.
And it should be New York starting on the preferred side, so the opening breaks, always something you need to make sure you lock down. I mean, you have teams like, I think even Toronto are probably a prime example. If they're on the good side, if they want to set up the spawn trap, as soon as they get it, they never look back and dominate. Subliners need to look to recreate that same type of success, because I know New York Subliners, the record isn't quite as good. I know quite a few of those losses are when they start on the opposite side of the map, so they're looking to make the best of that early opportunity.
If the London Royal Ravens can make that early break towards B2 and see them fly out the top side of that fortress, and in they go. Nastie, first man of the feed. No, Nastie gets himself 2. You might be able to flip those spawns straight away. Good opener here. Can he get any more? No, unfortunate timing. Sweet hops from Priestahh. Stop the bleeding somewhat for the New York Subliners.
Yeah, still though, you always have players kind of nearby Scrapz with an opportunity and making the best of it to try and deliver. Picks up the 2 beats towards the middle of the map, and now Ravens at least can get out through P1. So maybe the moment to see if you can get through Asim with the next kill. And right now, just off of the pure slang, London, this is a wonderful opening break.
20 seconds to go here on the point. HyDra cleans them up, no problem. The flip there. Unfortunate timing. I mean, the spawns are all over the place right now. I'm going to keep my mouth shut until we get into the next sort of hard point. But Ravens looking to make the break over towards 2. You've got HyDra in position already by the gallows. Good looks at the Subliners.
Man, that could have been a moment for Nastie too. Might have had a 1v1 gunfight around the point, but now he's playing up top. He's playing for control, and now you got to worry about the spawns for New York, because I don't think they're going to spawn in the back. They're going to be across the entire map. At least one of them is. You get the splits, because it's never easy to predict, and I think Subliners happy for the splits, because now you actually have number 2 watching the pins through the middle of the map, and the spawns give it, and the spawns take it away. I think New York trying to take full advantage. HyDra got all the intel, but doesn't have his life.
All right, the Subliners players are literally everywhere. Here come the Ravens now, flying forward. KiSMET, oh, baby, gets 2. The trophy for the Ravens will not find a single thing. Over to the next point we go, 30 seconds in advance, and HyDra's already cleaning up.
And that's a moment that honestly, I mean, you don't want to call GG this early, but that is a pain point for London. As soon as you lose that gunfight on the right side, that is a clean rotation. At least you do get the scrap, so we'll be close to a tied up game. And honestly, maybe 10 seconds to try to make this break, and now number 2 spawning out. So try to read these spawns with players spawning in and out across the map constantly.
Subliners perfectly set up for nearly every single possible scenario. Not to mention KiSMET on the other side of the fortress wall, finding kills all over the place as well. So this is a brilliant moment for the New York Subliners to push this lead almost well out of reach for the Ravens.
Well, straight up 4v4, all guns ahead, but Scrapz that first one to fall. It is a slow approach on this break. They're not playing at light speed, and they are going to get picked apart along the way. Perfection right there for New York, and I mean a comfortable one right now for a couple of these players. Priestahh having a decent start. He's on a 4 spree. HyDra doing HyDra things, and right now, Subliners, they barely have to move.
Oh, moving a whole lot. A little bit of pressure now. The Ravens, they're starting to run out of gas in this hit. They are indeed. KiSMET pushes forward, drives the dagger in, slows them right down. Ball's going to spawn towards that side of the map. Now, again, for the Ravens here, it's a tough scoreline, but you can keep the Subliners pinned. You can get over towards cannons and get things going for the next hard point. But Priestahh, that's 5.
And this is also not a good look, right? We brought up Asim for having some of the best stats in this game on this map. Well, 2 and 10 right now, and that was probably the least mixy hill we've ever seen on aBeZy. A very comfortable, not quite full 60, but might as well have been. But Subliners trying to chain it together. First one in, Asim wins the gunfight though, and maybe HyDra the next one in line, but Paulek's gonna fall, and Subliners have just gone from one side of the map to the other. They are just easily and comfortably out-rotating the Ravens.
They are Major 1 champions, and they are a major problem for many teams here in the league. Nastie tries to fly in, doesn't get a whole lot. KiSMET's there to get it. Paul next up to the plate. Will he swing for the fences, or will he be struck out? Here we go, over 100 points for the Subliners.
I think, Paul, maybe the moment to try to get in the mix. I mean, it feels like Ravens are honestly just playing a little bit slow as well. As far as aBeZy goes, if you're going to play slow, you got to be on point with the breaks, but that's not the case. They get picked apart. Another 2-piece from HyDra, and this scoreline has started to get completely out of control. More than a 100-point lead going into new, and you see the rotation again. Subliners always on top of things, putting the pressure. The snakes don't help. Now you get number 4 HyDra sitting in new. Subliners right now, they can do no wrong. Whatever they want to make happen, they succeed.
Well, the Ravens, they are struggling left, right, and center. Another hard point up, and it's full control for New York. Can the Ravens get close enough to even deal damage? 4 and 10 for Nastie. Slow stuff out of him. 4 and 14 for Asim. Not really able to get things going. It is Priestahh, and it is HyDra who are running the show. HyDra on a 7 spree right now, and soaking the time.
And once again, it almost just feels like a slow game where HyDra just gets to chill in a corner, iron up, and know exactly where he needs to look. Number 9, if he could have gotten it, but the legs a little bit too strong on the horse, and maybe an opportunity for Ravens to get in life. And finally, the first full 4-man down feed that they have had, and they do have almost all the Subliners. 3 of them spawn on the right side, number 3 spawn on the left, and again, good luck trying to read that.
Yep, they're going to do their best. The guns are up. It was not quite enough. All angles covered from the Subliners. A gift from the COD gods. Chance maybe keeping the time going. Asim winning the fight now. Trying to keep him out the hard point. Back over, though, to number 1 we go. And the Ravens still suck at that tough 40 number.
That is always just the toughest thing. When you get the clean 4 down, most of the guys spawn in the spawn trap, and 1 spawns out. But hey, look at where all the Ravens just spawned, and Subliners are going to read it as soon as their spawn comes up. So a mixy map for the moment, and a P1 for Ravens to try to take advantage of and maybe get the slaying hot. The best they have looked in the kill feed so far this entire game. HyDra, though, next one in line, forces a team kill and collects. And look at number 3, spawns out.
Priestahh Skyz get kills with a pistol in the kill feed as well. I mean, it is starting to get real ugly. Subliners running the show. Hard point number 1 in their hands. Number 2, they've got Mack control 4 as well. Can the Ravens get some pressure on? They have to stop this slow and steady accumulation of points out of New York. And so far, Scrapz the man to get it. Crossfire's in. Priest is there for the kills. And now he's on the hunt.
And on the hunt maybe for those spawns, because spawn management has been sort of the theme of this map so far, because you see HyDra, he spawned up over towards mid, he's found his way in the back, and I know a couple of his teammates are falling and still running across the map, and HyDra gets found out, so London do all of the work trying to create this opportunity. And again, they've been picking up in the slaying department just a little bit.
Yeah, picking up the time now, getting the kills going, slowly but surely the momentum in their favor. Let's go for a quick listen in with the London Royal Ravens.
He's up in the back. Nice. Good job. Get the time. I'm starting it in your open.
I need you open too.
I'm close. Focus open. Get open. I have open.
One's weak, open up the
Close.
I have up, I pinch.
Close.
Nice.
One was an open.
Yo, one
close
in the back.
Close. Watch out close. Skyz open and close.
I'll go set him new.
Listen, he ran away, Matt. He's maps on us, guys.
Yep.
Bench, I got spawn killed. He's running away, Matt. Nice.
I'm full stunned.
One's probably going to be doubles or something cutting you. You need to go, guys. You need to go. I spawned her.
Jordy gonna be back right, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go top maps.
Stunned, 3 dash.
Let's go. Nice.
Nice, good job. All out. They're all out.
Now, come on, guys. 460. We're good.
Bottom maps to top maps.
Let's spawn front. You got time, yeah?
You got time, yeah?
I'm getting wood door. Hold my maps.
with you.
Hold my maps.
Okay, bet. I'll get your maps.
Maps up.
I'm just rolling my front. I might need help, guys.
Yeah, I can help you from the way.
The pressure.
You gotta be just keep chosen.
Top maps. I fell.
Nothing can charm out.
Matt, you help him if he needs help.
Front. All four. I need help. I'm more chat.
Stay there.
They're just gonna play to keep it wide.
Yeah.
Chat together. 3, 2, 1. Ciao. Two more front.
Nice.
Top maps, challenge you, aggressive. Medium weak. Top maps stairs too.
On the stairs.
On the time weak. One. Maps.
All maps inside maps. One behind top maps. We spawned here.
1P1 front.
We need to go.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get the spawn.
Give me nothing.
Ravens not out of gas just yet. The chance, it always hurts when the 3-2-1 go doesn't work out.
No, that's a pain point for sure. Love the idea, but they were looking for a full 60. Instead, the Subliners just made it mixy, and it's a 90-point lead on aBeZy, where again, back to a hill that last go around. New York absolutely locked down, and Asim ends up finding the entry. 3 players right now for the Ravens, potentially all 4, trying to work this flank. KiSMET reads it all day, collects the first, and even with 2 HP, tries to turn it into something, but there you go, Ravens. Still more life, still able to get the break. And they're trying, man. They really are.
They are trying. They need it. This is it. The final moments for the London Royal Ravens here at Major 2, unless they turn this map around. Scrapz upstairs. Wins a big one. HyDra's brought down. Priestahh now trying to get involved. Scrapz finds his second. Can the back door remain safe? It does. Paul is there. It's 4 down for the New York Subliners.
4 down. Hey, if they get another clean one again, always that long-term potential on this map. You can go on absolute runs, and if you're New York, you just want to stabilize. Get behind enemy lines, be annoying and play for kills, but KiSMET can't do it. He gets caught. Skyz, him and HyDra, the next pair that are in line. Blacksmith Hill is not an easy one to end on, and for 44 seconds right now for Subliners to win, it'll be very difficult to do it here.
Right, hold it down. HyDra makes the top. What was that?
He's looking for a weapon. He's hanging out.
Was he looking for a weapon, or was it
for a weapon?
It was not a single bag. We'll come back to that one later. The refs will be dealing with that. HyDra on a 3, 4. Oh, that was a bit more! He wasn't looking for a weapon that time. It's getting ugly here on Fortress.
With the least intense face cam I've ever seen. HyDra is just feeling 0 pressure, and maybe there are bags on aBeZy trying to make some more for him. And just another spree on this hill, by the way. He went on an 8 last go around. Now he's trying to one-up himself. Only got to 6 that time, but 32 and 18. I think HyDra having a little bit of fun.
Hard point in the hands of the Ravens for now. Can they keep it together? Not a whole lot of coverage here as KiSMET just waiting patiently for that little player to poke around the corner. Nastie, it vacates the point. Time's done. Here come the streaks. There's unhappy skies above for these teams, but the Subliners have got full control chance. 9 seconds for the win.
Well, full control of at least the old hill, but new the Ravens do have. I'm trying to figure out if it's more disrespectful just to hit him with a single bag, or maybe the single flank. HyDra there to shoot a player in the back, and After near the hill, you're a little bit more scared, but they take care of it. But again, the spawn management for London, they are constantly spawning out, and so is New York. And now New York, this is it. You're in prime position to break this hill.
Here we go. This is it. Final moments here for the Ravens. Nades have got to be through. Wrong nades, HyDra. They'll take it, though. Anyone there to get going? No, the Ravens have been held back, pinned down. Quote the Ravens, nevermore. They are done. New York Subliners finish this series up 250 to 165, and we say a fond farewell to the London Royal Ravens here at Major 2.
At the end of the day, and at the end of, at least today, of the Major, number 1 versus number 12. That is simply how that series is going to go. HyDra again, comfortable performance, had 27 non-traded kills. He had more non-tradeds than anybody in the lobby had total outside of KiSMET, but SMG dominance there, I'd say, on aBeZy. Just respawn dominance straight across the board right there from New York. And I think ultimately, maybe want to look back at that Mercado, but otherwise a very comfortable performance to start their day.
Yeah, Ravens exceptionally strong in the Mercado. Search and destroy, not able to pull too much out elsewhere. The respawns did not go their way. New York Subliners, a very formidable opponent indeed. We will see the Ravens return in the run to Major 3, but for now, the run here at Major 2 continues for the boys in yellow.
And it is a good look, right? Again, Mercado aside, clean efficiency, great in the comms. I mean, even like the intensity on the Subliners' faces, they just look like, again, another day. Could have been a scrim, could be a major. For those guys in that series, no difference.
Confidence is key, as we say, but there we go. The end of the series, and a strong one for the Subliners. And HyDra has been welcomed to the stage with open arms and a French flag here in Boston. We'll see him in just a brief moment. But Chance, I mean, it was a strong showing out of New York. Is what we expected, but is it enough? Are we seeing the New York Subliners return to the form we saw at Major 1? Still a lot of sharks here in the lower bracket.
Oh, I think absolutely. I don't think it's a return to form. I think they never lost their form, right? I think even some of the losses they had, they're just playing around with maps. So I think the losers bracket run will be in full force for the team.
No more trolling in the vetoes. We'll see how they do later on in the competition. But for now, it's over to Guy Blaze with KiSMET and HyDra.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Yeah, I had to get Paco up on the stage. You know, we love hearing from him. Give it up for the Subliners as they get the day started off right. KiSMET, my first question, are you well rested today?
Finally, man. Yesterday was horrible, bro. I was up on the airport floor for the first time, 38-hour trip. It was rough. I don't even have my luggage. This is TJ Maxx, so shout out them.
Hey, you look comfy though, okay? And your shot's looking right. Now, tell me about this series right here. What was the game plan? You guys look comfortable, but you're in the losers bracket, right?
Losers, it sucks, but it's only one extra series. So it's not like anything crazy. I think yesterday, like, I won't say it's a fluke. Like, they played good. I don't want to discredit them, but like, it just sucks because we did not feel 100%. And you know, it is what it is, but we move forward, and we're just, you know, one step at a time.
One step at a time, okay? Now pass the mic on over to your teammate Paco over here, because that last map right there, you were playing out of your mind, okay? How you feeling about the competition? How you feeling today?
I'm feeling way better today, obviously, because I had my sleep. And I don't know.
Well, hey, I tell it to you like this, Paco, okay? What do you want to do here this weekend, okay? What's your ultimate goal?
I'm here to win. And obviously, like, I'm trying, like, to be, like, like, do back-to-back.
Yeah?
Like,
yeah. Hey, go back-to-back. You got the opportunity right now. Anything you want to say to these fans here so they can stay hype all weekend long?
I love the French flag. Let me tell you. I love the French flag. And I love PSG too. So that's my 5-2 supporter for sure. And, yeah, I don't know.
All right. Hey, give it up for Paco and the New York Subliners, okay? We're going to let them come out here and get ready for their next series. Chris, take us home.
We love the support here in the venue from everybody, not just the Charlie card users. Welcome back in, everyone. We got to break down what we just saw. It's like the smart pass you used to get on the subway here in Boston. We got to talk about what we just saw there, because that was a quick 3-1. But we did get to a game 4. Credit to London for winning the search and destroy. But as we take a look at the bracket, London coming in with the 9 through 12 seed. That is where they will leave this event. The Subliners are moving on, and you can see they will play a second time today. We have a bonus 5th match at the end of the night. That'll be against the winner of the LA Thieves or the Mutineers. Do you feel good if you're Subliners about this draw now, Ton?
You still feel good. Look, they're saying that they rested after yesterday. I know KiSMET's trying to give some credit, but that is definitely something that would have played a factor in their matchup. Now feeling good. It's only one extra series. They've got to be feeling nice.
Here's a look at some of the highlights from this fourth game, and I was sitting up next to some Boston fans. They said, Priestahh's off to a hot start. He just kept frying at the first 30 minutes, it felt like, and then we saw it again in game 4. Towards the end, though, HyDra put on a show, and KiSMET warned us on Sunday. He said, when HyDra and I are playing our best, this team is going to go places. Today, they're moving forward with ease.
Yeah, and they can do it with all the respawns, right? They took all 3 in this series. That map to S&D, I do want to give a little more props to on the Royal Ravens rather than how York Subliners fell short. These were 2 teams that were very average overall in Search and Destroy. So if you're a Royal Ravens fan, at least you can go home with that they are improving at least somewhere. But for the New York Subliners, I mean, it's business per usual for this team.
Bryce, I have to ask you, is HyDra the best player to ever come out of France?
Yes, he is actually, and that's maybe slightly controversial, but realistically, nobody else has done it from France on the main stage like he has, and continues to do so.
He's definitely in the running for our Scuff Player of the Match, and this time, though, it's going to be the other SMG that earns the honors of our Play of the Game from Scuff. Let's take a look at it. It's KiSMET, the Bulldog. Control was his. 3 down, the man breaks back in, and it just seemed like he was always in the right place at the right time, dominating these rotations.
He's so good at that, just putting himself in the right positions for the team. HyDra may well be that flashy player, but KiSMET not only does the dirty work, he finds the kills on top of it as well. Very much one of those things that Bryce alluded to. The Rootmen, the SMGs are the playmakers for these squads right now, and there's no better than KiSMET.
I love what we're seeing from the Subliners. They got to keep this energy up, though, all day. It's a Super Friday, 5 matches, and we have 4 more continuing after this. Before we go, though, quick reminder, you got to get your gear, right, Allie? You got to get over to the CDL shop, pick up your hats, your hoodies, your t-shirts, and more.
Yeah, especially with how cold it's been here in Boston. If you happen to be here at the event, pick up a hoodie to represent your favorite team. I know there's some booths here as well. There's the Boston booth outside, and there's the LAG X-Boston one behind me. Go get yourself a customized hoodie.
Oh, fiddlesticks, baby. When we come back, we got another banger lined up for you. Boston, make some noise, because when we return, your Breach is taking the stage next.
We're the greatest team in the game, man. Let's go.
Boston Major 2 continues right now. Welcome back into the MGM Music Hall here at Fenway. We're right next to the Red Sox, and today we are watching nothing but epic Call of Duty matches. You just saw the Subliners walk away with the first win of the day, but now we get a chance to reseed the hometown squad. Boston falling to Atlanta yesterday, looking to bounce back. They're taking on a squad that is always dangerous on land in the Seattle Surge. We got to welcome Stunny and Lando, our casters, now on the desk. Lando, first time for us doing this together.
Absolutely.
I want to get the vibes today. It's day 2. Are you tired from all those maps yesterday?
You know, it's difficult. It really is, Puck. You just got so many game 5s. It's just hard to cast all this wonderful COD. But hey, I got this guy to carry me, so it makes it easier.
Well, you guys have done 30 game 5s together, and now that you're on the desk, I just have a feeling we're going to a game 5 in this one. Let's take a look at the team who's going to get us there. It's the Boston Breach, a squad. They've had their ups and downs. They haven't been able to complete a game 5. They're looking to close this one out in 4. If they aren't going to allow another search and destroy, who's your player to watch today, aLLeY?
Player to watch, I mean, across the board, you want to go with your main Slayer, but I think it's going to be Nero for me today. I think we didn't see the peak of what he's capable of yesterday in that matchup, so I'm expecting a huge turnaround out of him, because when that duo of Nero and Vivid is going off, they can hang with the light side or the other side of the stage being, you know, Pred and Sib, the rookie sophomore duo of this year. So I'm expecting a lot of Nero today.
I'm liking what we saw from them in the qualifiers. Nero had a hot start against Atlanta, and then he really cooled off in that game 4. When he's having success, Jay, what are you seeing from this SMG player?
Oh, he's just delusional confident. He's just flying around, not worried about his positioning. He's just focused on the gunny. If he's feeling himself, when he's flying, we see it all the time out of Shotzzy. The movement is there for Nero, but when the shot's on point, he's just delusional, just breaking kill streak after kill streak. Doesn't even matter. The guy's a man on a mission with that SMG, so I'm really hoping that he gets that early confidence in this series.
You can see Boston getting ready on the stage. Also, keep your eyes on the SMG duo. Vivid closest to the camera there with the coach. And we got to talk a little bit about their opponents, because you need your SMGs to play well. Because on the other side of the stage is one of the most dangerous players in the game. He goes by the name of Pred. We brought him in from Australia. He has been lighting up the leaderboard since his rookie year, where he won the MVP award. Now he's in his sophomore year. He's playing alongside Sib, and this is a duo that could take this team deep in the tournament, just like they did in Raleigh.
Yeah, they absolutely can. That is, it's one of the scariest duos that we've seen in recent memory, right? Seeing these two guys, the fact that they come in together, you've got an AR, you've got an SMG, it just feels like no matter where Seattle Surge are at in series, whether they're down, nearly out, at least when it comes to respawns, SDs are never guaranteed. They can come away with some dubs, but these qualifiers were not great for the bucket.
Yeah, Jay, looking at this board, they had one of the toughest roads to the major. They're coming in with a 1-4 record, but their one win was against the Subliners. Yeah. It looks like they can play up to their competition when needed. Sib is going to have to be that guy for the team today, though. We were talking about it backstage. Can he do it against the likes of the Boston Breach?
I think Simp definitely has the ability to. He was dominating in hardpoint. That's been his bread and butter alongside Pred. Those guys are always putting up like 1.2s, 1.3s. But I don't really want to put a lot of focus on Simp and Pred. I feel like whenever we talk about the Seattle squad, it's those two players. When Seattle are playing at their best, it's the other two. It's Mack and aBeZy who are playing to a different level. When they're more consistent, that's when this team is complete. And at least they're on land now, so they don't got...
He's representing the Surge today alongside aBeZy, a mainstay here in competitive Call of Duty. Today, though, we got to see what the brains behind the teams have chosen when it comes to our maps and modes. And now I know you got the notebook ready. Let's take a look at our 5 maps here in Series 2 of 5 today.
To be honest, I really like this map set for both of these squads, especially that aBeZy hardpoint, simply because it's one of the only maps that we have is about half and half when it comes to breaking and rotating. And well, Seattle's the worst hold team in the league, so they need about all the percentages they can get in their favor. And if you're the Boston Breach, you're testing your luck on that aBeZy search and destroy, but it's not the Atlanta FaZe on the other side of this with an undefeated record. And to be honest, both these teams have kind of sucked at search and destroy, so it could really go either way.
Who do you think is stronger in search and destroy? Because if this one looks like yesterday, where we went to that game 5, 3 of the 4 matches, you're gonna need to clutch up. Let's take a look at the bracket real quick and remind you how we got here. The Surge, they didn't even play in the winners bracket. Boston, they go up 2-1 over Atlanta FaZe before dropping that game 4, game 5. The winner of this one, you're gonna be playing against the Legion and Guerrillas, and statistically, you gotta think you got a chance in both of those matchups.
Yeah, especially if you're either one of these squads. Whoever's able to make it out, going up against some of the bottom teams that we have in the league. Obviously, LG, ever since making the roster change, their hard point has been on point, but as of recent, they've been losing a lot of HPs, and that's been making their series go a lot more longer than they want to. But as we take a look at the stats here for both of these squads, it just hasn't been the best for either one. Pretty consistent across the board, but you see the thing that stands out is Seattle. 4 and 17 in search and destroy. You don't want that game 2 or game 5.
I was thinking Boston was cursed in that game 5, but now I'm looking at Seattle and saying, oh, we definitely could run this.
Oh yeah, and we have to be realistic about the situation as well. I feel like a lot of us might be leaning Surge simply because of their Major 1 performance. I mean, they went to finals and they did get their revenge against New York Subliners, but the reality is they're 4 and 17 in search and destroy. They've looked abysmal all of Major 2 qualifiers, and I'm thinking, you know, we're getting to LAN now. Their LAN S&D record is much better, obviously, than
got all 4
what
wins
they
here.
did. But we have to be realistic in this situation where Seattle, as of recency bias, just has not looked good.
I don't know if we're going to a game 5, but our stats team has some numbers for us prepared just in case we do. If you're a Boston fan, look away. Here's some of the digits recently that we've been seeing from the Breach. Game 5, not their friend in the qualifiers. It hasn't been the best for them on LAN. 0-6 with a round win of just 30%. Not what you like to see. The team's got to step up that KD, and you got to avoid that round 11. 0 for 2. Don't let it go that far. I'm told the players are about ready, so let's hop in with our predictions. We're starting with you, Study. Where are we leading? Are you going to upset these Boston group?
Nah, I don't think so. I think I'm definitely going Boston Breach just simply for the fact that they can win search and destroy. So if they win that game number 2, start off hot in map number 1, if they get to that game 5, it's going to get a little bit scary. But if you're Boston, you got to guarantee those S&Ds.
Yeah. aLLeY, where are we going?
I can't go against the hometown team, especially when they're in the elimination bracket. I'm going to go with the Boston Breach. I do think they have the edge in search. Like,
give me the map count. I know you're looking at your numbers. What is it?
3-1.
3-1?
Yeah.
I thought that I was going to be the only person going for this team, but it's a full desk. I'm going for Boston Breach, too.
There we go.
And strictly because of the S&Ds. It's got to be the discussion. It's got to be the thing to think about. Looking at Nero specifically, Puggett.
I would pick Boston, and yeah, you know what? I'm going to stay on it. That's what I'm doing, because I like my security guard, but I don't trust him. Let's go to the game, though. We got our man Guy Blaze on the stage, ready to kick this one off.
Chris. All right, everybody, y'all ready to go? Oh, all right, you guys got me now? All right, let's go. Coming out to the stage first, Boston. Y'all ready to get this started? Yeah, it's the home team. Get ready, because into the Breach we go.
You've waited patiently for this moment. An event in our home city. But it's not our first year anymore. Let's crank things up a notch.
It's lead change. What an unbelievable hardpoint Methodz. On the flank, it's to a P1. Nero gets 3 to 9. Can he defend? Oh my Boston, what a round!
It's time.
Get loud, Fenway, because here comes the Boston Breach. Make some noise for Vivid, Methodz, Owakening, and Nero. It's the home team, the Boston Breach.
The hometown team finds himself in a do or die situation, but this entire venue is on their feet here to back them up. They have to get through the sea of the surge. The second place of the Major 1, but I don't have to speak too much. You hear that crowd, Blaze? It's time to bring out their opponents.
I hear that crowd, Allie, and I don't want to keep them waiting. Coming out as their opponent, get ready, because for the first time this weekend, the storm is finally here. Give it up for the bad boys of the West. Here comes the Seattle Surge. Boston, get loud for Simp, Accuracy, Mack, and Pred, the Seattle Surge.
And there you have it, our runners up at Major 1. They've previously been called an inconsistent team, and now is their chance to try to right the wrongs from last season, get a good game under their belts, and maybe send his hometown crowd in a bad manner. A lower bracket run with light a fire underneath them. We'll see if they can do it today. Blaze, let's get this series started, buddy.
We'll see if they can get it done. Boston, y'all ready to go? For the first time this weekend, give a warm welcome to your casters. It's Merc and Maven.
Thank you, Blaze. Hey, everybody. Yeah, this has been, I've never been late to an event before with the weather in Dallas, the ice and stuff. I just got here last night. I know you were missing me.
You should have walked, dude. Everybody else got here, so something was going on. I don't know. It's just your passion's just not there, I guess.
They wouldn't let me out.
That's what I guess. I don't know. But it's we're happy to have you here. But yeah, it felt a little weird not casting.
No, it was strange flying last night and trying to catch up with everything that was going on. It's been an insane start and so much wild action to come, but now the pressure is on. You got this Boston home event. They're up against the ropes, going against Seattle Surge, a team that looked to be lights out at times last major. You thought maybe they're peaking, maybe they're finding that consistency, but it's still this kind of rocky road when it comes to them.
I mean, 1-4 in the qualifiers, like 0-7 in Search and Destroy. I think maybe the only thing is had a big win over New York in the qualifiers. You have something to work off of. Pred has still been incredible, but it's just kind of the other pieces, everybody else. And we always feel like on land, Mack is the guy we always circle. It just feels like he brings it to another level, and that's when Seattle is at their best. But on the other side for Boston Breach, I feel like it's a very good map set for them, especially around those respawns.
All right, well, the respawn's gonna be big, but I think the focus is gonna be on Search and Destroy, just with what you said, not being able to find a win there. The Game 5 woes for Boston as well, but the crowd is pumped. We're ready to get rocking. I'm finally back in the venue, and I'm excited to get it rolling. It is awesome to be here in Boston. The fans of the city have been absolutely amazing, but now what can this Boston team put on the map, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, we saw right there, right? You have the #1 hold percentage team versus the #2 break percentage team, so it's to just be this back and forth battle. And I feel when you talk about aBeZy, it's sort of that P2, P3. Can you combine it? Can you break it? We'll see what our teams can do, but I think our eyes are on that man right there, Pred right away. We know what this man can bring to the table. Is the rest of the Seattle Surge gonna, follow his lead?
Well, one of many long-range fights you're probably going to see between Accuracy and Methodz will go down. So far, Accuracy the better side of that. Now, what can Big Wake do? So much behind this young man when he got on the team. We know the takeover ability that he has, but over to Vivid, looking to be a nuisance down low. It's Pred there, it's able to get the kills. Mack right through on the follow.
I mean, this is incredible time already here at this P1. Already 30 seconds on the board. This is not easy to do on this map with all the different angles to get those players off of it. Finally, you're gonna have Nero and Awakening find some kills, get some pressure. Now on a rotation, you have Methodz trying to work towards that back parking lot, but he already gets spotted. Mack's gonna take him down.
Well, when you think about like the pressure on Boston, maybe because you're the hometown the favorite right now, like that you want to get the win, you want to move on, you got the crowd behind you, but then you are Surge, you're on the brink of having the worst S&D stretch in the history of the CDL. Who's got more pressure on this map one?
Oh, I think Seattle Surge, just because, they were the runners-up, right? And, we're looking at them to maybe go on another run. And I think for the Boston Breach, yes, it is their first major here in Boston. They don't want to let the fans down. But it's sort of a question of, we don't really know where this team kind of stands. They're sort of middle of the pack. I think this win would give them a lot of confidence moving forward.
Well, they're starting to try and chip away at this lead. As you said, it was 30 up quick on the board for Seattle Surge. Now, what can Accuracy do? I thought in trouble, but the help came through on the flank, and he was then able to take the gunfight, so it'll be 2-2 for him. The rest of the kills going to go the way of Breach there for a moment. Soaking up the rest of the time in the hard point for now will be Pred, but with 10 seconds left, take a look at the lock top left. We're getting ready to set up for the next hard point. It's already Big Wake, top balcony, picking up kills.
That's just sort of how does Seattle Surge want to do this. Now you kind of have that split spawn, so Siv's going to get some angles in. That's a nice gunfight win, and now Methodz, he could just stay down, right? You're going to use this trophy. Nero, he's going to flank, and they know where the pressure is coming from now. This should be a good chunk of time here for Boston Breach, but you do have one player in Pred sneaking on through. I think Pred found an opening. He does. Here's the first one, and there's the second. Pred says, this is my hill.
And that's massive considering what the minimap looked like. I mean, he was really the only one that had a chance to strike. And the playmaking ability of Pred continues to be absolutely magnificent. What a moment for him to start to extend this lead again after Breach, really bringing it back. A great individual moment there.
Yeah, and now if you're Boston, I think you're just kind of hanging out, right? You have spawns for P4, trying to find Pred once again, but you're hoping to just get some nades on the hill and get that player off the time. But I don't know if that's going to happen. Accuracy, he's just going to hang out. You have one more player in Mack chilling. Finding that opening kill. He's going to make this rotation messy for now, because here comes Pred, here comes Simp. And the rest of Seattle Surge flying on through Pred again with another 2, up to 12 and 5.
I think you kind of were breaking out the craziest of that push. You saw from Methodz POV, just trying to snap left, trying to snap right. He ends up shooting between both players because can't really make a decision. The numbers are there for Surge. They get it done again. Now, look at some long-range shots here for Pred. He's up to 4 in a row, 14 and 5. What more magic does he have behind this Vaznev? Now the push starts to loom for Breach as they're beginning to look for the opening. Stacked up inside will be Surge. Here it comes. Pred, what can he get done? He's going to drop quickly. It's up to the rest of the team to get it done, but that's 3 through for Breach, and maybe the break is there. All 4 going to drop. That's a lovely bit of work, and that's 3 from Big Wake.
Yeah, nice shot from Awakening. Him and Nero leading the way. You need Vivid. I think that, there's some machine gun duo. It's one thing for this Boston Breach team. It just feels like at one moment they're on fire. Maybe one is, maybe one's really struggling. Can those 2 in Nero and Vivid find some consistency? But Mack, he is just going to light them all up in kitchen. They all line up. That is going to be 3 in a row. And this is what I mean. It feels like when we get to land, Mack is a different beast.
The Mack attack. He's eaten early and often, but what has he got left in the tank? They've got a big advantage right now. Big part of that 16 and 7 line you saw from Pred, and time continues to tick. You were desperately looking for a break if you're a Breach, and that'll be the 3-man sweep. They're able to get in. So the breaks have been here, but you're still facing a big deficit, this time a bit earlier in the hard point.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the breaks have been there, but now you also need a couple of good holds. That's really been the issue. You've won some rotations, but it's been Pred, it's been Mack just making it a little bit too easy for Seattle Surge. That's that 60-point lead, and now you have, 20 seconds left. It puts you within 40. After this first rotation, I think you would take that.
I feel like that Pred moment kind of accounts for a good 50 or 60 of that. Like that flip there.
Yeah, over at P3.
Yeah, when you think about the points they would have got, combined ends up being a devastating moment, but this time so far they're able to hold. And now we'll look at the next big rotation. They brought this down to 40-point game. Nero just trying to find the gunfight into the corner. I think they try to get the stun out around the edge. Chow's right before it pops off, so Nero at least able to take one, but Surge flowing through on the kill feed for now, Joe.
Yeah, and this is normally what you see around P1. I mean, that first one, just such a good job by Surge finding that early time, but both teams just going to trading back and forth, fighting for map position, maybe to set up at P2. It does feel like Pred has a good idea that they could be coming up towards this staircase. He's just watching accuracies back so they can soak up that time. Well, Pred's gonna fly on out. Nice trade by Nero. Again, just staying here because they have the rotation over to P2.
You just feel like if Breach can make that run, if they can make this close, if they can get the lead, like this crowd is ready to roar. It's just been kind of this stagnant advantage you've had for Surge throughout most of this. They just need to begin to chip away at it. And you know, this place will start to come alive, but the Methodz POV we go, the timing could not be worse. He looks right, they peek left. He will drop and it's Surge back into the hard point. But I mean, that's one of those things when you're playing at the home venue. If you're Surge, like, try to maintain the lead, try to keep them quiet, take the crowd out of it.
Yeah, 100%. But again, on rotation, it feels like Boston, they have position and then what, 2-3 down right away. Seattle Surge probably won't count as a break because it was right at the hill as soon as it pops, but another right there on the map for Seattle Surge. Now a 70-point lead as that continues to grow.
Positive 10 is Pred. As he's looking for more. Looks like Zenny might be the Chow on the edge. He comes forward, able to get the kill, not able to take the next as the trade is there quickly, but it's Surge that have been up throughout the entire game. 70-point advantage right now. Things are clicking in the hard point. Let's go to a listen in now with Seattle Surge.
Put a march there. He's hitting it. He's just laying down. He's just aiming it. Oh, gas. Fuck, my bad. Put a march. Nice. Two orange, one orange. One more time, one shot. Nero's one shot time. I naded it. Nero's one shot time. I have a streak. He's done naded. Holding cross, nice. Nero's on time, no choke, no choke. Orange, absolute. Trapping in orange. Zinni's front side. One shot time, one shot time. Orange. One tree block the mark. Tree block dead. Zinni was on orange outside. I heard you. On the AC. I'm shooting if they run out of orange. Top orange in the stairs. Dead. One more dead. Nice.
I'm looking at it.
P1.
Gas dead. Orange. I'm looking at top gas. I'm looking at it. He's not there yet.
P1 again.
I'm dead. I'm not.
On the trees. I ran away.
I only have top gas. I didn't have trees. He could be bottom orange.
I'm
nothing gas. Please. I don't know. Get top. I'm on you, put a orange out there. I'm putting my life up here. Get that scrap.
Listen, I'm putting my life up here.
Spawn on new. They're spawning gas still. Gas dead. Last, I'm dead.
Awakening. We're missing Awakening.
Yeah, I think he's on new. I got a weird spawn. I'm checking stairs. Stairs. I'm not peeking him. He's on the spawn. I'm looking back left.
One Xbox. I'm holding top.
Coming to top. H2 in the hole. One more in the back. I'm telling you.
H1 laying down.
Thought the listening was fantastic. I mean, the small talk was there, not too frantic, just little things like who are we missing, where are you looking? I liked it a lot.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, you gave Boston no time. You're up 100 points. Everybody frying now. Everyone was on a spree. The Breach do finally get in here towards that P4, but it's Mack again, almost finds another 5 spree. Sim now just playing for this position, trying to keep them off that hill, gives his team the spawns. Mack and Pred gonna be right behind him as they're gonna fly on through. Mack there with another 3. Mack is just frying right now. All 4 of Boston Breach taken down.
What is coming out of this man's Vasev? Because it has been filthy and he loses that one, but he felt he was 2-3 bullet into every single fight. Just an absolute monster. Him and Pred just leading the way and doing it with emphasis. Only 10 more points needed, and they're throwing up this map 1 win.
Yeah, it's nothing more than that. I mean, again, Breach have had opportunities to set up, but every single time it just feels like a multi-kill has come through for Seattle Surge, gives them that break, and that's the difference. You almost have 60 kills between Mack and Pred. That submachine gun duo on aBeZy going off.
And when they've been so strong, I mean, someone's going to pay on the other side of it. Vivid, sitting around double negative, struggled to get it going, but they're getting pieced right now. Everything's gotten broken. There's the final second. Surge. They are on the board first, and they get it done with, I mean, you're talking ever since the Pred play, what, a third. That gets you out to what, a 30-point advantage? You're between that and then a 100-point win for the rest to go.
Yeah,
I mean,
even,
you never
even
let
the second rotation, what, the P2 that you've broken right before it starts, then you had the P3 where they were in a position to hold again, and it's all 4 dead. Just the break ability of Seattle Surge.
I think just one big moment, though, like if Boston could have made a little bit of a run, the crowd starts roaring, you kind of hear that energy behind you, maybe you get going, but they just never let it happen. They never let them creep back into it.
Yeah, I mean, just early on. Yeah, you're hoping that. And we saw that yesterday versus Atlanta FaZe. I mean, Boston Breach, they had the crowd behind them. That's when they were able to take that map one. They came out swinging, but not this time. You see it right there, the stats on your screen. Mack and Pred leading the way, but accuracy not far behind.
Well, now the search and destroy will be big as we start to look forward, because this is the one where what? Like, you're on a 9-game skid, I believe it is, for Seattle Surge. You're talking about maybe tying the CDL record and passing it within this series for most Surge losses in a row, which is pretty unbelievable. So you would think, for the Boston fans in the crowd, like, this is your shot. Like, come and take this.
I think it has to be, right? Like, it has to be. You're relying on it big time. Yeah, this Seattle Surge team, and it's crazy because it's every single map. Like, they're trying everything, and we know this isn't the most like consistent. I feel like it's hard to be consistent in searching the team with just the way Daddy is, right? The way the sounds are, you're hoping, I mean, it's like a specialist, all right? You're hoping to make a play with Daddy. If you don't, you have to track the opponents. There's just timings that can go your way, that can't go your way. There's these crazy momentum shifts we've seen all year long. You would think they would squeak out one, but that has just not been the case.
No, it's just wild with like the talent on the team. Yeah, you would think just like you'd be able to just behind the gunny, and like you heard the comps, the R point so good. You would think just behind that you'd be able to get a win here and there, but no, it's not been the case. It's one of those things where I think it starts to almost like when a player is like 0-6, 0-7 within a particular map. It starts to like you feel that weight on your shoulders. You start to think about it a little bit more. I think when you're on a skid like this, that it's got to happen with the team to some degree. Like no matter what we do, no matter what decisions we make, we just can't win a goddamn search and destroy. It just won't happen. Like it has to start to be in the back of your head a little bit. It's got to be.
No, 100%. But or you could look back at Major 1 where I think they finished 4-5, and you know, in search and destroy, their respawn really carried them through, and they got a couple of clutch search wins. Or maybe you're relying on that again.
He's got to win a few, boys. Like,
just win a few. You're not even hoping for 50%. You're hoping for 30, 25. Well, just give me one.
Yeah, but yeah, I think there's a little bit different when you think about the format we had with like the Pro-Am. And you get a lot more matches, maybe you get to get in a groove and get rolling. Here, due to the qualifier stretch that you had, you're starting in losers. Like, you don't have like that, you have no breathing room, no wiggle room whatsoever.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say, you have like, what, 1 match a day more than likely. You know, maybe in losers you'll have 2 tomorrow. But, you know, if you can survive, we're still early in the day, I think, for Seattle Surge or Boston Breach. The teams that win early, you have a whole day of land practice, right? The rest of the day, right? You get some food after this, then you're right back to practice. Can you carry that momentum into tomorrow and do the same thing?
So it's like, it's kind of seems like one of those teams, at least to me, it's like, if you win here, you have a chance to, who knows, make a run maybe to a final, or you're just bopped, you're done. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
It's kind of scary to think about it that way. But this search and destroy everything on the other side for Breach. You lose the map 1 in convincing fashion. You got to turn it around. You got to turn it around quickly. Who are you looking at maybe on Boston Breach to step it up big time in the search and destroy?
Well, I think it's got to be Vivid. Yeah, Vivid is that guy. He struggled map number 1, but even just coming into this, if you look at throughout stage 2, Vivid and Nero, they're both around like a 1.2 in search and destroy throughout their qualifiers. And that to me is just like when they're playing with aggression and those two are winning opening gunfights, search is going to be pretty easy for the team. And that's just your sub players. Again, those two have to find some sort of consistency getting on the same page.
Well, we'll see if they can get it done here. Is everybody getting ramped and locked in for this map 2? I mean, part of me hopes this goes all the way to a game 5 and, you know, Boston wins this search, because then you'd have what, like the 0-6 Breach in a map 5 versus maybe the CDL record for S&D losses in a row. Like,
not great records.
No, they're
but
not.
It's a record of some sort.
Somebody's going to bust through and get it done. Well, somebody has to, basically, is what it would come down to for the game 5. But for now, all eyes locked on this game 2. And it's just one if you're Boston. Get an early round, like get the crowd into it again.
Well, yeah, we're sticking on aBeZy. So if you're Surge, you're like, all right, same gunfights. Mack's gonna be in a really comfortable spot, getting that aggression, fighting middle of the map, and same thing on the Boston side. Your subs have to go out and win those opening duels.
Is there a player, like, I mean, I know he can pop off like online too, but it just feels like he hits these modes at land. Like, is there a player like back in your time that just seemed to do that all the time? They just hit this
That was
hit this
a long
level.
time ago.
Yeah, right. Just like hit this level, you're like, all right, this is a different guy. Gotta face this a little bit different.
I mean, I feel like everyone kind of has those moments, but him even more so.
Yeah.
Just, I don't know what it is with him, but he lives for it. He loves it.
He really does. Well, the fist bumps are going out as we're counting down. So to get into this map too, as you said, staying on it. Can Seattle figure out some of the issues?
And there you see online 0-12. That is just unbelievable. And the two guys, given accuracy, who are really struggling, right, with those ARs, which you just wouldn't, I don't know, you would think they would at least find those quick trades.
Well, yeah, like Lamar knows the Iceman, always making those surge plays. You'd think even if he was struggling a bit, he's clutching up in some rounds. That might be the difference between you getting a map win and not, but that just hasn't been the case. But here we go.
Right into the map, too. Really weird, too, just so you know. That was my cough button you had, dude, so the world heard you cough.
Oh, perfect, Joe.
Well, there you go. Nero with the opener on the Mack, and all right, you win that opening duel, kind of resets the vibe on the stage.
I gotta remember, I'm left, the box is right, Joe. I can do that. I'm gonna forget and I'm gonna screw it up again, but everybody just kind of set up and waiting now as Mack has been ripped out of this, the 4v3 for Boston. There's the angle, nice win, Vivid, lovely shots onto the forehead of accuracy, give him the 4v2. The crowd eager to get rocking, and they're giving him some moments here. Now just down to Sib, completely dominant, 4 up, 4 down, the venue. They roar as Boston gets one early.
Yeah, and you know the two guys who you kind of wanted to win the opening duels did. Nero on one side, Vivid with the other, Vivid with the tack, just winning that gunfight from the stairs. And I feel like when you have a submachine gun right in this position, it's just so difficult for the offensive team. You know they're watching the cross. There's a crossfire coming in from that P2 area with the tacks overlooking. It is not easy to do when you lose that first blood.
Oh, I just realized I muted you while you were talking, too.
We're good at this.
Yeah, we are. We know we're doing it, I swear to God. Nero with the 2-0 start. We'll stick with his POV for now. Oh my God, he just watches Vivid and just get blown to smithereens, feet, hands, neck going opposite directions as all the nades are going to hit. So this time we man advantage for Surge. What can they do behind it? Accuracy keeps it rolling.
Well, and you saw kind of, I think what Nero was trying to do, get in that position. You saw the nade kind of just trying to find Mack. It probably ends up weakening him. Maybe they're just looking for that trade. But now the rest of Seattle just gonna bunch on up. You have accuracy, number 6, looking towards this angle. So he's gonna get spotted, but that is the info to the rest of the team. You just have this triangle of players for Seattle Surge. They are gonna trade that easily. Both teams on defense, looking very comfortable, not giving up a kill so far.
Yeah, no, it's just been lights out. Let's see if Awakening,
just with that first blood, yeah,
can make like anything happen. But yeah, after the first blood, no one has found a thing, and that'll continue here. Bounce around the corner like a rabbit. It'll be Pred. Tied up 1-1. Now we'll see if some of the adjustments start to get made. Daddy starts to get earned.
Trophy starts to get put down.
Yep.
Maybe they'll work. Maybe they won't.
It's always a surprise.
You can see the nades right there. I mean, just all connecting on that cross. Not easy to do, but yeah, now you're hoping for the trophies. Now you can start working that quick plan over towards B if you want to when you're on the attacking side. We'll see what they opt to do.
It looks like that's gonna be the play. They're just sending it out. There's a counter here to meet him though. That's Nero. This time though, it's right though. It's Sib that's able to get 2, gets out with 53 HP, but the difference maker there, bomb not planted quite yet. But a nice moment there from Sib. Now they'll work to get this down. 20 HP for Mack, and just able to get it done, see if he can get away with his life. But Sib is going to get caught as he has worked the backside. Now down to a 2 versus 2. Mack, just shots coming from everywhere, waiting for maybe the peak from Methodz up top.
He's just trying to play his life right now, just trying to buy time. That's it. Accuracy, he's set up in the clutch right now. What can he find? Methodz with the shots, but this is not done yet. One of the clutchest players in Call of Duty. What can he do? 1 versus 2, 20 seconds left. It's Awakening and Methodz. An Awakening, not a Denny player. Not a Denny player, but Methodz. He's got 3 in the round.
What a round there for Methodz. And you can see just through X-ray, he was just holding the window. Gets first shot, wins the fight, defense holds. And what, it was Nero that got the first pick, I believe, but Sib that brought it back.
But then I think it's on Sid there. He can't get picked by Methodz, right? Like Mack, he's getting the bomb down. It's sort of like, if I make a play, great, but they're more than likely going to need.
Well, I thought Mack was the one in trouble, if anything. Like,
no, 100%. If Sib's able to stay alive in a 2v2, that retake a lot harder. But got to give props to this man, Methodz, 3 in the round. And allows them to retake.
Yeah, because I mean, often you think you get the bomb planted with numbers. You're in a pretty good position, but yeah, Sib not able to stay up. Now let's say they want to build this on over towards A. They're going to fly out. They go 2 for 1. Mack, I thought, going to bring that even. Maybe with a long-range fight, but not quite able to do so. Mack, Sib. Looking to clutch. There's one.
And that's so fast, and now he just repositions. There's no trade. Vivid, though, does pop Daddy, so maybe he's looking for a play. He's getting the info. And Methodz, eyes on him now. Sib and Mack, they know he's in this spot. He's just buying time, similar, and he wins one. Somehow able to win that. Now he's just dancing. There's the pinch, and Boston Breach winning offense.
All right, Ziddy showed us a little bit of movement. I like it.
That's 2 rounds in a row. Methodz with the key kills in the round.
Yeah, I think it's huge. Like those first tags he gets into Sib, right? And then he's able to back down instantly and react to the fight. He didn't really take much damage. Like he might have taken like a bullet. And they're thinking, let's push this out. We got him weak in the truck, but dancing, you said it right. Able to get prone, able to hit the pre-fire, win the gunfight. Another big round out of Methodz. I know he just gets 1, but he distracts 2 players in a 1v2 for a long time.
A long time, yeah. He's like, please help me. Please, Vivid, where are you? Looks like he's going to try to be a quick plan over towards B. Nero is here, though. Nero is here. He's going to find one. Ooh, quick trade, though, and Pred's going to find Vivid. So those 2 aggressive players for Boston Breach going to get taken down, but bombs down. We already saw a 2 versus 3 clutch. Will we see?
Right, it's like a relatively similar. I know pretty different. That you're not getting the bomb down. It's different players that have dropped, but that timing.
That God timing, you know?
It happens.
Happens to us all, even the pros.
Methodz has had some incredible rounds.
Look at this. It's a good read. It's a good read. It's not going to connect with the nade. But Sib just crouching around, trying to find that angle. On the other side is going to be Awakening, so actually just playing his life, right? He knows Sib has the bomb right now. Him and Fred, but Methodz is going to find him. This man is locked in right now. Is he going to be ready for this, though? No, he is not.
He's locked, but not too locked.
Yeah, that would be like him in the Matrix. Yeah. That'd be something different.
Yeah, I mean, he must have, like, you said he read it with the nade, right? I guess right after he hopped off with him, he checked low to peek it. Or peek low to check it, I guess I should say. He was able to find it, but the final kill here through from accuracy. But yeah, the senses were a-tingling.
Yeah, I just don't, you're not ready for Pred, right? Working through that kitchen hill for that trade, but Seattle, they needed it. Again, working off that quick trade from Sib, able to find Vivid and Nero, give them that man advantage. Boston back on attack.
The nades slow him up for a second and do more than slow him up. Accuracy. It's the Simp Texas able to find the opener. Vivid is going to drop.
There's a trophy there, right? Yeah, okay.
I would assume so. I mean, they all sure the trophy, right? Like, oh, Daddy Nero. Oh.
I'm sorry?
I don't know. My sincerest apologies. I got a little excited at the moment, Joe. Methodz continues to beam. Reach out to the next. He's feeling himself, but 2v1 now. Sib. Can he clutch up? He gets Awakening and Nero.
It's gotta be so tough being the trophy guy in the clutch situations. Like, all right, everyone is going to hear me. Maybe just trying to bait something out. Trying to find that kill onto Awakening, but 15 seconds left. They're going to be hanging out. He's like, please peek me, please peek me. He's not getting anything right now. Boston Breach locked in as Nero does get taken down, but he finds the difference in the round.
Yeah, that's probably why they weren't peeking. Yeah,
he shoots pretty
That's not one of those guys you want to take a lot of one-on-one fights with. He can be so incredibly talented, but they play the clock well. They just bait it. Gets Sib to be impatient and frustrated, I'm sure, in that situation. But yeah, Nero, the one that makes the play in this one. Just a lovely bit of work as the Boston chants start in the venue.
We'll see. It's been a lot of early first bloods for the defensive teams. Just people trying to cross over towards B. We going right back to it is the question. It looks like Seattle's going to go for it. They're going to spot that cross. But no kills come in this time. A little bit different. Vivid has to dodge the nade, but does get the stun out. But bomb being planted.
Nade hits, but no kill through, so they get the plant. They're able to get out. Big wake, though. He's finding the pixel over the place. Mack gonna drop. Now Nero coming through with a pinch and puts him to bed. That's a quick retake. 5th round on the board for Breach.
And I love that from Boston. They spot the cross. None of their nades connect, and they say, okay, they're going to go for a quick plant. Let's get into our spots now. Nero instantly hits that flank. He's able to get into that staircase. Once he's in that spot, I mean, that's just easy 2 kills, but it's Owakening who dealt with the players near the bomb. The teamwork for Boston starting to show.
And the woes for Surge and Search and Destroy continue to show.
Sure do. Yep.
One more round, you're tied up 1-1 here before we look to a control, but got to close it out. We'll see if they can do it on offense. But Nero having himself a map at 9 and 5. I know you said Simp and accuracy have struggled. Simp stepped up here. Max 1 and 6. Like, it's just they can't get that full team effort. But here comes the knock. Mack continues to struggle. Nice recentering there from Nero to get the kill. That's not an easy fight as you're flying through the doors. They've got a 3v2. They can shut it down now.
Able to take down Mack and Pred, getting that early aggression, but Vivid and Nero there for the response, and that's what you need from this duo in those moments. So now you have a 2-on-3. You can slow the round down. What do we have? Do we have Deddy? Do we have a trophy? Let's try to find some information. That's going to be the play call. Accuracy in this spot. He's got Sib looking over it. I mean, this is correct if you are Boston. That A site wide open. We're going to know it here soon.
Okay, they're going to line up for Awakening, and that is easy. Boston tied things up.
Awakening just hitting the absolute beams. As that series got deeper, Nero making plays, they dominate the search and destroy. They answer, and they bring us to 1-1, but that is clean out of Big Wake. I'm not sure he misses a bullet. Just those are the shots that make you feel good. It's just satisfying.
Yeah, and I mean, for Boston, not the cleanest, not their best hardpoint map #1, but they bounce back in Seattle Surge. Let me tell you, it's really hard to win in Call of Duty when you cannot win Search and Destroy. I don't know what needs to change, but something has to.
Well, it's like one of those things now, you better win 3 and 4. I mean, I know 5 is possible when you take a look at the Boston records, obviously, but just I'd worry less about the Boston record, more their overall Search and Destroy woes, I think, right now.
No doubt about it. There you go, Nero with 10 in map #2 and some just key moments. That 2-piece over towards that A bomb to really give them the advantage in the map, secure them that offensive round win, and they just ran away with the momentum.
Well, and I think he said it, like, it's one thing when you can't win a mode like, let's say you're at 40% or something, like when it's tough to win, like it's your weakness. That is one thing. When you can't win it at
0%.
all. Yeah, when it's 0%. What in the hell are you supposed to do? But we are tied up 1-1. Boston fans come alive in the map too as they bring us to 1-1 and we get deeper into this series. Who's gonna take it? Will it be Breach? Will it be Surge? Quick break here, guys, then we continue on. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hello and welcome back to Boston. We continue on live shots of Fenway. And Joe, I know you're a big baseball guy. You are.
Yeah. Huge baseball guy.
Joe, I'll be honest with you, I've never been a big baseball guy, but I think it's very cool. Like I get it.
Being at
like
Fenway.
The history of being at Fenway, it's amazing. It's freezing outside though. Like the walk here, it's like -degree wind chill. I don't have hair to protect me from the cold.
Well, they make hats.
I don't own any hats, Joe. I look good in the hat. I look like an idiot in the hat. I can't pull it off.
They're warm though. That's
a good point. Sometimes you gotta be
utility.
practical over looks, Joe. Right?
I can't believe it's cold in Boston in winter, dude. Who would have thought?
Yeah, no. Honestly, well, coming from Texas and the weather we've had, it's been cold there. It's cold everywhere. It feels like it's been unbelievable. But we get ready to continue to rock on. It's awesome to be here in Boston. The fans have been amazing. Everyone in the venue, you've been so welcoming and delightful. But now, I mean, you're battling for your livelihood in this tournament. It's all fun and games. Like, we're here to celebrate a video game, but there's a lot of pressure on that main stage, Joe.
Oh, no doubt about it. And now you get to Fortress 2 in a row. And I mean, I think you're probably pretty happy if you're Seattle Surge, but Fortress Hardpoint has been very good for Boston Breach. They just got to get there. Maybe you can survive here on this control, and we know how this goes. How many ticks can you get on offense? Can you maybe steal an offense? Or is it going to be all about getting that spawn trap down?
Well, off to round one. Let's get it going. Awake. Pull-ups to start things off, but his teammates finding the kills. Methodz in the feed. That's everybody. 4 down, and that's going to make it tough to find openings on offense when you go 4 down to open up the round.
Yeah, well, right into the spawn trap. I mean, I guess one good thing, you don't have like trophies down if you are Boston, so your nades should hit. Ooh, but Vivid, right outside of maps, able to find a couple of kills, but Fred trying to do what he can to get out. Now the trophy's starting to get a position, and well, that's just great timing. Right, but Pred playing his life, and well, he's gonna find 4 kills in a row. As Seattle Surge thinking about putting some pressure over towards B. Mack leaning over towards A. He's just gonna pause the clock right now. But there is the response. 4 life advantage for Boston. Breach up to 5. This should be number 6. Mack not ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to have those moments where you stop the clock, right? Where you get out and just make people move around the map. Try and make the defense panic a little bit.
That's a person.
Yep, unfortunately tucked away on the desk. That'll be Pred. Surprise. Now, is this their moment? Is this potentially their opening? They found a flurry of kills, but there's only 15 seconds left to go on the clock. They've got to get onto the point, and they're scampering across, trying to find it. There's the clock stop for a second at 13.4. Pred able to win the fight on it. Awakening trying to hold the cross through the double doors, but he's going to get gunned down to 21 HP.
At least able to get 1 take. You still have Civ thinking about putting pressure over towards B. Awakening, though, he's going to win that gunfight. Now you just got to deal with this. There we go. 10 seconds like Nero, though. That is just your teammate's name, but that's okay. There's a quick trade. Vivid can... Oh, my!
He stopped shooting.
We've all been there.
He thought he was dead. He wasn't. His Sim just turns and puts him 6 feet under.
And now that's 2 ticks done at A.
No way at that moment going to be what maybe gets them a point, but they get 2 ticks. You get a little bit of damage in. Nobody, Chloe was close enough, but he gets traded out quickly. And that's just, dude, we've all been there. Like, you shoot a few bullets, you just have the sort of the muscle memory at that time to kill. You think you have it, but you either miss or it doesn't finish. And then when you're playing as other Call of Duty professionals, you were quickly reminded to make sure you finish your kills.
Yeah, Sip's had a couple of moments already throughout some of these maps where you just see his snap. Just incredible shots out of him. But what, you get 2 ticks? I guess if you're Seattle Surge, Boston, you don't give up a point. Maybe could have been a little bit cleaner, but
I guess I just wonder if that 1 versus 2 ticks is going to matter in the end.
Yeah,
it might.
That's the question.
Usually when it's a defensive heavy map like this, I mean, it comes down to something like that, right? Like, it's not a whole lot of difference.
It's going to be 3 dead for Seattle Surge. Just a nice break off for Boston Priestahh. Put some players on the point. He's going to have a tick. No, doesn't get done. So close. But Pred with the timing. And then this is when he's at his scariest. Just roaming around the map, inside of your buildings, inside of your spawn. Has the deady pop, just trying to find anything. But his teammates, they got his back.
Yeah, it's like, do you get a moment to clear any of this? I mean, it's still sitting so close to getting that first bit of progress done, but obviously on a map where you're so worried about spawn killing, so worried about being in the dominant positions, you want to try and hold as long as you can. Trying to sneak through is going to be Vivid. May have found an angle, and he did do just that. Now back onto the point, there was never the clearance that came in, so you get the first bit of progress done pretty much instantaneously. Now for the second bit, there it is. Boston making progress.
Making good progress there. I'd love if Vivid maybe just played his life a little bit more. They had so much worry on him, but he gets caught. But Nero trying to do what he can. One more player maybe here to try and stop this. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. 8 point done. So already a solid offensive round. They have the tick lead now. Does Boston?
I thought once the stun hit, he was screwed, but they're able to get it done.
16 versus 16. So play a little TDM now if you are Boston Breach. Well, they have the advantage. That's going to be 3 dead for Seattle Surge. That's going to be all 4. Now the aggression is here.
And still, this next wave of gunfights so difficult as they're spawning up safe at the other point. He gets a couple bullets into multiple players, but not able to finish anything. Is Nero now Methodz. No opening for him. You're kind of back to square one. You're now down 2 lives.
Yeah, you're hoping for a couple of trades there, but it was just a clean wipe.
Yeah,
I mean, similar to what Boston did to them just, 20 seconds earlier in that round. But Seattle needed that, but it's still 9 versus 9.
Well, it's like some maps, like you get that like 3-4 down, like you can kind of just hold forward and get to a pretty good spot where you have the advantage in the gunfight. Not really the case here so much, right? It's like you got to win another wave.
I'll tell you who's frying right now. Since that search and destroy has been Methodz, just playing really well. You see him all in the kill feed. 6 versus 7, 30 seconds to work with. Now things are tied up. So Boston still a chance to maybe win this round.
Oh, I'd say Pred just nearly able to get out of that after taking a couple of shots, but not quite able to do it. 4 versus 5, 4 versus 4 now. No respawns remaining for either side. The advantage gonna go to Boston.
4 on 3.
Sim's got to try to make the play. It's not going to happen. He's going to drop. Pivot on the flank. You got the numbers here. 2-on-1 accuracy. Last guy up. There's the challenge, and he gets smoked. Boston Breach take the offense.
And everybody in the building knows how big of a deal that is. If you have played Fortress Control, if you have watched the CDL all year long, that is not easy to do. But you got to give props to the way they captured that A zone. They give themselves so much time. Right around 2 minutes, they kept the lives close.
Exactly. Like it's both things that are crucial, right? Because you said you can play TDM for a little bit, right? Like you can actually try to bleed them out. And I know that kind of got flipped on its head quickly, but you had time to play with. It's like you're able to make a mistake, get smoked 3-4 down, and still have a shot in the round. It's a wild one, Joe, but they're rare, right? Those rounds are rare.
Yeah, I mean, I think Methodz got them out of that spawn trap a couple of times, but then to close out that round, it was Vivid on the flank and then Nero, who has kept up the momentum from the search and destroy. He's on 4 in a row. And this is another guy. It just feels like when he gets hot, no one can slow him down.
Yeah, his centering looks spectacular on some of these shouts he's doing around the edges, but right after we saw his lovely headshots, it was Surge. I believe they got 3 straight, so they start to bring it back to the lives department early on, but it's all on them to try and get this offensive round win. They've got to do something here, or they're 3-0 smoked out of this control. They're onto the point, they're making progress. They've got the guys forward inside the fortress. They are wreaking havoc. We are getting close to that 8-point finishing. You still have 2 players sitting on it. This has been a much better start for Surge than we saw the first time through.
No, 100%. And I think if you're Boston here, you don't panic, right? They still have to work towards B, but you really need Fortress Control. Inside of here, top dark, you have to clear this out.
I mean, you're on 5 lives and 2 minutes left. This is about, you got everything you need here if you're Surge to push this map deeper.
Yeah, it's just a question of can they stay out of the trap, right? Just as soon as it happens, if they go 3-4 dead, all the map control goes over to Boston Breach. That could be the game. And put them in the lead. And Awakening, he's starting a piece. And now you have Vivid off a spawn to find another one. So now it's just accuracy. Never mind. There we go. This is not what you wanted. Now you have Methodz working forward. The trap is in. Awakening now on 5 in a row, up to 19 and 13.
Hit your shots, kid. Set up behind a sail ship. Just looking to put the beams in. As Pred lurks out to mid-map, he's going to get dropped. Vivid able to find 2. Lives basically even, just over a minute now to go. You brought it back. You were down 5 lives if you were Boston Breach when that 8-point got captured. You brought it back now. You've started to take the edge. You're locking it down around the edge, not letting everybody get out. Nero, nice bit of movement there to catch the player. Shallow around the corner, you're at least able to take 1 as there's 2 in front of you. Nice aggression there from Nero. Methodz sitting at 18 and 10 currently on 3 in a row, Joe.
Yeah, and that's just it, just getting that 1 more player. Surge are just trying to get out. You do have 1 player who's gotten through. That's going to be Mack number 7, but he's going to need some help. He is going to need some help, and he's going to get spotted off a spawn. There is the trade. In Vivid, he's brought out a 3rd tack, and I love what I've been seeing from him. It feels like he's been much more active in the feed, and now only 5 more lives. Boston Breach trying to go up 2-1 in the series. This has been a dominant control here on Fortress.
Simp and Pred, the only 2 left. 15 seconds to go on the clock. Pred down, Simp last alive, and he is just playing deep in spawn. He knows not a lot he's going to be able to do here. Just trying to find what kills he can. He's at least taking a few. How many gunfights can he win? It'll end there. Boston Breach. It is clean in control, and they go up 2-1. The fans liking what they're seeing here in Boston.
How could you not? I mean, a beautiful control map out of them. And yeah, you were down 4 or 5 lives, but that's what happened, right? That's 2-3 dead. Seattle got put into that spawn trap, and they could not get out. You had 1 or 2 players try to, but the trades were there from the Boston Breach every single time. And you're going to see it here. This was just such a good effort from all 4 players. Every single one of them right around 20 kills.
Yeah, it's just when they needed to play defensively as a team to keep them locked in or maybe regame when they had a deficit, they were able to do so. When they needed that big push out together, able to do it. The trades seemed efficient. The comms had to have been absolutely pristine and on point. It was impressive stuff. And now on the other side of this, you got Surge, who, you know, make it to a final back at our first major. Now you're thinking they're in trouble. There's a map away from getting knocked out of this thing. I know we saw, listen, the results last year for them were wild. I mean, it was all crazy. It was all over the place. It's like, are they going to win a tournament? Are they going to start losers? I don't know what's going to happen, but it's just weird. I don't know. Maybe it's just part of it being a young team. It's just, I guess I expect sort of more consistently when you have, you know how like Lamar is and the leadership there. Like,
I mean, it seems like they, you know, they don't really like playing online, but the fact is, it's like that's cool if you're bringing at the majors, but you're just hoping not to start in losers one, because this is the issue. It just takes one series, you're out of the tournament.
I mean, online can be frustrating. I know it can be, but you got to try and put yourself in at least a decent spot to
Exactly,
start it. Like
100%.
you said, like starting at losers is just
can't go 1-4.
No, it can't happen. But now, what are they going to be able to do to give themselves a shot? Maybe get this to a game 5. I mean, I was excited about the potential for a game 5 just because of the ludicrous stats for these two teams when it comes to Surge, when it comes to game 5s. But I don't know, Boston a shot to close it out here. They get it done on the hard point.
Yeah, we saw them on this map yesterday. First FaZe, they were able to take that map number 1, and they came out hot. Now FaZe, in typical FaZe fashion, they were able to bring it back on the map, but still, Boston closed that out, and I think that's important for them, right? Just that allows them to just keep composure, but it feels like ever since the Search and Destroy, they're shooting a little bit differently.
So what?
4 players.
We're on to Fortress. Yeah, well, I mean, you talk about FaZe's comeback here. You know, you remember the incredible one they had against Surge when we go back to the last major. But this is, when you talk about coming out hot, though, I mean, we know Surge is capable of that, too. I know we're going all the way back to the last major, but, I mean, they came out up, what, 100, 150. It's just one of those maps, and like we were talking the control, it's just like when you get in a rhythm, when you have control, you can punish the hell out of teams. It's like if you play mistake-free, you can dominate. It's not like you can win 250-0, but like it's probably one of those maps where you can get closest to doing so, like if you really get on a hot stretch.
Right, now you're just looking at the Seattle side. I mean, we saw in map 1, it was a sub-duo. Now you're looking at, you know, Sib. You know, Pred still had a pretty decent map number 3, but you're looking at Sib and Mack for me, trying to get hot. Because after map number 1 for Mack, it's been pretty downhill for him.
Yeah, I mean, he was eating, right? Like it was just 3-piece, 4-piece, just absolutely terrific. Now maybe just get back to hard point, where maybe he feels, I don't know, like he can get in a rhythm a little bit easier than maybe something like a Fortress Control. Search and Destroy, obviously a completely different monster, but I guess hard point, I think if you're like a player that gets like an X Factor type player that gets hot, gets in a rhythm, like that's your mode to do so.
Yeah,
I mean,
no doubt
without question, it is. You get a lot of gunfights, you sort of start to get a feel for the game. So your eyes really, when you talk about the Seattle Surge side, it's just Mack. Is that who you're looking at?
No, I think Sib as well, right? I think he's had some good moments, but not to the level he probably expects to play at.
Sure. What about Boston?
Boston, I mean, Methodz had a really good map number 3 right there. And even the map 2, some big rounds there. But I think when you're talking about beating Surge, you're playing Embassy, you're playing Fortress, I'm going to keep talking about Vivid and Nero. I'm going to talk about the aggression. Those two need to keep it up.
I think you just need to try to fall out of it. Not the trap, really, but as far as the map 1 goes, like, listen, I know people can talk about whether crowds matter, whether they don't. Some players probably impacts more than others. The fact is, the crowd didn't have a chance to make an impact in that map 1. Give them a chance here in the map 4, right? Like, give them a chance. Get out to a lead. Make some swings, some crazy moments. Like, try to get that roar going for your side. Like, don't just stare at a 30 to 100 point deficit the entire time through. Will Boston move on? And can they get it done here in the hard point as we stay on Fortress? All the pressure on these teams, the losers bracket match. Winner goes on, loser is toast. Nero, he's been feeling himself in these corner chows, and there's gonna be another one centering perfect right onto the forehead of Fred.
Right back to it.
Now they follow it up, 2 in a row for Methodz. It is clean, they are on the point. The start you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, you know, starting on that good side, you get a 4th down, and I like that. You had 3 players basically back up, make sure no spawns came in for Seattle Surge to maybe ruin their setup at P1 and at P2 with those spawns. But Sib and Fred, the headshot multipliers hitting. We've all been there. How the heck did I just die? A nice early 23 seconds of Boston Breach, but Mack, he's on the hill.
I thought he was going to kind of win that fight just with the camera battle, right? Like jumping over it. Nope. The headshots get through. And it was such a good start. You hold on to 23 or so seconds, but Surge Be able to battle through for a couple of points.
Get that trophy.
Tries to stab. Doesn't get the whole way into the chicken, Joe.
And I like the nice patience from the other two players on Boston Breach. Methodz, he spawns up. He's just holding down P2 control alongside Owakening. Now Vivid and Nero dealing with the first push of Seattle Surge. There is one trade, some bad timing, but Deddy popped. He's able to find Mack. That's going to be the reset. Just trying to lock this down. What is the timing going to be? Not the best. But it doesn't matter because his teammates are on the hill and Vivid, his duo, there for the trade.
Yeah, that timing was horrific, but as you said, the rest of the players step up. You're up 40 now. Looking a lot different than that first hard point. Can you keep it rolling? Awakening shots clean, and they are true. 3 in a row for him, maybe 4 if he can find the angle. Trying to do so desperately, but a second player to worry about up top.
Now watch Boston, they're gonna try to fly here. They wanna try to flip these spawns before this hill pops. There's gonna be one player that spawns out. You have a 2 versus 2 on the hill right now. Awakening's gonna find one. This could be a huge swing for Boston Breach right now. Methodz is gonna take him down. You have control. Mack though, already in a good spot. Over towards the hill is gonna be Nero. He's gonna win it, but there's a nade. And I know you don't have control, but you messed with the setup already of Seattle Surge.
I mean, how many seconds is this going to be a mess with nobody in comfortably, right? Like, that fast rotation, that hike across the map. Yeah, you may not get time, but Methodz is just centering on foreheads. There's been nobody able to be left up standing around the point. Now everybody's spawning in deep near the objective for Boston Breach, outside the double doors. Everybody looking to pound their way through for Surge. The big gunfight starting to go down. The tax, the lethals, everything sorted in, but it's Methodz and it's Vivid that are able to line true. And I don't know who earned any time until right now.
About like 25 seconds, I think, if you're Boston Breach, but you take that all day. Nicely done at P3 for Boston Breach.
That was just a war.
And already that lead starting to get a little bit dangerous. Surge gonna need a response here. So we head over towards P4 by this cannon. Can they get into a setup? You have 2 players down right now for Boston Breach, so things are gonna slow down, but they're gonna spawn right on P2. So the pressure going to be here right away.
Woo! Nero, like a panther, just flying out around the edge. It's not the easiest thing when you're shooting straight down, dude. We've been there. It's not the easiest of fights, but finally Fred will find his prey.
Again, another break. This is the opposite of map 1. It was all Seattle on the breaks time and time again, but this time through, Boston Breach are giving it to Seattle Surge.
But you gotta think, when you're a team like Surge Show, and you had a match versus FaZe, I know it's last major, but
I don't know, man.
You know, like anything can flip upon its head. Like, you witnessed it, you had that collapse. There's gotta be something inside where you're like, we can bring this back, boys. It's happened to us.
Yeah, that was like a FaZe team who thought they could win the tournament. I don't know what this Surge team is thinking right now. It feels like they're pretty tilted. As you just see in the kill feed again, Boston Breach, they are gonna mess with this early setup. They're gonna get on that hill.
There's still one more first in the fight on top of it, but Awake able to take
it. He alive?
Oh God, that little dolphin dive into the doorway and then the snap on back. I thought maybe gonna be able to take down another one, but the teammates are there for the reinforcement. As Vivid looking to fly on forward. The push through coming on the other side though for Surge. Vivid able to find the timing for the kill. There's another one mid-map. Methodz already cleaned that up. Nesting away and playing his life for now. Eyes on one and able to hit the shots. 100-point advantage. Breach continue to hold. They are firing on all cylinders right now. Let's go right to a listening with Boston Breach.
First guy go. Horson watching over front hill. Just trying to get out left. Somebody left.
Take care of me.
I'm left cross. I'm blocked.
I'm getting something up.
I need a bench. What's open?
Yo, candidate one of Murray. He's on Cammy. Hey.
Cannon to P1. Hi. Cannon P1. Cubby.
Sim's one over street. I'll see him top down. One is P1 truck.
Nice.
One more time.
Yeah, he tapped up. Yeah, backside time. He's sub-tapped up. Backside time, yeah.
I need overtime.
Plant top. I spawn right.
Look at that, bounce him up.
I don't see him up.
Nice, good shit.
I don't see him. Probably watching the cross. I'm going cubby.
Yo, top down.
Bottom mark. He's challenging bottom mark, and there goes on hill. He's one of us, hill. He's challenging me.
On the cannon. He's flanking you, do your back right here.
I can need cannon. Yeah, backside time and top rails.
Single.
He's not single. Hill is one shot first side hill. Single, one shot. He's dead. Nice shot. Single back up. Top, really stunned long.
And one single. Okay. One single.
Out of our fight, going Cammy.
You're back.
One dub steps.
Okay. Take your time, man.
He's still dub steps. He goes single. He goes single.
Top single, weak Lamar. Top single, weak Lamar.
Back up. One's close. One stage.
Okay, behind stage. Come throw my shit. They have a trophy. I'm gonna go close. Okay, I'm pretty much single. Still being stage.
Some solid comms there, especially tracking maybe the streaks for Simp. I think it was Nero that was calling out everything. His Methodz was starting to push forward. He got the big kill, but out of the listening, it's Awakening's able to pop two. But Joe, what was once a 70, 80 point lead, it's slowly evaporating.
All right, listen, I'm not saying you said it, but this could be your fault, dude. We're in front of the home crowd. That's all I'm saying. But I mean, props to Seattle Surge getting right back in this game. Only down 10 points. Simp does have that streak as well, as he has stepped it up. It just feels like all you've seen in the kill feed is the tax for Seattle Surge.
Lead change.
Lead changes in. There we go. But you do have breach set up now towards P3. We saw this yesterday again, that an early lead versus FaZe, they were able to stay composed. Can they do it here to win this series?
Cruise missile. Coming on in, that's going to rip Methodz out of the point. Transitioning over will be Vivid, but opening now for Simp to take the gunfight. He's going to do just that. The man is beaming.
Awakening,
so is Big Wake as he tears down three. Now Pred with the Denny out. Looking to come through on the push. Not going to happen. Awakening and Nero able to combine. Simp just continues to rain in streaks. They're firing from everywhere, able to take out two more. And you heard them tracking it. You know, I thought based on their comms, they thought they had it shut down, but not going to be the case. But they still are able to hold in the point. Doesn't lead to much.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're going to get the final 15 seconds here. Now you just got to hope to get out of this position. They were able to do it last time through. In Awakening, it just feels like he continues to find multi-kills. That's going to be 3 for Big Wake. Methodz now is on all the way through towards the hill. They do not know his position. So Methodz, you're waiting for your teammates right now, trying to find whatever you can. There we go. Nero is going to find the first. That gives them the opening. Vivid with 2 of his own. Now just trying to make the plays. Popping Denny, finessing with the squad. And Breach able to get on through, making it messy. But P4 is theirs.
I mean, Awakening, so every time he's finding a kill, it's coming in multiples. 2, 3. Just lighten up the feed. There was a lead change a moment ago, but that is a distant memory now. Is Breach close to eclipsing that 200-point mark? Knock at the door, though. It's Mack that's saying hello. Methodz through for the trade. We'll see how much of this remaining time can go to Surge and what they can chip away to bring this back to a little bit closer. As we take an eye at the minimap, get ready for the next rotation upcoming. Players starting to get set up around it. Inside early's Wake.
Then it kind of feels like they do know that spawn should have came through. Mack, he spawns on out, so they were ready for it. You had one player's in barn, just making sure nobody pushed through statue. That's going to be all 4 dead. As the hill is going to pop, and now you have map position if you are Boston. Breach, but from P1. Accuracy able to take down 2, but just finding any second that they can, getting them closer and closer to towards 250.
I'll tell you what, that was a hell of a response from Surge for a moment, considering you had the 4 down. They found some kills, they got them out of the point, but how long will it last? Just a bloodbath. In and around the point, it was 4 down. For Surge, now 4 down for Breach. Right back into it goes Surge, and soaking up in time inside of the point will be Mack.
You have 1 player through if you are Boston. That's Vivid. He shot his gun. He's going to find a kill, though. That's going to be a couple of dead. Off spawn now is going to be Mack, but he's by himself. He's got to try to hold the line as his teammates are going to come off a spawn. Boston, they're trying to hunt down Mack. So they can set up 4 P1, you gotta think. Up to 216. Just trying to find this man.
Oh my God.
The timing not going their way. Surge gonna be set up at P1. 1 player left in Awakening.
How big can Mack be over the course of this stretch? Next hard point is up. Moving over to it will be Nero. Just around that 220 mark, but Surge still alive, and this one is Mack, continues to hunt. Just flies on forward, the stun's going to hit, runs out of ammo, on 5 in a row at 5 HP as well, but somehow he's able to stay alive.
Just no one has control right now. You still have mid spawns if you are Boston Breach, so yeah, right off his spawn, they're gonna find a couple of kills. No one on the hill for Seattle Surge. Mack trying to do anything he can. 7 in a row, another streak, but they're not on the hill. They're Pred is going to get on it.
I don't think they got a second over the course of that entire 7 spree. But yeah, just trying to get the spawns, trying to get good control to get into it. But finally, yes, they are in.
It's looking like an 8s match right now.
Right. That's how it felt for a moment there. Just watching Max POV, but my man's was just flying around the map. Next hard point ready to pop, though. Inside will be Simp. Their chance to make a run. Their chance to take the lead. Some crucial and massive gunfights upcoming. Can Boston close it out, or are we going to a map 5? A flurry of kills now for Surge. That's everybody wiped off the map. There's still 45 seconds here and counting. You can win it on this hard point. There's some nice openers from Breach, a chance.
Yeah, this should be at least some contested time. The trophy's going to do a lot of work. But behind Vivid and Methodz picks, that's going to start the push for Boston. Breach. Nero's going to find another one. Nero with 3. Can't find the 4th, but there we go. Look at the time. And on this P3 rotation, though, Surge, they have the spawns. This is not good for the Breach. So, Boston, they're going to find this time. Now trying to push on forward.
Yeah, it's like we saw earlier in the game where they were able to make it so messy. Do you have one player that's going to
I think you have to leave this if you're Awakening. Yeah, that's going to be the play call. They got to go right now.
And they have 2 that have spawned out now. They're kind of in between everything, and Sim is popping off. Sim able to take down 3. What a moment of brilliance from the
Vivid is there. Vivid is there, though. Nobody on the hill. Vivid not able to find that last player in Pred. A missile in, and that's gonna... No, he finds 2 team kills. Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Has Mack just thrown the game with a streak? It's Boston now onto the point. It's Nero now winning the fights. What in the hell has happened? Everything falling apart for
5 more seconds, 5 more.
Boston can win it here. The final point is through. Breach win it. What in the world?
I do not know.
I gotta see Max streak again. What in the world?
He blew himself up and accuracy up. That is not what he wanted to do with that one, I'll tell you what.
It's the Boston Miracle, Joe.
The Boston Miracle, here we go.
Oh my God. It looked like we were going to a map 5. Based on the mini-map, the setup they had, how difficult it is to break that point. Sometimes you rely on a streak to break the point. Technically, you did rely on a streak to break the point. It was just Surge's streak.
You're not wrong. I mean, what was that map?
I don't know.
Nobody was on the hill for like 2 minutes, it felt like. It was so back and forth.
It felt like 8.
It literally felt like I was watching Ace at night. Nobody had control of the map. And then you saw it. There was a kill, and I was like, Awakening's got to go. And they just flew on through. There was always 1 player left for Surge and for Boston.
All right. Woo! That map was something.
You warmed up now.
Yeah.
36 for Vivid, Awakening with 33, but it was just such a back and forth battle. But I think it comes down to the crews.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to watch it back again and see exactly how it played out, but that result was not crossing my mind in the moment, I'll tell you that. Woo! That result was not on my mind.
That's not what I thought I was going to see in the feed at all. Here we go. Here's the replay. The end of that game, you get 3 down, and then what? It was Vivid who was still there, still alive inside of top maps, able to find 1. Just, again, making it messy. That was really the goal. And it looks like there's 2 players there, but it lands...
What? Okay, I got to see it again.
He doesn't kill the people inside of maps, but he kills the people inside art, it looks like.
Did accuracy like just spawn up at the tail end of that?
It certainly looked like it. I don't know what happened. I don't have an answer for you.
I mean, even when I saw it again there, I didn't think that was going into 2 of his players.
I'm not sure. I'm not a magician. I don't know how that works.
We hear the crowd again as they are ripping and rolling off the massive win. The frustration there. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Mack's saying, I don't know. I mean, even just seeing that again quickly, I still need to watch it once more. I need to see that about 10 more times, see exactly how that broke down. But it was unbelievable. The home crowd has been electric. Man. We've got Methodz, the beast, on the main stage. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Merc and Maven. It was a pleasure. Boston, give it up for the home tell by your gameplay that this meant something for you? Because you wasn't going home on a stage here at the major. What's going on in your head right now?
You guys are insane, so thank you guys for the love and support. Obviously, yesterday didn't go as planned. We wanted to obviously stay in winner's bracket, but we couldn't go home early for you guys. So we'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. The goal here is to make a run and hopefully bring this one home.
Yeah, you guys got a great bracket ahead of you. Now, hopping into the gameplay here, you know, everything was looking smooth for a bit there in that map number 4, okay? And we know y'all struggles on game 5. Talk to me about some of those back moments in a hard point, about how y'all closed that one out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously an unfortunate streak from them. We had control the entire game, but I mean, they're an unreal hardpoint team, right? So we knew that we had to win all the respawns, and first map didn't go as planned, but luckily game 2 we bounced back. Our game 2s are pretty good.
Yeah, you're solid.
If it won game 5, I don't know what I would have thought. So thankfully we got it done in 4, and obviously I have some good friends over there. It's Dante's birthday, so I hate to see my boys go home, but I'm happy we're still in it for you guys.
Well, a big happy birthday to Dante right there. And what do you want to say here towards these fans as you guys progress on through this bracket? This is your home event here, and everyone has showed up. The family's in the crowd, the friends is here. What you want to say to the supporters?
Yeah, my family's here from New Jersey. They're up there. My dad's screaming. My dad's screaming stream like I can't hear him. But I mean, it means the world, right? Obviously, it's our first ever home event, and I've played in a lot of tournaments, but this one probably means the most to me. So thank you guys for showing out. Your love is felt. It's appreciated. We're going to do everything we can to bring this one home, guys.
Thank you so much, Zenny. You look good and green. I appreciate you being here. Boston, one more time for the whole team as they will progress on. Chris, take us away.
One of my favorite players to watch of all time. Congratulations, Boston Breach and Zinni, as they pick up the W. And it's nothing like winning in front of the family, Jay.
Yeah, it's nothing like winning, especially in front of your family, in front of your home crowd, man. Like, I had the opportunity to at least cast an event in New York, and that was insane. But to be playing with your family here, man, is no better feeling than that.
We saw the vibes from Scrapz. He dropped some record numbers. Today, Methodz pops off, especially in the search and destroy clutches. Boston, though, could have been taken to that game 5, and we'll revisit that cruise missile moment in a little bit. But let's start at the beginning of this matchup. aLLeY, what did you see good from the Surge? Because they came in here with a low seed, but we saw them make a run all the way to the finals back at Raleigh. They're now out at 9-12.
I mean, at the beginning of this matchup, I mean, that was a dominant hard point, I think, across the board for the Seattle Surge. It felt like the SMG duo of Pred and Mack were just unstoppable on that map. So you have to tip your hat to Seattle, but unfortunately, once again, it's just that search and destroy. They just cannot figure it out. It has followed them now to LAN, which is even more concerning as we tried to give them props like, hey, maybe it's just an online thing. It is not. They lose that 6-2. And then that map number 3, 3-0 on Fortress. You allowed Boston Breach to get an offensive round, which is a feat itself.
Right. It was a very interesting series here, especially with the game 4, Orlando. We actually ran down to the desk. We thought Boston was going to finish it 2 minutes before the game actually ended. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. And tell me, who from Boston is dangerous moving forward? Who do you have eyes on specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few different players, but I'll be honest, like normally the typical pick is somebody like Big Wake, but I was very impressed with Vivid, especially in this closeout game. We often talk about how he is the X factor. He's the player to look out for. I know we'll maybe have the chance to kind of see his numbers as the series went on, but he was looking great, and I feel like he's one of those guys. We say the same thing when it comes down to Nero. When they are delusionally confident, when they're winning those fights, there is not really many players in the league who are able to handle that pace. I think moving forward for the Boston Breach, you're happy with the game that you saw here today, and you're happy especially with the turnaround this team saw specifically out of Vivid.
235, 231 and counting. Surge making a late game run. Simp having an enormous performance. Then it came down to a 1v1. Pred's gonna win it. And then of course we all saw it. The cruise missile coming down. It takes out the Surge. Boston takes advantage of the situation. And you know, it's kind of like getting a late call from a referee that goes your way. No one in Boston is gonna be complaining about this one as they move forward to the next round. But Jay, you saw it. You were shaking your head and you said, you know, I know exactly what happened here. We're going to take one more look at this cruise missile. And Jay, I want you to break it down for me. What exactly went down and how did this end up to come back and bite the Surge?
It's just the radius right there, the cruise missile, because accuracy, he was the guy that originally spawns out. He puts himself in towards top bar. He's cutting off every single player trying to push over through those open arches. 2 players slip on by, but then it was Mack who spawns bottom art. He was laying right by that doorway. The fact that he was laying there with the doors open, I'm pretty sure once accuracy picks up this kill, he tries to jump out of the window, and since the radius for the cruise missile is going to be pretty big, they connect on both of them, and that unfortunate 2-piece, it looked like it was going to be a 5v3 at the end of that game. Mack definitely helped Boston win that one.
Sometimes it gets eaten up Pac-Man style by a trophy. Sometimes it blows up right next to a player and they survive. Today, it takes out 2 teammates and was the turning point in that game number 4. aLLeY, though, as we say goodbye to the Surge, what are you going to take away from this series, and what are you looking forward to tomorrow from Boston?
I think we kind of forgot what Mackenzie Melts can do on land. You know, when that comeback did start to happen, I mean, Boston was up almost 100 points, and like you guys said, you came down early. You thought that map was about to be over. It was Mack who started going on these insane sprees inside of Art to pull Seattle back in that conversation. Of course, the cruise missile is an unfortunate situation, but Seattle Surge still can be such a dangerous team at events.
Yeah, chat, stop the hate if it even started right there, because Mack is always the first one in, putting his body to enter for the rest of the team. Let's take a look, though, at our scuffed play of the game as we revisit some of the highlights from this series. And this has got to be the finish of our control, right? You're looking at Boston. They fell down early against Atlanta. They come back, they win that game 3. Today, they clutch up again in another game 3, Jay.
It was just their SMGs, man. The pressure that Vivid and Nero were able to put on the map. Nero was winning some insane gunfights all throughout this one. He finds a final 2 there, but like aLLeY said perfectly, it's like you win your defense. That's got to be a guarantee. But the fact that they were able to pull off an attacking round, and now you find yourself down 2-0 on a map where they're going to have defense, it's a very, very tall, tough task to handle, and unfortunately, Seattle had no answer for it.
Yeah. As you saw in those stage shots, we have a man dressed up as one of our CDL characters here in the venue, but you can dress up like that guy in game. How do you do it? You got to get your team packs from the Call of Duty League. Pick it up right now. Rock your favorite jersey in game. I've been wearing the LA Thieves skin because it makes me look hidden behind bushes. What are you rocking these days, Lando?
You know what? I kind of transfer between a few different teams, but I'd be lying to you, Puckett, if I wasn't rocking Boston lately. This has been a fun event so far, and I think for future I might rock some Breach.
Lando, I think you're capping, man.
No.
We were playing the other day. You were rocking the Ravens.
That's not true. That is not true,
the
Jay.
Ravens.
No, it's not. You're playing with a different Lando. That wasn't me. There's no way.
My bad.
I can fly high, though. There's no doubt.
Chad, pick up your skins, rock them in Warzone, DMZ, and everywhere you want to play, including Mosh Pit. For now, we got to go to commercial break. When we come back, it's the 3rd match of 5. Lock in. We're halfway through the day, and it continues with Mutineers versus LA Thieves after this. Welcome back in. We're live. It's the CDL Major 2 coming at you from the MGM Music Hall at Fenway. Excellent venue here. And of course, a big shout out to everyone behind the scenes working in the control room back in Columbus. And of course, my man, Paradox in the hot hands. I took it to Twitter. He is crushing it on the observing. They caught every crucial moment in that last series. And here on the desk, we got to welcome in two of your favorite casters. We got the beautiful Chance and Miles joining Alley Cat and I. Miles, how you feeling, buddy?
Honestly, Chris, after that last one, I don't know.
I'm sweating.
There's a bit of sweat. There's a lot going on here, man. It was a crazy, crazy moment that I don't think we could ever recreate if we tried.
It's going to be negative 25 tonight, and I'm somehow still sweating in the venue watching Call of Duty. Chance, though, you were calm, cool, and collected. You felt that Boston one coming, didn't you?
No, I did not. I thought Seattle actually had it kind of clear cut, and then after the control, it got a little bit more spicy than I was expecting. And even for like that cruise towards the end, I've never paid that much attention to a cruise missile in my entire life. And after watching it 37 times, still don't understand it. So, we'll figure it out eventually.
Moving on, we got our next matchup ready to go, and I know the players are revved up and ready to play. So before we can bring them out to the stage, we got to break down this series. Florida Mutineers are taking on the LA Thieves, and a Thieves squad that took OpTic the distance last night. They're coming in with the 8th seed. Mutineers got bumped down by this squad to the 9th seed. And let's start here with the Mutineers. Alley Cat, what have you seen from this squad so far? They've been clutching searches.
Yeah, it's been their search and destroy, right? But their respawn just really hasn't been there overall, and maybe this is best situation possible for them to go up against an LA Thieves team that has also been struggling throughout Major 2 qualifiers. At this point, it's just whoever can take that map 3 for me, to be honest, because Florida, they have 3 opportunities to take respawn, and while their hard point, it just really has not been there. They're the bottom half of the teams, and when it comes to hold, they are the worst of the league when it comes to breaking. The respawns are just not looking in their favor.
They made some interesting moves throughout this major qualifier, and you can see they started it with Brack, then they brought in Dave Patty, and Dave has made them stronger in search, which they needed in that Game 5 versus the Royal Ravens. But this is the guy I think we need to watch today. He's playing the SMG role. He's done a 180, a 360, a 720 on kids when he needs to. Havoc's just got the gun.
He is like an eternally underrated player. I feel like the conversation every single year is like, man, Havoc looks so good. Like, I wasn't expecting this, but we had the same conversation every single year, and it truly is not just the search and destroy. He is a pretty respectable slayer in the respawns. It's just a bit of a team effort, but S&D is obviously his bread and butter. He is one of the clutchest players in the league. He is like one of the best SMG playmakers in the league. You can't sing his praises enough.
I mean, if anyone has ever done it before typical CDL matches start, Havoc does a 1v1 stream where he plays individuals on any number of search and destroy maps. He walks you through the gameplay. He walks you through his decision-making process. He is an absolute warrior in those moments, and it translates so well in a game.
Yeah, check out his stream. Drop a few subs on him, and I know you're already subscribed to this other team. We got to talk about the LA Thieves. They're your world champions from the previous title. A slow start, much like last year so far in this title. And the Thieves, though, they look like they're starting to warm up. Always more comfortable in front of a crowd. And Sam LaRue, Mr. Octane, he was on his game again last night.
Well, he's going to need to be even more on his game for this one, I think, because I always agree with Ali's take for this one of, like, at least last year, they had the hard point. Like, that was almost the lock, and it was about building in the other game modes. This year, it's a little bit shaky across the board, and if you're going against Florida, who if you get to a Game 5, you're going to be shook against them. Like, you have to lock down the respawns.
We love the energy we had from Drazah, but I think if you're looking in-game, this guy might be the X factor today, Allie.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. And the problem is, though, he does have to go head-to-head with Havoc, like Miles touched on, who is a warrior. He can be a one-team army at some points, but again, the LA Thieves, the human turret was in fact turreting yesterday, so should we see that Octane looking over him today? LA Thieves should have a pretty easy time when it comes to this series.
One of these teams is going out 9 through 12th. The other is moving into the top 8, and we got to take a look at the maps and modes for this 5-game series. Chance, I know you were crunching some of the numbers upstairs. You were looking at the maps. What do you like here for both teams? We're going to Hotel, Fortress, Hotel, Embassy, and LSU.
I mean, fuck it. You don't even have to get map specific. It is game mode specific for me. It is the 2-5 is going to be dangerous no matter what the map is for Florida, especially if they don't have to play on the Embassy, Search and Destroy. It's just a matter of which respawn can Florida look to take.
It's looking at that Hotel hotel control for me. I know you said the maps don't matter, but that's a win that LA Thieves have over OpTic Texas, which is one of the better control teams in this league. And also, Florida is 12th in attacking round in the entire league. So to put them on a map like Hotel, LA Thieves have the game plan on lock.
Quick picks across the board. I'm going with Florida. I always ride or die with the Gator boys.
LA Thieves.
LA Thieves.
I'm just happy to be here, Chris. LA Thieves.
3 LA Thieves, and someone had to pick Florida, and not just me. There's another guy in the crowd. Let's get to the games, though, as we have Blaze on the stage. Bring him out, buddy.
I'm happy to be here as well. Boston, you guys happy to be here also? Yeah. All right. Let's get this one started off. Coming to the stage first for the first time this weekend, decked in green, ready to survive this storm. Here comes the Mutineers. Boston, get loud for the Florida Mutineers. We got Thicko, Havoc, Dave, Patty, and Major Maniac. Give it up for your Florida Mutineers.
Search and Destroy has been their wheelhouse. They have dominated teams from start to finish. Can the boys from Florida find a respawn this series? Will Patty the Batty be the man to lead them there? Let's find out, Guy.
Right, Miles, it is time to find out. Coming back to the stage, Boston, get loud for your 2022 national champions. It's the LA Thieves.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
And Dylan Adam has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Long. Here we go. Round number 2.
Here they come. It's the Thieves. We got Octane, Drazah, Kitty, and Envoy. The LA Thieves.
If anybody can take down Dave Patty, I'm looking over at the Sam LaRue Octane, the main AR on the side of the LA Thieves, but he can't do it alone. Next to him's gonna be Drazah, the Alaskan assassin, and I know he's seeing red. I'm thinking Thieves, Blaze, but we gotta get the match started.
I know y'all ready in the chat. Boston, y'all ready? Lando, Study, let's go.
Let's do it, Blaze. Let's have ourselves a fantastic series. Florida taking on the LA Thieves in a match, Jay, that I'll be honest with you, I am absolutely terrified for both of these rosters coming into this elimination game.
Oh yeah, without question, man. Obviously, if you are the Thieves, you fall short in that Game 5 Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
But the same Game 5 that they played yesterday is going to be the Game 5 in this series. The only difference is that Florida are the #1 team in Search and Destroy. They are the worst at hardpoint. 5-21.
No question.
That's horrible. Yeah. That's absolutely abysmal. But their S&D has been able to carry them through a lot of series. So if you're Florida, just need one respawn. One of the 3, try to force that Game 5, and the series is probably going to be there.
That's like one of the more dangerous parts, it's fair to say, about the Florida Mutineers throughout previous majors. This franchise, right, has been known for these wild runs on land, and oftentimes it's because of their sneaky ability at times to win respawns. As you said, coming into the map vetoes, you and I were very, I don't know, I guess, a little questionable when it came down to it because you've got these search destroys that appears to be on lock. You're undefeated in the 2 that you'll see today. As you said, man, they just need one, and it could be our opener.
They just need one. They just need one respawn, and starting off on the hotel hardpoint, it's not going to be easy to take down the Thieves. They're the #1 breaking team on this map, but their only opening for me is going to be that P2. That is where the Thieves do struggle. They give up about 25 to 30 points, but like I said, the #1 breaking team on the map, that's the only hill that they struggle with, underneath 20%.
We'll see how both teams look to adapt. As we said, an elimination match. Losers headed home, and loser will see a top 12 placement listed next to their name for the remainder of time. No pressure, Jake. No pressure at all. Here we go into the game 1 hotel hardpoint. As we jump on forward, it's LAT with preferred spawns for P1. Florida, at least for the future, preferred spawns for P2. We jump on in, and no surprise, it's Thieves who hop in first.
Yeah, Thieves early on. We're going to get a lot of time off of this P1. You just have to win your gunfights because you are starting off on the better side. Florida trying to get the break, but they're maintaining the spawns for next. Major Maniac with the big kill onto Envoy. Keeping control of that P2, but LA Thieves doing a great job just soaking up a lot of time off of this P1 hardpoint.
You like the aggressiveness that you're seeing from Kenny here off the rip. You can tell Thieves, the threat strut their stuff. Nice nade comes in from Envoy on the outside. So Thieves, they're getting time. And Jay, they're starting to press Florida a bit. Quickly, they've got a nice little spawn out situation beginning to happen. Soul player here is going to be Vico.
Yeah, Vico's the only guy here. He at least finds one. He's trying to finesse around the pillars. Does a great job of doing so. So he's going to be able to maintain those spawns for Florida to get fully set up at this P2. You have the perfect setup. Dave Patty holding down the spa angles. You also have Major Maniac watching through Jules. These gunfights can be big. And then you also have Havoc, who spawns on the pinch, so he's going to be ready right through single arch. This should be a clean 4 dead, but look at the spawns. LA Thieves are going to spawn in towards the back.
Oh, Kenny gets gifted one, nearly finds the second. So Thieves are here and ready for the break. How about SMG Kenny coming forward? And just like that, behind those few kills, the rest of the Thieves jump on inside of the hard point, and now that lead begins to expand. They're already threatening and getting closer to that 100-point mark. Florida, they worked so hard for this P2 rotation, and they've only been gifted like 5 seconds of it.
Yeah, that's not good right there if you are Florida. You won your gunfight, you just allowed LA Thieves to spawn behind you and break your entire setup. So now LA Thieves able to chain 2 hills together off the rotation towards Kitchen. Not a single player from Florida in that position yet, so it's going to be an all-out battle in towards Diner.
And as we get ready to head in toward P3, a hard point, as we said, the Florida have got to hold. You're already taking a look at that score, and it is not pretty to start things off. I mean, we talked about it, right? Florida, horrible hard point record, by far the worst team in the league. What are some adjustments you want to see them do in this match, and however long that they could be alive here at Major 2, Jay?
Well, they definitely need to start rotating because they are 11th overall in the league, and their break percentage is also a 5th, but dead last. So you have to just do the fundamentals correct. You get the better spawns, the kills will be easier. And so far, they do a great job here at this P3. You know that all of LA Thieves are going to be sprinting right in front of you. It's all about these gunfights. Nice. As long as you keep the trade stagnant, it's all going to come into your fruition. As Florida, they find 3, all 4 dead in the feed. Great hold.
Indeed, that's what you said they needed to do. They needed to get that rotation. They needed to hold, and so far they're able to do it. We've talked about it a lot as well for the other side on the LA Thieves, a team that typically is known for their fundamentals, but lately in hardpoint, so far throughout MW2, it's been all about their breaks. Rotations, not exactly where you'd like. Number 12 when it comes to rotations, and now they're going to have to rely on one as we head in toward Bar. A lot of players to look out for. And one of those guys very well could be Major Maniac. He's got the FaZe in hand.
Yeah, he's got the FaZe. He's just waiting for his teammates to try to set up this pinch. That's not an easy gunfight. Challenging Octane on the Godhead he is. That's going to be LA finding 3 kills in the feed. This is now going to allow Kenny to get aggressive in towards bottom bedroom. As long as he's staying in this position, Florida cannot sprint forward. They have to at least take him down, try to find the opening, but Kenny's just finessing. He's dancing around the map. He finds another one. That's all 4 dead in the feed. LA Thieves, so far flawless on the whole.
You can see Kenny's face. He was just like, oh, they all died. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted to happen. Final 30 seconds look to go very much in the way of Thieves, and a lot of it is based off the spree that Kylo Ken found himself on. I don't believe he earned the cruise in that moment, but he can be happy at the fact that this lead is very well intact. Florida, thankfully, are able to jump in for a moment, but still, you've got a few Thieves arrows around this location. A current 3v2 inside of the hill, and they look to be in a prime spot to take that one as well, and they will. Scrap goes to them, and another rotation where Florida's got to be solid. A break here would surely be horrible for them.
Yeah, it would definitely be horrible, and aBeZy's now the only line of defense to try to hold this down. You take care of him, and LA Thieves find the early break. 50 seconds on this P5 hard point. They're trying to hold it down. All the spawns for Florida trying to tunnel right through kitchen. They win the first gunfight. Now you just have to win the trades.
But like even despite the rotation toward restaurant, man, it just feels like so far these setups for Florida have been so fragile. Like you had Vehicle, who was the backside of P2. He was the only line of defense. He only stays alive for a little while. And then we come in toward restaurant. Florida, one player here who is there to hold off of a massive, massive play. And Thieves, they win a 1v1. And look at that. Now they've got the time again. It's frustrating. It's got to be frustrating to see the way that this hardpoint has already started, as it is basically a 100-point lead. And we're only just a few hardpoints in. We're not even through the first rotation yet.
Yeah, you just got to start cutting your losses if you're Florida. You can't send 2 players on the old hardpoint, because that's the reason why they got broken at Diner. They sent 2 players towards old. They were able to at least try to fight for that final 15, and then it turns into a 2v2. If both your teammates don't win their gunfights, you lose that rotation. We need to cut our losses and rotate properly and get properly set up to try to get back into this one, because the LA Thieves, they're running great with it.
They are indeed. One man who's absolutely doing that right now is Octane. We saw his POV for a moment. I believe he sits right now at 14, maybe 15 and 8, somewhere around that region. Having a phenomenal start to this hardpoint. Did so versus OpTic Texas despite the loss. Put a 1.38 up in that game, and there is another break. Not the first time we've seen it, and it may not be the last. However, for Florida, they've got to dive in. 20 seconds to go. You got to fight for this time. And aBeZy jumps on forward. Nobody there, however. Havoc's able to rebound. That is a very necessary 15 seconds that you need as we reset and prepare for the second side.
And now it's time to go back towards P1. If you are Florida, you have to soak as much time as you possibly can. Not allow LA Thieves to get 40 seconds once again at this first hard point. You also want to do a great job of just slaying around the map, controlling the spawns, making the kills easier. That's going to be 2 dead in the feed. They're maintaining P2 side. They're getting some great time off of P1 to start.
They are still battling inside of middle. Major Maniac is making sure those spawns are squeaky clean, and right now they are. But as we said, what currently is dirty is that scoreline. They've got to be more efficient. As you said, when it comes down to these P1s, still fighting, still contesting, but this is time that you have to have if you're Florida. These 30 seconds, you'd love to just make sure that it's a contest fest, but at this stage of the game, Jay, any point is a valuable one for Thieves, and it gets them ever closer to the 250 mark.
Yeah, the Thieves are able to flip those spawns. Look at number 8, Octane. He hasn't moved from backsteps. He's holding down that overextension, knowing that Florida have now all spawned over towards that kitchen side. You have one player, Kenny, trying to set up the timing on the flank. He's going to be behind 3 players, but Drazah, he takes down Vehicle. Major with the trophy, too strong for Havoc. And now that's going to be all 3 dead off the rotation. LA Thieves not making any mistakes. They can win the game here.
I mean, Kenny's just having a blast. It feels like every time we're on his POV, he's going on a spree. The cruise missile that he doesn't earn earlier in the game, well, now it looks like he's got it. He's constantly going on flanks. You can tell the Mutineers caught off guard. Their heads are spinning. And there's something to be said, I don't know, maybe about their first game, trying to get a little momentum underneath them. A little bit slow to start here in the hard point, it has to be said. Shout out to Ton for that. But 35 seconds still to fight for Florida. They're able to break one of their first ones of the game, and it couldn't come at a better time.
Yeah, right now if you're Florida, you're basically warming up your guns. Guns are starting to get a little bit hot. You see aBeZy on the 5 spree. So far, they have found every single kill in the feed, so getting closer and closer to getting himself back into this game. Now you just have to win that rotation over towards kitchen. You had success on the first rotation of hard points, but this time you don't have the bodies in the positioning. These gunfights are going to be big, and Octane, he starts off with the first, so it's going to be LA Thieves winning that rotation.
Yeah, that 1v1 just makes it a lot more difficult for the Mutineers. You can tell the wheels were turning for Major Maniac, needed that pick, not able to find it, and now the SMGs still somewhat eyeing up the flank. aBeZy and Co. trying to lead the charge. He's now on 6. Tosses down that trophy himself, gets rid of that one, and now the break is possible here for Florida. They're knocking on the door, and aBeZy slides on in. The trades, well, for a moment, favored the Thieves. Vico able to stay alive. Only 8 more points, though, for Thieves. Florida, they've got to remain perfect, and it feels like, Jay, they've started to turn up.
They have started to turn it. They're making this scoreline look a little bit more respectable. They find the break on towards kitchen. 25 seconds. Some good time still remaining on this hard point. As LA Thieves, they're still going to contest this. Octane, unfortunately, with the team kill. Not able to find that final kill. So LA Thieves are not going to be forced off the rotation. There's only one player in that position, is going to be Drazah, but LA Thieves, they're spawning at bedroom. They're going to be able to set up the crossfire.
Yeah, the Thieves, 3 players instantly spawn up in bedroom, so you do have a few scouts, if you will, for the Mutineers, who are very much eyeing up this bar hardpoint because they've got to win these fights early and they've got to win them fast. The streaks comes in for Dave Patty. However, not a lot of damage that ends up being done. Final few seconds, Dave's got to rush on forward. He drops as well. Final few seconds, Havoc. He's able to hold it off for a moment. Drazah still here. Does he have the beams? You bet he does. 2 more points and that will be game. A well-controlled hard point from start to finish as Thieves get out of the gates quite hot.
The fundamentals right there for the LA Thieves. Exactly what they needed to do in map number 1. I think the game started to get out of hand, Lando, when that P2 spawn came in for LA. Florida were fully set up off the rotation. I said that that's the hill that they needed to win. They want to try to take this map number 1 from the Thieves. But they get those good spawns. They start up by basically 100 into this hard point, and then we're running rotation after rotation. Florida just looked like they weren't really warmed up. You know, it's the first time on the stage for them, so they had to get the guns a little bit warm. Started to turn up towards the very end.
You can feel it.
Yeah, it was a little bit more respectable of a scoreline, but it was just LA Thieves doing their things right, making the game easy, taking map 1.
And you called it perfectly. It was like off the very start of this game. What terrified me the most is that LA Thieves were able to get 44 points off of P1. That's like off of the very opener, where this is supposed to be a contest fest, a crazy back and forth hardpoint. Thieves basically got a money hill to start, and then they braked on top of that. Then they held the rotation toward next. They were just in the driver's seat to where, I mean, Florida could play their best hard point, and you're not going to make a comeback like that, given the massive scoreline that you're down by.
You just have to be on the side of Florida. You have to be that guy that's going to be like, all right, we got to cut our losses, guys. There's no point in sending 2 players for 20 seconds when we know that they're getting the better spawn to at least win the trade battle there. It's going to make our setup weak at the next hill, and we saw it time after time. You're fighting for the final 15 to 20. Then it turns into a 2v2. If your teammates don't win your gunfight, then you lose the following rotation. You're allowing LA Thieves to chain hill after hill, and when you allow that to happen, that's why the scoreline started to look the way it did. Florida started to bounce back when they started winning gunfights, but at that point it was too late.
Yeah, it absolutely was too little too late there for the Mutineers. Another hard point loss, as that win rate, that percentage does not get much better, at least to kick off the Boston Major. As we said, the worst hardpoint team in the game, and sadly from online to land, that is something that currently is translating. But one thing that if you're a Mutineers fan, Jay, that you hope translates is your S&D performance, because we've got a Fortress Search Destroy coming up next where they are perfect on.
Oh yeah, they are perfect. Sitting at 3-0, the best team on defense, second on their attacking rounds, and also #1 in retake situations. So if you are LA Thieves, they tend to struggle with this map. It's not going to be easy for them. One thing that really stands out for me, though, is their attacking rounds. That's something that they struggle with tremendously. Doesn't matter if it's post-plant situations, even in the first blood column on their attacking rounds, they're not going to be able to get it. So if you are LA Thieves, at least for them, their defense usually is stellar after they find the first blood. Once they get that first kill, it's 100% win rate on the defensive end. So it's basically a complete blind counter. It's great for Florida on both ends, but their attacking is final. And then on the opposite side, LA Thieves, great on defense after they get the first blood.
I also think this is going to be an interesting barometer, not just for the Florida Mutineers, as we said, the team that we're obviously looking at coming into the Search Destroy, but it's also a good barometer, depending on who wins this series moving forward, who's going to look good in Search Destroy, because LA Thieves yesterday were not able to turn up enough in those Search Destroys versus OpTic Texas. That was something that we've so often talked about with the LA Thieves. To kick off Vanguard last year, not good in Search Destroy. To kick off this season, better, but still not above 500. You really hope that maybe some of the issues that they've been dealing with, some of the struggles that they had yesterday, this is a team that goes back, watches VOD all the time, that they figured out a few of those mistakes and hopefully change things around versus, as we said, one of the best Search Destroy teams in the game.
Oh yeah, this is the match that you want to do that. You want to go back and do your homework to try to prepare an S&D, going up against the best S&D team that we have in the game, to see where you really stand up against the best in this mode. So One thing that I took away from their search and destroy yesterday is that when they're aggressive on the map, they usually find a lot of success. But when the game starts to slow down, when you allow teams to start reading your setups and slowly pick you apart, that is when LA Thieves start to struggle. You cannot be easy read on your setups.
Well, to get more in the weeds with that, what do you think that comes down to? When the game is fast, they're up, they're feeling good. When the game slows down, what do you cater that to most for the struggles?
Just a little bit antsy. Like someone is always trying to make a play. We know Envoy, he's a playmaker. Kenny, the same thing. But when the game slows down, at that point, a lot of thoughts start going through your mind. Can they push towards A? Can they hit this back alley? What opening do we have? And then when you have them thinking like that, that's when you can find the proper opening in the search and destroy rounds. But this is a must-win map for Florida if they want to make this a series.
Yeah, we're already saying it. I mean, we're, what, maybe 15 minutes at best into this series. We're already saying a must-win map if you are the Florida Mutineers. But as we said, this has been their territory. It's been phenomenal for them. And one guy who can lead the way is Mr. Colt Havoc, as he'll be jumping through the top side of the windows, rocking a 1.64 KD, and showing why that is the case. Quickly catches off Drazah, first blood.
Yeah, he jumped right into that single window in about 10 seconds. There's no way you're going to be able to read that play if you are the Thieves. So you get the first blood, you back down, and now you hold strong in the man advantage. LA Thieves trying to use their attacks, trying to get some nade hit markers. This one is going to connect onto Vico, but he doesn't check the corner. 2v4 now.
Props to Vico, man. Brought down to 20 HP, just continues to hold his irons and is awarded with the second straight kill of our opening round here for the Mutineers. It is all up to Envoy and Octane quickly. 45 seconds still to go. Octane, he gets wiped away. Great teamwork for Florida. A perfect answer here in round one.
And you said it before the map even started. The guy that you have to pay attention to on this one is going to be Havoc. He finds that first blood, and his SMG duo in Vico puts himself in a nice little corner to find the final two. Great plays from Florida, dominant on the defensive end. Take round one.
And I think it was Chance who talked about it on the desk, and I think he covered it perfectly, man. We could talk about this in respawns, we could talk about it in search and destroy. It feels like Havoc is just a guy that doesn't get talked about enough when it comes down to his impact on the game.
Yeah, he just takes over the game. He plays so much search and destroy. Like Miles said, he's always playing those 1v1 challenges. He's just knowing, he's starting to understand the timings, where they can potentially be, clutch spots, and everything above that. So now it's going to be Florida, though, on the attacking rounds, playing it super patient. This is one thing that I love about them on this map. They like to put pressure on towards the P1 side, basically show they're going to attack towards B and try to break their setup, but Kenny's able to find the first blood, Drazah with the second.
Oh, an unfortunate team kill, but hey, it is a worthy transaction in the end, a 3-for-1, but hey, at least the guns are firing for the Thieves. And as we said, all up to Havoc, a 1v3, and Jay, there's not many players in the league who you feel a lot of confidence about in situations like this. Jumps down, cuts away Kenny. Now 2 more to go. However, Envoy's right on his heels. If Havoc has a bit more HP, maybe a little bit more intel on where everybody is, he stands a better chance. But Thieves, they notch one up on the board.
Yep, they get the first blood. Before the map started, you get first blood on defense, 100% round win. It showed right there.
100%?
Kenny, yeah, 100%, man. They're 1-2 overall, but 100% on defense when they get the first blood? That's pretty good.
That is phenomenal. And we see that be the case quickly here for the Thieves, as they've leveled the score at 1-1. As we said, can never be sure when it comes into Havoc in those clutching situations, but the Thieves able to neutralize them. As they they will jump on the attack. No surprise, Envoy bombing his back. At times you'll see that rotate between a few different players, but oftentimes it can be Dylan-handed. With it indeed, Drazah, wonderful work to cut away Dave Patty, but you still have quite a bit of presence here from Florida. Vico in that same spot that he was just a few rounds ago.
Bomb is going to get planted, so LA Thieves have the man advantage. You have 2 plays from Florida trying to work this late flank. And Vico's just going to play it patient. Wait for his teammates to try to get back into the play. It's going to be Havoc and Major. Major's the only one with dead silence, so you're potentially going to get some sound cues onto where Havoc is going to attack from. Drazah and Envoy, they find 2. They find the final kill onto Vico. And that's just a flawless attacking round right there from the Thieves. You get the first blood, you get the bomb down, you hold your angles. Very clean round.
Yeah, and you can see there for the Mutineers, I mean, they're trying, right? They're trying to figure out something. The wheels were turning in a situation like that. And that's just what it comes down to, right? On Fortress Search Destroy, you're the team that's trying to retake. If you have no presence whatsoever, so many angles, so many places where the attacking team can be located. The Thieves take advantage of that, now find themselves up 2-1 early here in this search and destroy for Florida. 2 players need to get things going. aBeZy, Major Maniac. Currently an 0-4 combined. We'll see if they can get going, but Octane bringing out the big guns to kick off this round of first blood awarded for Thieves, and a nice shot on top of it all.
That's a big first blood coming in from Octane, but aBeZy, he answers with one of his own. Major finds a second onto Kenny. So now in the 3v2, bomb is going to be down over towards that A bomb. But it's going to be Florida in the manage, so you can slow this one down. Play for the trades. As you know, Octane is still stuck in hand with that sniper. Just don't give him the pick, Havoc. Don't peek this window.
Does he? He could.
Oh no.
He could. Oh. He's debating it. Meanwhile, aBeZy, he thought he spotted somebody too. Everybody playing patient. Octane, oh, patience. Doesn't pay off there. Tosses out a nade. And still.
Hold on.
Is waiting for Havoc. Meanwhile, Envoy able to cut away aBeZy. Havoc actually cuts away Octane. In that situation, Envoy there in the back lines. A 2v3 that now turns itself into a 1v1. Envoy versus Havoc.
And if Envoy picks up this kill, he's going to earn that cruise missile, but he's playing it super patient. Havoc invested that dead silence. He might have read it beautifully. Envoy with the chow. Takes his time, a couple of friendly shots going down. He said, Havoc, I know you play a lot of 1v1s, but none versus me. I'm going to get the better of you this time. As he picks up that final kill, LA Thieves secure the round, and now they have a cruise missile to work with.
Jay, if you were to tell me that in a situation where Thieves is down in man count, Octane, who's been so patient with the sniper, finally gets taken down by Havoc, and somehow they still win the round, is absolutely bonkers.
I would have just told you, like, it was the first blood from Octane.
Yeah.
First blood on defense, 100% round win.
And there it is.
Showed there, even in the 2v4.
It does indeed. Envoy having a phenomenal performance. As we said, the extra shots. Feel confident as they'll line up those pre-nades. We'll see if Florida can handle them or if they will just strictly get out of dodge. It appears that those arrows move a bit. Just a slight little rotation. Nothing too bad. They'll be able to weather the storm. Thieves try to keep up this advantage, keep up this lead, slowly but surely making their way into A.
Yeah, Thieves, they're just waiting because they know that Florida, when they have success, it's in the SMGs being aggressive on the flank. So they sent 3 players in towards Art, basically are making Havoc irrelevant as Octane is able to find the first kill onto Major Maniac. Now you have somewhat A control. And if you are Havoc, start to rotate, homie. We got to get to the teammates.
Yeah, we got to join up. Squad up. Run it back? No, it's a Thieves thing. Oh, the run it back thing is. Here comes the streak. Envoy getting a nice bird's eye view. And aBeZy made of steel. Not a chance that a cruise missile is going to take him down. Oh, great work again from the Patty. Cutting away Kenny. Drazah as well will fall. So what started off as a great beginner here for the Thieves starts to turn around a bit. 2v2, 15 seconds on the clock.
It's 15 seconds. Someone at least has to go back for the bomb, and it's going to be Envoy to get this one planted. Trying to find the timing. Vico's able to take down Octane, and
there's no way.
He's going to be able to get this down and get out.
How in the world does Envoy manage to do that? Takes a few shots, 9 HP. Vico hot in his heels. The SMG duo for Florida. One caught out, and Havoc is able to spot him. And he's going to go for some pull-ups, showing some love himself. Get in that work, buddy. Get in that work. Jay, you know, it's difficult. Tournament time, it's hard to find time to work out. Like,
it is.
Do between rounds.
It definitely is. You know, when the bomb is clicking down, you're waiting for your dead silence to be earned. He's hitting the reps. The crowd is in it. Just couldn't go for 10 right there. Like, I don't know if Havoc can join the military with that amount. Oh, good, though. He clutches the 1v1. Big plays.
His thumbs are working. His thumbs are working. There's no doubt about it. I was wondering if we were going to see a few extra shots, but I think the pull-up, I mean, the
pull-up.
If you were a player, Jay, if you're a player playing Fortress Search,
I lost composure.
It's got to, like, throw you off a little bit.
If I'm losing a 1v1 and a guy's hitting pull-ups on me, it's like Doug Sensor in-game. Like, that is demoralizing. But Florida finally are able to stop the bleeding. Now down 3-2. Going back on the attacking rounds. Just don't allow the Thieves to get that first blood.
See how it goes down. Aggressive as ever. Aggressive as you like here from the Thieves. As you've got Envoy and Octane, all kinds of comfortable. Already inside of that A site. Kenny off screen, able to cut one away on the Major Maniac. There's been a lot of first deaths, I think, so far here for Major. We'll see if the squad can try to clutch it up. As they are out of options, it's strictly back to A again.
Look at the positioning that Envoy's in. Yav did some stuns, Hav did some nades as they even set it up. Find a team kill. But that's going to be Octane lining it up with the sniper. So now in the 3v2, LA Thieves still in the man advantage. Octane picks up all the info he needs.
Oh, he knows where both players are. He knows where both players are, so Thieves are going to look to try to strategize a bit. They know that somebody is going to be off to the right. He gets dropped, and so will Dave Patty. That is a great moment, right, where Octane obviously finds one with the snipe, but because of the way that he's holding that angle, gives the comms over to the teammate, and anytime you can solo out Havoc, you will take your opportunity to do it. Thieves grab it, and now find themselves up 4-2.
Another first blood right there for LA. Kenny shuts down that push over towards that B site. Another one on to Major Maniac, not having the best performance in this game, number 2, 1 and 5 to start, but in a blink of an eye, he can turn it all around. So now with Florida on the defense. I would love to just see them set the tone again with the aggression. Like, have your SMGs pushing towards Art, try to find the timing, try to get the first blow.
See if they elect to do it. Meanwhile, Drazah over at P1. Some shots begin to exchange, some nades are tossed, utility as well, all over that A site, and Drazah somehow drops Havoc, and that gunfight, Major Maniac gets on the board, but still, it is the Thieves. With man count advantage, Dave Patty, a fight that he's got to win. And it's Kenny who's able to escape. Kenny gets out of dodge and reach out for the fight. Kenny is slippery. Reach house, and now along with it, his teammate on the other side ends up finding 1-2, 5-2 Thieves.
Yeah, right there was just Florida sending 2 players towards that left side. Once Havoc gets taken down, Major does find a trade, but then now there's no one watching open arch. Kenny just sprints right through, finds a kill, and then head glitches that statue. Holds down that position because he knows he basically has them trapped. You have the cross towards street. You know the last guy's in art. LA Thieves is coming out swinging into search and destroy. Now at point game.
As we said, Florida Mutineers coming into the search and destroy. They were undefeated, technically still are. 1 round to go before that wonderful record. And finally does have a spot on it. Kenny on the 4 spree. Decides to pop dead silence. It's actually a team kill off the rip and a stun kill as well. It is all out chaos to kick off this round and to close it. From start to finish, when those kills come through, I think it's about 5 seconds in its entirety. But as the dust settles, it's Florida who put up their 3rd.
Yeah, Octane definitely just got sick and tired. He was like, Kenny, you've been getting a lot of first bloods. This time I'm going to take you down.
Too much love.
We're going to give a free one right there to Florida. As they win their gunfights. Drazah almost made that something, though. He puts his way into R. He finds a 2-piece, makes it at least a 2v1. Is not able to clutch up on the round. So now LA Thieves up 5-3. Back on the attack. It's got to be aggression right here from Florida. You have basically nothing to lose. You got to switch it up.
Nothing to lose, everything to gain. Havoc looking for those jump spots. Maybe thinking someone could go for a quick flank off the rip. We will see. It is not aggression for the Mutineers. Instead, they wouldn't allow for the Thieves to come to them. And Major, as we said, having a slow performance at 2-7, decides to bring out the big guns.
Yeah, that's kind of tough. You're not performing in search and destroy, switching to a sniper.
Not the common strategy.
Not the common strategy from one sniper to another.
Oh,
but if you can line up this shot and get that first blood, how it can change everything. But LA Thieves are doing a great job of just taking a lot of ground towards A. The bomb is going to get planted, and Drazah already finds himself in a great position.
And Vinkle does a wonderful job at actually stopping the plant and also finding a kill. Stays alive. And then the Thieves, they could tempt at going for a B-bomb rotation. You could very much tell. Look at all 4 of those arrows. It's basically a box setup. Right now for the Mutineers, Drazah trying to breach and clear. Meanwhile, Kenny, he's also now out of the fight. A 2v4 as Dave Patty does get found out. Still 3 members to go and 20 seconds on the clock. Major pistol whipping, and now it's all up to Octane. 1v3. He did pop dead silence, so he's definitely sprinting. He's running around fast with that tack, but there's just not enough time. Turns on to Vinkle, and Major finally is able to put that snipe to use. Down 5-2, and now Florida back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, and that round all comes into the play of Vinkle. You said it perfectly, my friend. He was able to stop that bomb plant, and then was also able to get that first blood onto Envoy. You put yourself in the man advantage. Majority of these rounds, you will find some success. As Major finds 2 on the round, the sniper, I guess, was the play. Now you just need to figure out what you're going to do on attack. Last time you got a little bit of help from Octane, killing his own teammate. This time you gotta get the first blood.
Absolutely do. Gotta be mistake-free. Octane, how about the lineup? Also, get a nice hit marker there onto the rookie. Bruised and battered, but Vika will type in the digits regardless. A statement beginning here for the Thieves, but the Mutineers, as we said, a huge spot for them. Can they come up clutch again?
Can they come up clutch? 3v4, you have to hold down your irons. These kills have to be big. Kenny finds one, Envoy finds his second, and that is a perfect retake right there for the Thieves. Now up 2-0 in the series.
You can play the music if you want.
Yeah, play the music.
That is going to be a dub in the books for the Thieves. And honestly, man, a similar story to the Hardpoint, where it's like Thieves come out hot. Feels like Florida begin to gain a bit of confidence. They start to wake up a bit more, but it's just not enough. It's not enough in the end, as it is a huge, huge victory in the books for the Thieves, taking away what has absolutely been Florida's strong suit so far throughout this year, and the primary reason why we thought that this could be a closer series.
Yeah, now that you are Florida, you lose your search and destroy, you find yourself down 0-2 in this one. They're okay at control. Around middle, the pack sitting at overall 7-7. But this has been your bread and butter, man. This is what allows you to always go to a game 5. And unfortunately, they fall short. They allowed LA Thieves to get 7 first bloods out of all the rounds that they played. The majority of those came on the defensive end. Every time they found one, they found success on the round. Florida just did not have an answer, and now with their backs all up against the wall, they have to try to complete the reverse sweep.
Yeah, and it's not going to be an easy task. As you said, it feels like, Jay, every time that we cast over the Thieves, every time that we see this roster, it's just a team that doesn't look like they're going to break easy. I know they're off the loss versus OpTic Texas, where things got dicey toward the end, but it just feels like a team that's always going to remain composed. But it's fair to say right now they're feeling good. I think we saw all smiles after that game finally ended.
Without question, man. It's got to be feeling good to win a search and destroy, man. You lose this series yesterday by losing 2, and you beat the best S&D team in the game on one of their better maps. So you're feeling good if you are LA.
Yeah, as we said, that undefeated streak comes to a close here in Fortress Search Destroy for the Mutineers, but can their control begin to level it up, as they are already 1 map away from being eliminated here at the Boston Major? Can they stay alive? We'll find out right after this.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to another day, another series here at the Boston Major. Currently, it is the LA Thieves taking on the Florida Mutineers, and so far, it's been a pretty one-sided affair. The Mutineers desperately needing to try and have a bit of a comeback here in this next control. Why, Jay? Because their tournament life resides on it.
Yeah, everything's on the line right now for Florida. They're going to be able to make it one day to the event, play 3 maps, and potentially go home. It's not going to be easy to try to climb this ladder because they're going up against LA Thieves on their best control map. We got the opportunity to watch them play this versus OpTic Texas yesterday. They pulled it out all the way into round number 5. And to talk a little bit more about Hotel, attacking rounds are a lot better than defense. And for Florida, they are the worst attacking team on this map. So not going to be easy, but it has to start right now.
I was going to ask you, like, you know, is there any number that you can give me to make me feel a little bit better about the Florida Mutineers?
None whatsoever.
I'm not hearing anything, at least as of yet. As we said, Hotel Control, the most commonly played one here for the LA Thieves. They've got the most reps on it. And we'll see if OpTic can continue to put up numbers. Good God, at 1.43 right now, that's human turret-like, Jay, believe it or not.
Oh, yeah, it is, man.
Bingo
Telling you,
cards.
when you're playing fundamentally sound in your hard points, we saw that Octane was just posted up towards the back of the steps, like not even moving. So he's probably barely dying on the map, just picking up the kills when he needs to. And then in that Search and Destroy, he was making an impact with that sniper in hand. Multiple first bloods on the rounds, just making it happen. So now if you are Florida, I think one player that I need to see more out of is the guy that they just made the roster change for, Mr. Dave Patty. Mr. Krabby Patty, Dave Paddington, Patty the Batty, whatever the nickname is.
That one.
He's had a slow start to both of these first 2 maps, so that guy was the hero. He's the reason why they brought him in to try to get better at respawn. And with them being their backs against the wall right now, you need to start in his control.
Well, it feels like for the Mutineers, like you really do want to see like this roster change work out for them. You want to see, hey, what was the reason behind, right, releasing Brack, allowing for Dave Patty to come into this lineup? Where are we going to see that impact, that change? And it doesn't feel like we've really seen it. I mean, at times, don't get me wrong, Dave Patty's a great player, but it just feels like for the Mutineers, this change, the reason for it, all the drama behind it, has just not worked out or really seen any change.
It hasn't, because it's the same, basically the same formula. You're going from Brack, who was an AR player, the same exact thing that Dave Patty is, and it was just the fundamentals in their gameplay. It's not one guy, especially when you're making that many mistakes in hardpoint. It's not just one guy. It has to be multiple different reasons why you're losing the maps the way that you are. 5 and 22 in hardpoint, that's the thing that you scrim every single day. You get on and you practice with your team, play all 5 hardpoints in every single series. Sometimes the controls are not guaranteed. You play that mode the most, you just simply have to be better at it.
And that's a wonderful point, partner, because I feel like even for the Mutineers, we're talking about, hey, you know, if they can come away with a control victory, is it possible? Absolutely. Anything is possible. But even getting back to the hardpoint conversation, do you think that it is something that weighs in the players' minds, knowing that hardpoint record, knowing another hardpoint loss, even if they're able to walk away with this control victory, is there still a level of doubt that you have in yourself coming into what could be even a game 4?
I think so, because if you are Florida, just their struggles in hardpoint, they have not been playing good. Let's take a look at our scuffed team of the Major, Lando. Who do we think it is, man?
I don't know. I have no idea, actually. I've got a few names in mind, but guys, make sure if you have not done so already, put your votes in. Let us know who you think is going to be on the scuffed team of the Major. You have the ability to decide, Jay. Give me one name. Give me one name right now.
With that question, Dashy. I got to go Dashy.
That's a fair one. I think the crowd would like that choice as well, to be honest with you.
Could have went Methodz, too. I think they would have liked that one as well.
I think so. Chef Tony deserves a lot of love. Played really well. Now
chicken parm a little bit.
Chicken parm. I love myself a good chicken parm. Does everybody know where I can find a good one? I need to find out.
Just got to text in.
I'm not gonna lie. Didn't have a great meal last night. That was
yeah, that was kind of tough.
I woke up. I just didn't feel the greatest. Anyway, scuff team of the Major. Make sure to do that. Hotel Control, Jay. How you feeling?
Well, like I said, man, it's just a tall task to climb if you are Florida. You saw the difference in Havoc's expressions after that map number 1. He was laughing it off.
That's right.
And then you go into the Search and Destroy. Oh, this is locked in the bag. Now you lose that one. And everything changes. Now you have to be playing perfect Call of Duty from here on out to try to keep your tournament lives alive.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to try and dig deep, do everything that you can. It would be unfortunate, as you said, man, to fly out all the way here to Boston. We know all of the travel issues that have been going down with a bunch of different teams. For the Mutineers, just to see 3 maps, and that would be it. Would be not great for them. I love actually, during this moment, we're actually just making sure everybody is good to go, ready and prepared coming into this next control. To actually take a look at how the bracket is shaping up right now as it currently stands. As we said, we've got 5 elimination games going on today. And so far, big games going forward. The New York Subliners were able to best the Royal Ravens. They stay alive for the moment. And on the bottom side, the game that we just came off of, Jay, a wild end. Boston Breach cutting away the Seattle Surge. Surge out in top 12. Who knows what that's going to mean for that team, but every roster fighting for their lives. And it's actually really good to know as well, right? Thieves up 2-0. Shout out to the graphics team for that one. Winner of this game faces off against New York, I think actually for the last match of the night.
Yeah, that's going to be a big match because I'm pretty sure if LA is able to complete this series, that's going to be a rematch of Major 1 where New York were able to eliminate them at that event. So should be some bad blood between both of those teams. New York versus LA, East Coast versus West.
That's right.
That's always a banger, man.
It absolutely is. Excited to see, like I said, who's going to come away with this game. And there's a lot of things to think about, right? If you are either of these teams, you're thinking about this victory, you're thinking about trying to come away with this W, and then trying to refocus and get prepared for what I'm sure is going to be a very big fight versus the New York Subliners later on in the day. We do apologize, folks, for this quick little tech delay, but we're making sure that everybody's good, making sure all those controllers are plugged in. You know the deal. But we are going to throw it to a quick little break. When we come back, as we said, that hotel control is up. Look at that. We're even coming back from the break a little early. We just needed somebody to plug in a controller, fix something a little bit. Shout out to our incredible production team getting everything back in order. But Jay, as we said, coming into this control, LAT up 2-0. What 2 players are you looking out for coming into this game 3?
Oh, well, it's definitely got to be Havoc because he's the playmaker for Florida. And then the opposite side, I want to see a little bit more out of Sub Kenny. That guy, he took over in that Search and Destroy. He was making the plays, but obviously this matchup is insane. Havoc versus Envoy. A couple 1v1s in that Search and Destroy.
Some love expressed either way as well.
Yeah, it's fun. But Havoc is the guy who I'm looking at to really turn up because he currently does hold the record in control with 40 kills.
That is fair. What map was that on?
aLLeY.
Oh, okay.
Completely different.
I was kind of hoping we could find a number finally for Florida. But still, nonetheless, that 40 bomb still lives in the minds of many folks out there. Mr. Havoc could be the guy to do it. And as we said, coming into this, somebody that you're looking out for to be the difference, to kind of carry the roster and maybe be that spark plug. It very well could be Havoc, as now from this point forward, the Florida Mutineers are fighting for their tournament lives. Down 0-2 and in desperate need of an opening round victory. Maybe it could be here on the attack. A few early fights as Florida look to sink their teeth really into both zones. However, a decision could be made for them. A few spawns over toward the top. They still have their eyes at B.
Still have their eyes on B. They were winning their gunfights. They were playing it super patient right off the rip, holding down the middle of the map. But unfortunately, Havoc is not able to win that gunfight. The trade doesn't come in. Octane finds 2, shuts down that early pressure over towards B. And Florida still have nothing to show for it.
That door pretty much slams right in the face of the Mutineers as they are going to have to pivot quickly. Now over at that A zone, they do have man count advantage, but as long as they take, Jade also puts in the back of the lines for Thieves. Hey, it's a little quiet over at B. Maybe they're making the rotation now at A. They clean house. They know, hey, B's obviously clear. Bedroom is open, and the Mutineers finally begin to jump on forward. They technically do have those close calls.
No.
You gotta get going. It's a team kill on top of no other kills found.
Yeah, that's
a collapse.
That's not good right there.
That's a breakdown.
You had 3 players in kitchen. It was only 1 guy in Drazah sitting behind Diner. They did not push him. They were playing it patient, and then eventually when they decide to push, a team kill comes in and they go 3 dead. But now they're at least able to stop the clock, get on towards the B point. They just don't have any map control. LA Thieves 10 seconds away from basically a flawless defensive round.
They still have a chance, though, to get to that B zone. We'll see if a few players can stay alive, but they just have no idea that Octane still happens to be over. At the top side of the bedroom, that was not a good-looking attack there for the Mutineers. Not what you wanted to see, Jay.
Yeah, this ain't pretty. That's not good right there if you're Florida. And that showed why they are the worst attacking team on this map. Just gotta speed it up a little bit. You gotta know your situations. It's only 1 guy behind Diner, 1 guy sitting behind the booth. You play it patient, you wait long enough, and then when you decide to challenge, a team kill comes in. It's very frustrating watching that play from Florida. The comms have to be hectic. This is tough, man. This is tough so far.
It absolutely is. It's all smiles for the Thieves as we come into round 2. And in fact, let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding right now with them listening to the Thieves.
I'm laid down. Not stunned. Great job. Tell a little bit left. Take it out 1 for a second. Nothing I want. Nothing A, bro. Nothing A. Nice, right. Nothing A.
B. I'm secret.
I got a point, though. You can play it here. They can be double.
This is the slowest fucking break off.
They can
defense, yes. They can
I'll look at defense. Can you get my double now? I can double right now. You look at pitch up. Everyone.
When is Brooks on glass?
Win white. Going far left white. He's on top of the desk. On the desk. I'll challenge white. I'm looking for.
They let you that double chow. They let you that white double
chow.
Still ahead. I can't. Oh my god. I'm checking. Over here. I'm checking.
They're spawning. They're missing white.
Listen, I'm checking. They have BP2 on me.
We're checking.
Zig, do you want the bar? I want Zig again. Zig, come up. He jumped out. No, he got me. D2, done it.
Bro, Mike has no, That's not Vic. Mike has to be Ben.
What the fuck? Bar, D1.
I hear D1.
He's like, D1 on the stairs.
Secure A. Don't just flip
it. I'm going in. That's fine.
Okay.
I'll still have 6. Oh, dub. I killed off dub, Dave.
I'll say
dub. He's still dub.
He's back in.
I'm chalking him. I'm going to point.
I hear you. I have your 1, Zach.
Hey,
I don't point. Vic could be behind me, catch. I'm holding freezer.
He had me on mid. That's one.
I have one.
Vic's behind.
One week. That's it. He's there's that one. There's that one shot.
I'm Zach. Yeah, I do have a streak here. We can get him.
I have a streak too. I'm going to come across.
I'm only P2 Zach. Could be close. I don't see anything.
I'm only playing mid.
You guys let me know. I will streak. You guys let me know.
Go ahead.
You should.
I'm streaking now.
Let me know where your piece is.
Couches then. Good done.
Nice. Check in. D1. It looks like you're zigzag. All you guys got to check in and look at check in.
Backside.
Other guys in bed. I think it's like
check in.
I'm going to help you bed.
Check in. He's still checking.
One shot P2. Go and check in right now.
Okay. I'm playing.
No, he pushed up P2. He pushed up P2. Vic to left.
They need time. I think he might go white.
Vic is left. Vic is left.
Lobby. They're in couches. Lobby and couches. He's 100% couches. In lobby.
Here.
Couches? Couches, absolute. Couches,
I mean, that was a great little check-in. Really, so far throughout this round with the Thieves, I'll be honest with you, Jay, it doesn't really sound like super motivated. It's honestly like annoyed. Like they're almost like annoyed that this is as easy as it appears. They get that A capture essentially for free, and now they begin to divulge into that B zone. Mutineers, they've got 4 players, but nobody is looking at the zone right now. That thing's moving quick.
Yeah, everyone is flanking through bedroom. So this can potentially work out. You just have to win these gunfights. Havoc wins 1 towards top bed. Havoc finds 2. So he's able to shut down that pressure. There's still 1 player on the point. Havoc's trying to time it right. He's just going to jump right on out. Lines up for Envoy. There's still 1 player in towards bedroom. It's Major Maniac. He's going to be the lifeline.
All right, Patty, there it is. Nice little 1v1 versus Envoy, but he's going to get a move on. He's definitely going to put those trainers on, gets involved in the fight, and there you go, Patty. That's what I'm talking about. 3 in a row. Granted, I mean, you've given up quite a few segments already. And as he finally does hit the dirt, for the Mutineers, they need some life. They need some momentum. Right now, lives do favor them for the moment. Time begins to tick away. This could be the last push right now for Florida. 2 players out of the fight. They've got to get here soon because the Mutineers continue to stack. Havoc over the top. Havoc over the top. 3 3 drop. Last man up is Octane.
Last man up is Octane. There's only 30 seconds left on the round. You have 5 seconds if you are LA. But these gunfights are going to be so big. Octane with a huge one-on-one versus Havoc is now going to allow you to sprint forward. You just have to stop that clock. You have to cross over. Major Maniac able to at least take down one, but he's the only guy here for Florida. You have to go.
You do indeed, and he's not going to be able to jump into the point in time. It is great work there for the Thieves to remain composed in that moment. Florida, they get that opportunity. They get that chance where they find a few in a row. But the Thieves, I don't know, man. It just feels like getting to that objective at the end. Florida, multiple players going for long routes, trying to hit in through couches, through mid. There just wasn't enough bodies, it felt like, toward the bar position.
That's exactly what it was right there, Lando. I understand that you're getting the bad spawn, especially for that B point over towards Jules, but everyone cannot overextend. You have to wrap back and at least help your teammates, but with everything on the line for Florida Mutineers, let's step aside and hear their calm sound with the listening.
I'm coming there. Watch back exit or something. Stop the clock.
Yeah, he's in a pinch.
You have other side. Double
arch, Drazah right now, exit. Gonna hold pinch check.
I need your exit.
Javi, can you hold kitchen pinch?
Yeah, I'm looking exit. I'm looking at red door and I can pick your one late.
I don't see any pinch check.
He's side door already. Side door in kitchen.
In kitchen, that's good trade.
I'm our side red hole. Anything wine. One's exit.
Red hole telling our side, Octane on weak.
Wine and exit. Last two. Okay, one exit. There's one on point.
They're filling in B.
Push up close, red hole.
What's B? You want one stun dead. You could be mid watching the cross catch. I don't see anything D1 or God Heady.
He's got it, an idiot.
Yeah, I'm nading it with you.
Go top mid and challenge.
Challenge D2, he should be dead. Good job.
One double on me. Single me.
They could pinch You fast, red door.
One's on me, D1.
Red hole weak.
Go away.
Phone booth in the corner.
Stop clock.
No, he flew at me. Nice.
One more.
Exit R1.
R1 got me. R1.
Okay, one D1 to bar and one's
R1 right now. He's back to R1. Yeah.
There's two on A. I'm gonna go cat here.
Guys, can you play kills around B side again?
Dub one shot, ran away. Look at the pitching top cat, pitching couch. Couch now weak. Couch pushing Lily, so one was Dub.
Let's go B. It's
yeah,
gonna be 1B.
I think there's, one B.
It's only 1B. There's two B's.
Dubs. I'm looking at my push.
Yeah, I can challenge with you.
Chime me mid, draws.
Listen, one's D1, one's push.
Mutineers still with life, however, 25 seconds left as they've got to come away with an attacking round, and all of it starts with getting a few segments either at A or over at B. They decide to invest in that B zone, but they've got to make their way from the crosshair through the lane of Drazah. A trade comes in. Dave Patty, able to stay alive. Nobody from the Thieves is here to contest.
Nobody from the Thieves is here to contest. All spawning out towards Jules. They're going to invest a cruise missile, but the trophy is going to be down. You throw the tax, you're able to take down Dave Patty. So now this is where you can set up the pitch from the middle of the map. Kenny and Octane through mid. It's only 5 seconds left in the round. LA Thieves, they're going to hold on.
It looks like they will. 3 fall, and nobody from Florida is going to be able to get to the point. It is a calm and confident Thieves 3-0.
It's got to be very frustrating if you are Florida. You lose a search and destroy, which is your bread and butter. You find yourself down 0-2 in this series. And even when we jumped into the listening right there in those final moments with them, it was just no teamwork. It was no team play, no team call for like, let's just commit towards one of these sites. Let's at least extend the time by a minute. It was always 2 players going over towards A, while the other 2 were going towards B. Yeah. Nothing to work on. You lose your gunfights. You're all coming off spawn. LA Thieves kept you in the trap. That was just a textbook series right there from the Thieves. They needed that off the bounce back after that difficult loss to OpTic. Clean 3-0. Have a dance with New York later.
Yeah, they absolutely do. That'll be the biggest story coming after this series. The Thieves, they look great, and they looked pretty good in that series yesterday versus OpTic Texas. Despite the loss, they come in and they handle business versus the Mutineers. Jay, it's got to be a frustrating moment for Florida, right? You come into this major, having high hopes, as every team does. As you said, 3 maps in, and you're done.
The only thing that I would take in consideration is that Dave Patty's been on this team for only 2 matches throughout stage 2. Yeah. So he jumped in towards the middle. Now you have some more time potentially going into stage 3. We just simply got to get better at hardpoint. You have to have some confidence there, where you know your S&D on any given day can be one of the best in the game. But if you get one of these respawns to go a little bit more on your side, that's when you can be one of those complete teams. It has to start in hardpoint.
Well, on the other side, for the LA Thieves, as you said, you highlighted it, you touched on it earlier. How do you now feel after seeing a victory like this? You know, you and I, we had our questions. We said Mutineers, they just need one respawn. They absolutely have a chance to win both the S&Ds. Seeing a clean 3-0 win here for the Thieves, how better does that make you feel in their chances in taking on NYSL for the final match of the night?
I think there's only one thing that you take from this, and that's that search and destroy. Beating the best team in S&D is never an easy task, and you were able to do it in a 6-4 fashion, so you got to just take that forward going up against a stellar New York team.
Yeah, it's not necessarily job done today by any means here for the LA Thieves, but they do handle business. First, the Florida Mutineers. That's going to do it for myself and Jay as we send it over now to Blaze, who's with Drazah.
Thank you so much, Lando and Study. Boston, give it up for the LA Thieves as they get us with a nice 3-0 victory over the Florida Mutineers. And it was a quick victory, Drazah. What was the key to success in this one? Because you guys looked like y'all was in championship form.
Yeah, I feel like going into this match, obviously we lost against OpTic yesterday, so it was really focusing on our S&Ds. We lost both S&Ds to OpTic, and I think that's one of the bigger reasons why we lost that series. Yep. So I think focusing on our S&Ds and playing our game and playing our pace to be aggressive when, you know, sometimes we weren't. So I think that's our key to that map and the rest of the tournament.
And the rest of the tournament. And that kind of almost goes into the next question too is, you know, for you guys getting back to that championship level form, we saw you guys go back to back, and I know you really want to do that one. Do you guys feel like y'all can get it done at this event?
I think we got a long way to do it, but I'm still very confident. I think our S&D is the real reason. If we're going to win this tournament, I think S&D is going to be why. I think that's one of our weaker game modes, and I think that we're close to being really good at it, but we just got to put a few things together, and I think we'll be great.
All right, that sounds good to me. Any last words you want to say out here to the fans so you guys can get back there and start preparing for that next series?
Yeah, I appreciate everyone who's out here just supporting us. Obviously, we had a tough loss yesterday, but we're looking to do as much as we can in this tournament, so I appreciate you guys.
And we appreciate you, Drazah. One more time for the LA Thieves. Chris, take us away.
Thank you so much, Drazah. Great to see him with the W, the smile, the interview. They didn't get it last night, but today they make quick work of their opponents. Welcome back to the desk. We got Chance, we got Miles joining aLLeY, Cat, and I. And aLLeY, I want to start with you because we now have our bracket starting to shape up here at the bottom half. The elimination bracket is starting to look a little bit dangerous for ever who might be dropping down next.
Oh, absolutely. And our first 3-0 is definitely not the one I think anybody could have read or had on their bingo cards. LA Thieves with a hot respawn as expected, but I think that S&D, that map number 2, is what really took most of us by surprise, and the fact that Florida has looked so solid in the search and destroy. I know you guys are excited about these stats, but wow.
Yeah, they're getting fired up. Everyone noticing that second round elimination match, Thieves versus Subliners. Somebody's going home top 8, the other is powering into the top 6. But let's revisit how we got here as we take a look back at that game 3. This was the exclamation point on a pretty controlled series. Talk to me about this map in particular, Mr. Chance.
Florida just didn't really have anything to offer. There's not too much to break down, in all honesty. LA Thieves every single round. Like, honestly, the listening might have been the best part, where, like, the pace was so slow that, one, Octane was getting a little bit bored partway through it, acknowledging the speed, and they just had time to break down everything every single step of the way. Just no pressure on LA, it felt like, in the respawns.
The absolute deal breaker for me was the fact that LA Thieves won the search and destroy. As soon as we saw that come through, I mean, I ran over to Lando and Study and I said, boys, put the house and the kids on the 3-0 right now. It is done. There's no way. You broke the back of Florida by winning that one, and that, for me, sealed the deal.
You win search and destroy. I don't know if Florida has many other cards to play. LA takes this one convincingly. 251-92, the 6-4 in search, though. Drazah said this is our weakest game mode, but they finished it in 10 rounds. This was the game 5 they lost to OpTic last night. So is this the game mode moving forward that you guys are still concerned about for the Thieves? It feels like the team is starting to think that might be their weakness if they have one.
I feel like it kind of depends on who they're playing against, right? Like, it's going to be S&D a concern against certain teams, but I know their next series is going to be against New York, so I know the hard points are going to be a concern against a squad like that. So it's map to map, it's mode to mode, it depends on who they play.
Let's take a look at our scuff play of the game. This is how they LA sealed the deal, the final round of Search and Destroy. Miles, walk us through it.
Oh my goodness, Chris. I mean, look, it comes down to a couple of key moments. It comes down to some crazy bits, and typically I'm not the guy to do this, but if you cast your eyes to that minimap, ladies and gentlemen, no, I'm kidding. It's all the room, the boomstick. He don't miss! Sometimes he does. Hit markers, though, have been a bit of a thing this major long, but hey, crazy stuff. We didn't have to see any shenanigans with streaks here, but it was all LA Thieves all day, baby.
LA Thieves are now moving into our top 8. How deep do they go? Do you have them in your top 6?
I mean, yeah, there could have them in my top 6. We're talking about the back-to-back champions from last year, so I mean, some respect does need to be put on the LA Thieves name, but again, it was just Florida. They went through one round. Can't wait to see them in the next.
Florida makes some changes during the qualifiers for Major 2. We'll see if they make more changes as Roster Mania is known to kick up after Major 2. We're going to a quick commercial break. When we come back, Clayster's been waiting to play. He'll be taking the stage with the Las Vegas Legion as they take on the Guerrillas. Don't go anywhere. More Call of Duty live from Boston.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back to Boston, you beautiful people. It is time to keep our Friday rolling as we're gearing up for match number 4 of the day. And this is the final round in our elimination round 1, as one more team will join the ranks of 9 through 12. Everyone else is moving into our top 8. Can Vegas make it 2 tournaments in a row, or will it be the Guerrillas sneaking in this time? Welcome back. It's Chris Bucket alongside Chris Tunn. We've got aLLeY. We have the beautiful Bryce all the way from the UK, and this is going to be a fun one. I have a feeling we're not going to see another 3-0, or are we today, Tunn? Is it going to happen again?
I don't think so. I don't think we see it in this series. Both these teams well matched up against each other, have strong game modes in particular. We've got a bit of a mid-off in the middle of the series, though, as well. There's a lot to talk about.
There's a lot to talk about, and we're going to be jumping in here, starting with the Vegas Legion squad. This was the team that relocated from Paris all the way to the desert in Nevada. Now they are ready to light it up in Boston, and they shocked everybody at the start of this year when they went on a little bit of a lower bracket run there in Raleigh.
Yeah, and you know what? What's shocking about this team is that they have the assets that they need to succeed, right? You have the veteran leadership as well. You have the slaying intent, and when TJ is on a roll, it's very hard to slow a player like that down. So the Vegas Legion fighting themselves in this situation is less than optimal, but we also saw them win a control before the end of the Major 2 qualifiers came to fruition. So they're coming off a big win against OpTic Texas, who is still in our winner side of things. Right. So this should be a good matchup for them.
Bryce, I'm so confused when I watch the Legion, though, right? You go in the distance with Surge, you clutch up in your search and destroy. We talk about Surge being your strength against the Breach, the Royal Ravens, the Subliners, but then you go up against OpTic Texas, you lose your search, but you beat them in 3 respawns.
Nobody ever said the Legion were consistent in any way, but the truth is, I will give full credit to the Legion. They have been improving slowly but surely. Whether or not it's Major 2 where we see the most of them, I don't know.
Now, if Nameless was on the desk, we'd be talking about the snipers in Search and Destroy, because he and I love watching Clayster. But we also have to show some love to the guy who's been calling the shots in Search and Destroy. It's not the old man. He gave up that role to Prolute. The youngster has been leading this team, and he doesn't just do it with his in-game calls. When this team is winning their respawns, he is putting up those positive numbers, aLLeY.
Prolute can certainly be one of those explosive players, and I think that's what makes him the player to watch in this series, and he's going to have to be explosive against players that he's gone against in challengers. He's matched up with before. Last year, when he was put into the league, when he had to sub in for OpTic Texas, he was like, these players don't know how to play Search and Destroy. They're playing scared. You know, this is nothing compared to challengers. And now we see him on the main roster for Vegas Legion, leading them in those 2 game modes. So a little bit of pressure on his shoulders, but should be a good series.
And you can see Prolute going backstage. TJ about to join him. Real quick on TJ Halley, I feel like we haven't been talking about his name enough in the qualifiers. Has some of the best S&D statistics. Can he light up a respawn, though?
Well, that's a big question. We know with the Legion, their respawns can be a little bit iffy, and the problem is they seem to play very well for the majority of their respawns. And then I don't know whether it's the pressure, whether it's the comms, but something goes wrong each single time. And maybe TJ has his own role in that.
We're going to keep our eyes on TJ in this series. He may or may not be my X Factor and also the best player in my fantasy football league. But let's talk about his opponent tonight. And it's not me. It's the LA Guerrillas. And these Guerrillas, well, they looked hot at the start of our qualifiers. They were dangerous. We didn't know what they were going to do regardless of who matched up against them. But here in Boston, they had a cold start. We wonder, is it nerves? What was going on? Or is it just a testament to how strong Toronto is? You're playing a different tier team right now, and I feel like this is going to be our first shot of truly seeing how strong the Guerrillas can be. We got to give some love, though, to the youngsters, right? Joe Nasieves coming right out of rank, people say. Skip the challenger scene, comes right into the big leagues, and now he's playing on the big stage again, Ton.
Yeah, and he's a player that we have seen plenty from, but we just need to see it on a more of a consistent basis. We've seen him have some decent games against some of the teams who are maybe towards the lower end. I don't know if I've seen it against one of the big boys yet, and that's when we need to see it. But against Legion would be a good time to start again here at the Major.
The Guerrillas, they're going to need to come off with a hot start. That is going to be my expectation for game number 1. They're looking so strong in hardpoint leading up to yesterday. They won 8 of their last 10. Let's take a look at our maps and modes, starting with that game 1 hardpoint and where they'll be playing. aLLeY, do you like the picks and bans from the Guerrillas this time around?
Honestly, when it comes to the series, I don't think the maps truly mattered. I think both these teams are really inconsistent across the board, and from what we saw from LAG, for them, it's just going to be about getting Joe and Exceed hot.
All right, guys, it's time to make our picks. Let's start with Ton. Where are you going on this one? You feeling Legion? You feeling Guerrillas? Who moves into our top 8?
I'm feeling Legion in 5. I think we go all the way.
Legion in 5. aLLeY?
You know what? I think I did LAG my pick'ems, but I think I'm going to lean over towards the side of Vegas right now. I think I'm going to flip-flop.
All right.
Yeah, it's Legion.
Legion. I gotta go Guerrillas, and 3-1 is what I'm feeling here. Let's get it over to Blaze, though, to kick this baby off. Blaze, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chris. All right, everybody, it's time for another elimination matchup. Only one team can stay in the tournament, and the first team coming to the stage decked out in purple, looking to get the warfare started. It's the LA Guerrillas.
Because in the end, whatever goes down. Whatever you get up to. Your triumphs and transgressions. Nobody actually understands what it means except for you.
Just playing. It's the Las Vegas Legion! Make some noise for TJ Haley, Prolu, Tim, and Clayster. It's the Las Vegas Legion.
Well, there seems to be an awful lot of swagger coming onto the stage. They've been looking forward to this, getting off of online and getting onto LAN. Can the Las Vegas Legion really level up at the Major and show us all that potential that they've kept in the bag?
Yeah, we're gonna see all that potential, okay? But the next team coming to the stage, looking to shake them up, and I'm officially saying it, it's the LA Guerrillas.
All shadows, ground team is mobile, keep them covered.
Eyes watching for the opposition, out there crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get it. I'm with the team when they need me, or out on a dolo mission. They get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the Guerrillas. Not any winner, one out of many. Side talents empty, lights out, it's the Guerrillas.
Boston, give it up for the Guerrillas! We got a Saw, Exceed, Jodeci's, and Arcini's. It's the Los Angeles Guerrillas!
And LAG haven't necessarily looked at their best. Hardpoint needs to be added here against the Vegas Legion. But S&D's struggles may well continue. I feel like they need a closing in 4, but they'll be feeling confident. Guy Blaze, let's get this one rolling.
All right, LAG versus LAV. Y'all ready to get this started, Boston? Once again, let's throw it back to your casters. It's Merc and Maven.
Thank you so much, Blaze. All right. Here we go. Excited to be here. Excited for hopefully another terrific match. Yeah, on one side, you've had the S&D has been insane when you look at Vegas. On the other side, the hard point's been so good for LAG. You've got Youngblood, you've got Vets, you've got Clay versus RCs, there's all the history there. there's a lot that goes into this one. One team's coming out of it.
Yeah, I think, you know, on the side of, you know, Vegas, they've looked better and better. I mean, they had a big win over OpTic, and they won all 3 respawns. Nobody really saw that one coming to finish their qualifiers. The LAG side, this 4, they've been competitive in almost all of their matches. The only one they didn't look too competitive in was the one yesterday when Toronto Ultra just kind of ran away with it. The one big thing for them, I guess, is they want to control, which they were winless in control in the qualifiers coming into this, but that was on Fortress, a little bit different going to aBeZy.
And do you still think, I mean, it sounded like just the introductions, like you're still going to have, I think, that underdog sort of, you know, with Vegas and all the struggles of that team throughout the first couple of years of the CDL. It feels like the crowd kind of gets behind them, like they're sort of hometown favorites every time they're on stage, unless it's against like an OpTic or the actual hometown team.
I think KiSMET helps that, yeah. KiSMET definitely helps. I think Temp as well. People love seeing Donnie Temp on the stage, but yeah, I mean, those two are a blast to watch. And to me, I think Assault really struggled yesterday, especially early on in the respawns, that sort of AR battle. Temp and Clay, they can take over maps. They can be superstars. You need Assault and Arcties to have a good map one here.
Yeah, I was like traveling in during that and trying to catch up with stuff when I landed late yesterday. And like, I just saw like Zuma's reaction, you know, Vector's a 4-23.
Yeah, he's like, someone else did it, let's go.
How he was getting so fired up, but we're getting ready to rock with this one. Map 1 about to be underway. Reminder, it is an elimination match. One of these teams knocked out of the tournament. Who will continue to fight on? And you know how big this is for Clay with the struggles and the just nightmare it's been for him the past couple of years. You saw the raw emotion from him on the main stage at the last event. Let's see if he can make a run here. As we kick it off with Clay's POV quickly. Over to TJ, nearly able to knock down 2.
Yeah, and you asked me earlier, you know, with the Surge match, like, is there another player like similar to Matt? Like TJ has kind of always been very similar. When he is hot, he is just dominating. But speaking of that, ProLoot opens things up with 3. And we saw TJ versus OpTic. He was locked in. He played very, very well in that series. It's just a question of, can he be consistent?
He hooked the main stage. We'll bring the best out of him, but we'll wait and see. It's ProLoot just trying to bide his time. The push is about to come in. Multiple players to deal with. He's able to drop 1 at least as the flood comes through. Is now LAG able to get into the hard point. We'll see how much of these remaining 10 seconds or so they can get, but the pressure going to be on the rotation. It's TJ once again nearly taking down 2, but it's going to be RC's on 5 in a row. As we'll keep an eye on that spree.
Just staying alive right now is ProLoot trying to deal with
this. Want to use streaks here though?
Yeah, well, we'll see. Maybe just not in the front of that building, but Arcties, he keeps it going. He's able to find that first kill. Here comes the rest of LAG trying to break this through. ProLoot's going to spawn very close at that closed door. But Exceed, Arcties, they're going to find 2 more, but it's going to be 3 in the feed for Vegas as they're trying to hold on.
RC's already gotten the streak. He was on 7 in a row. Finally able to take him out as Clay. He's now up to 4 and 2, and he's on 3. Well, before he drops, I curse him, and Assault takes him out. Now, Exceed, what bit of work can you do? Try and just find any kind of opening. Trophy is there. Both doorways going to get flooded through, and just too much for him to deal with. They're right back up and snapping. It'll be Arcties who continues the hot stretch at a 5-0 KD to start.
I mean, this is great, though, for Legion. If they can hold on, you give the last 20 seconds up, but on this P3 rotation, you already have Clay all the way in the back. You have ProLoot all the way in the back. Temp and TJ are trying to get there, but LAG, they're going to cut them off. So you're going to have one of those scenarios. It's going to be a 2-on-4 towards the front of the hill. Joe with some beautiful shots. RC's is shooting at a ghost. He's being haunted. There we go. ProLoot is going to take it down.
He thought he like jumped over his head or something.
I don't know what he saw.
Oh, the haunting of Arcties. Just couldn't quite track him down, but the teammate able to pick it up and now tucked away in a corner doing damage that he can. But the break comes in quickly for Guerrillas, and they're looking for a lead change here in the hard point. But yeah, that kind of split spawn that you were pointing out on the minimap ends up giving the numbers to Guerrillas, and they're able to get through. Now lead on over to Guerrillas. What can they do with it?
Yeah, I mean, RC's 13 and 3. He's shooting at whatever he can. Maybe he's seeing things that we can't see. I was so confused, but LAG, they're going to take that lead now, and now Vegas Legion's just going to try to keep them locked in towards that right side of your minimap. Is the 4th hill going to pop up here in just 7 seconds.
That loudness equalization you're hearing through your flies.
Not allowed to use it here. The league said no.
Okay, never mind. Just a ghost then. We'll go back with your theory, Joe. But 20 points up. Is Guerrillas making the run now, though? Is Legion inside of the point? To Exceed we go. Teammate able to clean up the kill in front of him. Now what kind of opening can he find? Not going to be an opening. It's Pro late there with the re at the door. He's able to drop him. Now Shotzzy from up top. You see on X-ray, he's got players all around him. What kind of timing is he going to get on the push?
But again, a big break, and it was led by aBeZy. He found another 3 kills on that break, so he's up to 16. And I mean, at least you're splitting this time for Vegas Legion. Shotzzy's just trying to get control of this area, of top R, but Vegas are going to lock this down. That's going to send this over towards P5. What, 12 more seconds here at this 4th hill. Pretty back and forth battle. But LAG, it feels like the momentum's shifting their way.
Yeah, no one able to get a ton of separation quite yet. Awkward fight as attack was coming out from Shotzzy. aBeZy still shooting absolute beams. Trophy out for cover. Now getting set up here deep on the heady. Showing off the arm strength, and now the cruise missile. Does he find better luck than Mack does?
Well, he's going to get hunted down. Clay's going to find him. Clay's actually going to find him, so this is going to be okay. At least you find 1 kill. Excedo going big. But, I mean, you talk about investing a streak. You don't give yourself a lot of control, does LAG behind that streak.
Just get it done with the gunny right now. As hot as he is feeling, right off the spawn, right back to a 3 streak. He is finding everything. Make it number 4, 21-7.
Yeah, just use your gun, bro.
Yeah, screw the streaks. The bullets are enough. As he is in his bag right now. Absolute wondrous play out of aBeZy. As second by second, they grow this lead, but still, not a ton of separation. A good chance for a run here from Legion. Now 5 in a row. Again for aBeZy. He's finally going to drop, but every time the man's alive, he's a walking streak.
Yeah, I mean, this is a chance, though, for LAG to create that separation. Shotzzy is able to snap on the temp, get that 2nd kill. Now they're just trying to get Pro Loot out. The spawners of Legion are coming on through, but here comes Guerrillas. They're trying to get on the hill. Beautiful shots with the Vaznev. That'll open things up, but it's just a fight for map control right now, and the trades continue to go back and forth.
It could be a tough map for Vaznev at times, but like, I think if I saw like Shotzzy's kill on Clay at the back statue and then saw his shots there, I'm like, this guy's triple positive, right? Like, it feels like he's shooting absolute lasers, but
well, he certainly is. He just hit 3 more.
There it is. I guess the man is shooting lasers. The triple in the kill feed for Shotzzy. And now a 30-point advantage for Guerrillas. Clayster trying to push forward for any kind of opening, but sitting at the box is going to be Assault, and able to stop that push short. Nobody in the hard point for now, but tracking in will be Assault just for the final couple seconds. You see the top left hard point about to drop. Shotzzy's already in position for that hard point. The pressure now for Legion, starting him out.
Yeah, I mean, now you're looking for a break here if you are FaZe. It's been a couple of big breaks in this map for Guerrillas that have given them this lead, but it just feels like the kill's slowing down. Look, bottom right, TJ, 8 and 20. Shotzzy starting to take over. aBeZy's right from the get-go having a fantastic map, but the slaying starts to lean towards one way as LAG now with a 60-point lead, and it continues to grow.
10 continues to hold it, chains together a second, but yeah, now you're starting to get a hole. It's like, we're gonna need to make a rally, make a run here. And maybe it's a chance to be the start of it. They get the final 25 seconds and maybe make something wondrous happen on the rotation, but it's not gonna be easy on this particular rotation. aBeZy wants to take another gander at the point. Oh, I thought he was gonna get the tags in there to maybe win the fight, but it's Temp that'll be able to take him down. Now we're off to the races, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Temp early on, like 30 seconds left when we were on board with him. He kind of knew that his spawns for P3 were going to start to go towards Guerrillas' way. But Vegas have done a really good job to find the scrap time, to have some pressure here. One more player there. Clay's going to find the 2nd one. Now, only down 40. We know how difficult it is to break at Courtyard, and Vegas do a wonderful job chaining P2 and P3 together so far.
Yeah, you saw a Pro just kind of swan diving, just playing his life, and it was the help from Clayster over the top that was going to be the difference. Now they're starting to line up in front, and you probably get 2 players there, one shot,
very
and
weak.
They're followed up. I mean, Clay, once again, what Pro Loot sets up, Clayster's putting down. Streak starting to come in. Able to stay up in the back. 5 in a row for Clayster's going in there. 3 through on the kill feed for Guerrillas. Still looking to get to the point, but you brought this within 20. You got a chance to make a run. Guerrillas going to surge up this lead a bit, but Legion, have you done enough to make this competitive down the stretch? Let's go to a listen in with Vegas Legion.
No. He has to be in the back. He's hiding back there, bro. He's maybe hiding back. He's top oak. Assault, top oak. Went to rails. He may be top boat camping. I don't know where he is. Get out back door. Back door. Just play tight. We don't have to chase him, remember.
One's bottom mark. Bottom mark.
Play tight. Bottom mark.
One just went close. One just went close. Close. Sage door. Weak. There's two stage. Two stage.
One back door stage.
I'm running to time.
I'm top out.
I need a time. I'm gonna go one more. Time. Weak. Time. Weak to a nade. One shot time. One top door.
Let's go.
Time and top door. Top door. Nice.
This big hold. This is big hold. They're trusting on me, right? Wait, one's on P1. On P1. On P1. Back whenever you need to, T. Just make them push you.
I'm in the corner looking bottom mark.
One shot. Another one. First truck. I ran.
First truck. And on top of the first truck.
One's P1. P shot my right.
There's only one. Make a push. This is a brand new
Alex top mouse valve.
He went gate. He went gate.
Yo, that's one
He went
gate.
gate.
Alec and assault.
P1, I think.
Yo, one might spawn on you upstairs.
P1
Yo, one's in new, I think. Cool.
One's on P1 right now.
I'm holding up the cookie. I think one's in new.
Yo, 12 bottom art and top 2-on-0.
Just get a new. I'm saying.
One shot, Alec.
Fuck, bro. I have your map stage. Show me challenge.
I think the one thing I liked at times was just people with the comms to rein him in, sort of like let him come to you. We can play it tight. We don't have to chase. Just sort of trying to calm people down at times.
Yeah, I mean, right at the beginning, yeah, a little bit nervous. I think it was Assault they were trying to track down. They just could not find him, but they had a big break. They got majority of the time. But it's aRSity's up to 33 kills and LAG. Now just fighting for map control over towards this final hill. It's a very back and forth game, but still a small lead. Goes the way of Guerrillas.
Yeah, but Legion have been fighting, just trying to get this lead change. Hasn't quite been able to happen yet. And back into the point. We'll go Assault. Joe Thieves winning another gunfight. Sitting at 16 and 20, but he sets some big ones. Clay lights up the feed, though. That'll be a triple for him, and that will be Legion now into the point. With this time, I mean, you're looking at nearly a tie game. That's going to be the Daddy Pop from Exceed. Let's see what kind of opening he's going to be able to find as he's wrapping around the backside of Fortress.
I mean, this is big for Exceed. If he can just try to stay alive. P1 is coming up soon. His teammates spawning across the map. You have Assault just trying to stay up, but that's going to give Legion full map control for now, but you can see it, just what he's doing. Everyone's trying to find Exceed. Where is he? That's how the comms are going. He's able to spot one, taking his time. Doesn't matter. Prolute takes him down. Now it's Joe's turn. He's got the help of RC to get them off the hill. So still, both teams fighting for map control, especially around P2, but you can win here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough to get this time clean and win it, but you've got a shot to do it. Definitely put some pressure on the Legion to try and get this.
Yeah, they're going to have to go. They had to put resources at this P1 break. Temp trying to find the angle. Maybe just found a timing. I think he does, trying to shoot the toes of Exceed. He's able to stay alive, but the nade will connect. And now it's about the rotation over towards P2. You have a couple of players in TJ and Prolute starting to work their way forward.
Now they start to give this up and focus on the rotation. What is RC's able to do? He's been the hot hand throughout the course of this game, but his teammates are the one picking it up inside. It's Joe, it's Exceed. Finding the kills down to the point they go. Guerrillas just need 5 to close this out. Legion starting to fly, trying to get it. Are they gonna get there in time? Everybody gets cut down. As aRSity's gets 2 of the final 4. A monster map out of aRSity's for the map 1. And it got tight at times. It's an 18-point victory, but LAG just enough to close it out.
42 from aRSity's, an unreal map out of him. And we've seen it at times these last couple of years, not often, but it feels like at times he can just take over. He does it right there. 4,500 damage. Leads the way, and still, it was an 18-point game.
I mean, yeah, he doubled a lot of people's damage. Like, the man was an absolute beast. Started out like 10 and 2, and you think maybe it's just a hot start, but he never really looks back. I think the other one stood out, he's like 21 and 7 still. Triple positive, just continues flowing on the map, winning gunfights, finding the good timings. Incredible stuff there from aRSity's. They get the map 1 though, and that's where they've been solid. It's been the hard point, but now we get to the bread and butter for Vegas, and we look forward to the search.
Yeah, I mean, you know, still, you just look at the slaying. I mean, TJ has a really rough game. We talked about that, his inconsistencies, but you only lose by 18. They probably feel like they had a chance to win that one a couple 100%. Of times. And again, it was just this fight for map control on Fortress that just goes back and forth. And sometimes just that scrap time that just starts to go your way. But it's these teams fighting for P2 over towards P3. LAG, they kept that lead, able to hold on.
And it just felt like at times for Paris, like, I know it's not the hugest thing, but like, when the multi-kills needed to be there, it felt like LAG was getting them. Like the double, the triple. A couple times we'd be on TJ's POV, for instance. He had one, a good chance for 2, a tough gunfight, but a chance for it just felt a little bit short. And sometimes those multi-kills, those little swings in a moment can be all the difference. And
even just like that one player staying alive longer, and you could see just messing up the Legion setup, right? Because if they're able to get set up there towards that P1 at the end, right? Exceed, you know, he doesn't make that play, finds that one kill. You can see what it does when you pop Deddy, you're playing your life, everyone is scrambling, trying to track you down.
He's heard at the comms and look, man, like they're just trying to figure out where he is. It's like, you don't need to chase him, but then some people want to chase him, like, and then I didn't need him. It felt like there was a little frustration right when we went into the listening. I don't know if it was Clay towards Temp maybe, but he was sort of like, we know, Tom, we know. Like,
it's just intensity.
Yeah.
You know, it's just how they both are. They both want to win so bad, but it's not gonna, you know, it's not gonna work in map number 1. We'll see if it works in map number 2.
Well, I mean, the search has been, they've been nuts. I mean, where the respawns have been, I don't know what I'm going to get. The search, they've been so consistent. And you have a lot of search players in this team when you think about Temp, when you think about TJ, what Clay can bring to a team, and especially with maybe the pace and play style more of this title. But in search, they've been so good. But after that map 1, you got to come out here, you got to get the victory, really give yourself a shot in this series.
Yeah, they've also been clutch. I think they have like 25 clutches. Like ProLoot has like 11, which is more than some teams combined.
That's
so, I mean, they've relied on some of these big moments. LAG, maybe they know that. Maybe they have some strategies. A team that is struggling in search and control. You know, you have a new lineup. Things might just take some time to click, but hopefully it starts to click soon.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Guerrillas, you kind of had to win that hard point, right? Like, you just do with the way things are going. But now, can you win one of these? Can you win one of the maps 2 and 3 to give yourself the edge, stay up 2-1 in this series, or maybe run away with a 3-0? But you had to win that hard point. That's been your go-to. That's been where you're finding the victories, and they do just that, albeit a tight one, and you needed a monster game from Arcides. But it's just fun to watch him sometimes. I think, you know, when he was on that FaZe roster, that wasn't really necessary, like those monster games. Like, he'd have them from time to time, like you said, but it wasn't really needed. No. It's just fun to sometimes to see the skill there and just show that he's able to absolutely dominate a map.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think a lot of the times you rely on his leadership, and they've kind of talked about it with Assault coming in. Like, you brought in a trio. Like, you've just kind of added Arcees to a core.
Right.
Let that core work, and Arcees can just go be him. He can be that sort of main slayer that you need.
I mean, I just think that's sort of what Slasher needed to be at times when he was coming, a different role, maybe not the main slayer, but I think he kind of said it when we interviewed him on the podcast, just sort of, yeah, I mean, it's 3 guys and it's me, like, they just want me to play me, and they do their thing, and we'll hope we find success.
Don't overthink it. But there you can see there, 42 and 25. And all that is the kill record. Ties it, it's right around there. Might have tied it. Might be the kill record. Either way, it was ridiculous.
I mean, tie or take it. I mean, 42 is absolutely absurd. What a map it was. The damage, I mean, I think the thing that stood out the most to me is when you looked at the rest of the players in the lobby, but he's got to be feeling good.
Oh, he sets it. Oh, the Fortress one. Okay, there you go.
I was wondering if we were talking respawn entirely, we were talking specific hard point, but that'll be the Fortress hard point kill record, 42 from aLLeY. Absolute beast. Now, what can he show us in the Search and Destroy as we get ready to get loaded in here for Legion versus Guerrillas. Map getting ready to load. We are headed to Mercado. I'm excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, you know how he's feeling. He's just like, get me back in the game.
Yeah,
like,
get me in some gunfights, baby.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. But not the easiest one all the time with an AR on this map. A lot of it just comes down to those early grenades. Playing for Cantina control. Really, a lot of the times you're just relying on your subs to try and work the map, and you're looking over them.
Let's get it rocking. Map 2 now underway. Offense first for LAG. RC's probably desperately want to get back into the mix, but the nades are going to connect. Joe Thieves able to get that first pick. Give them numbers. Now can they play their lives? Look at number 2, Exceed on the other side of the map, looking to take a fight, and it's just Clay, patient, ready, and waiting. That's going to be a frustrating death because you throw away the 4-on-3 advantage.
Yeah, I mean, he was just trying to play, like, I don't know, maybe see if the B-bomb's open, you can rotate on over, but he's going to end up getting caught.
He's thinking nobody's home. Just the way
he's just trying to play that lurk roll. Hopefully they force a rotation with that nade that lands in, but Assault able to bring it back, give them that man advantage. It's Temp and Clays are just trying to find anything that they can, and I think Temp knew that Arcees was in that position. Certainly felt like that based off the comms, then the nade connects. So now a 2 versus 2.
Just the way they were playing it, they had some kind of info, right?
Certainly.
Well, with 30 seconds to go here. See if they can clutch up. Clay able to win another one. He's the ace too. That's 3 in a row, and he's hungry for the final one. Joe Thieves in trouble, down to 15 HP. Starting to swarm around him. Stun getting hit inside. He's tucked away in a corner though. Tim's gonna get shot in the back. but it's KiSMET with the ace. Time for the defuse. Hell of a round there from KiSMET during round 1.
That does it with the tack, does it with the Vaznev, and I'll tell you what was a key right there, that stun, because with Joe Deceives, he's trying to regen his health, but that stun stops that, right? It does 1 damage, he's just got to sit there and wait, and he's thinking, I have Daddy popped, I got to get a kill, and it's sort of just panic mode, hoping your health comes back, but it allows KiSMET to get in a position. It's an easy trade, it's an ace for KiSMET.
Just aLLeY and KiSMET, the old teammates trading blows between the map one, now the start to this search and destroy. He's like, all right, U-turn.
Look at this, B's wide open. aLLeY with the sniper.
Speaking of the old teammates.
Oh, that was close, the timing. But B's open. They're not gonna know it. They're gonna have to take their time to clear it, but they can start to work the plan.
Let's see what kind of angle he can find. Oh, nearly takes the hip off attempt. Still just trying to look for the angle. Now they have to work the retake. Everybody kind of grouped up together outside of Exceed, who once again kind of a man on an island. They try to hit the nades, and now here we go. They're on the edge. The 2-man push, able to take down one. KiSMET continues the hot streak. He's up to 5-0. Tip tagged up in the window. Trying to stay up, get one kind of angle.
They're on it. TJ gets a kill. He gets a kill. 18 seconds left. KiSMET up to 6-0, looking for number 7. KiSMET with 7, but TJ finding that kill was huge because they were committed to it. I like the play call from Guerrillas.
How close was it?
I was a second. I think about a second away. I think it was Joe Deceives, just hops right on it. But nice patience from the side of Legion, not to get caught with the sniper. The nades start to come in. But KiSMET up to 7.
And look at him smiling, he loves it. Probably nothing better. Be on the main stage, having your name chanted in the venue.
I'm liking those glasses too.
The nice, Harry Potter glasses.
Nice
dude.
specs.
He's a wizard, mate.
This guy upgraded.
Once again, it's a nade that'll open around. This time from the Legion side. But as TJ flies on forward, he'll end up dropping.
Bro, there's a couple of gunfights already. Joe has won throughout this match where you could tell he is shooting well. Even just the start of last round, finding that first blood. Not easy. Does it there again, but Temp is going to give them a man advantage. A nice trade, and now it's a 1-on-2 for KiSMET. Can he keep this round up? He doesn't have Daddy.
Why not?
Doesn't have Daddy. He has a Vaznev as well. Oh. Showing off tips and tricks on the stage, huh?
Well, now the plan will get down. Can he get out to 9-0? Can he clutch? This crowd will go insane if he can pull this off. Daddy's getting close. 30 seconds to go.
That door got destroyed.
Not gonna happen. It's Guerrillas that are able to hold on. The streak from KiSMET will stop, and around on the board now for Guerrillas. I mean, if he has Daddy up a little bit earlier, maybe a chance to try and make a play.
Yeah, like maybe if he has attack there, he catches a player on the bomb, but he has the Vaznev over towards B, right? Sort of the island player. Yeah, if he has Daddy, what's the timing like? But doesn't. And honestly, they give him no chance. Even when those initial shots go down, the players on LAG, Exceed and Joe Deceives, they just back on up. Joe, up to 5 kills.
And you got to respect the hot hand, too. When you got a 7-0 start, you
do whatever you want.
You know he's feeling himself.
Yeah.
Like, play it smart.
And Legion are thinking going right back to B. So here's an early adjustment for LAG. They're going to play into this, but there is the fly through. TJ able to find the first blood, but now it's Joe's turn. Not easy to take down players behind this table. He keeps fighting, goes for number 2, trying to find number 3.
Yeah, it's 4 in a row for Joe Deceives as well. Well, it looked like a great opening there for TJ and ProLoop, but then things slow down. What can TJ and KiSMET do in the 2 versus 3?
KiSMET just trying to find an angle on top of that wall, hoping maybe somebody will peek, but again, just a lot of patience. You have Assault making sure there's nothing going on over towards A. There's the wide peek, and yeah, good luck with that gunfight. They're going for the trade, and Joe, he finds an ace of his own.
Yeah, he's set up here at his workshop, going to work. Just putting him down as they continue to cross the bit of cover here. Enough to just shut everyone down. Lovely shots. The man's been beaming since map 1. He's 9-2 now, and well, he's the guy that's matching what Clay is bringing to the table here in the map 2.
Yeah, and that's why going to B is pretty difficult, right? I mean, that's why we see teams really go over towards that A site, fight for Cantina controls. It just takes one player at that table.
Yeah.
Just takes one.
No, that Heady is mean. He has the protection of a couple of boxes, some lamps. Waiting for the utility out by their side. They're crossing in front of him. Prolute going to kind of be the bait in this push again. It's unfortunate deaths for him. TJ falls as well. Down to a 2v2 now. Thieves tried to push it out, able to do it. Now Clay left in a clutch scenario yet again.
We're doing it again, baby.
1v2.
This time we got Daddy. We have Daddy.
Did he get spotted?
No, I don't think he did. He does not get spotted. Bomb goes down. There's one. He's going to be ready for the second. He knows it's the bomb planner. Which direction is Joe coming from? What? Joe's on 9, Clay's on 8. And Clay!
The 1v2 clutch from Clayster. My man's is feeling himself, but of course it comes down to those two in this moment. He's able to take it and using his hand for a little extra loving.
As he's just getting fired up, trying to get the crowd into this, trying to get his team into this, that we could do this. And Joe on the other side was just like, you know what? I'll give him his props. Joe, he's on 10, Clay up to 9. Both of them leading the way in this back and forth battle.
The plays continue to be made, but now into the round 6. 10-3 from Joe to Thieves, 9-2 from Clay. You got 1 on Assault, 0 on Prolute. Prolute's been just the super mega bait in some of these pushes. I mean,
100%.
He's just like, all right, I'm going first.
Well, Clay, he's going to call this in. He's going to get the info. So they know the A-bomb's open. Does he spot the one player on the full flank? That's going to be a seat quick. Inside a barbershop. I don't know if he's going to be ready for this. This would be next level, and the nades do connect.
I think he might have heard something. I thought he did for a moment. I thought he had the gunfight win, but Assault sends him to the dirt. 2v4 now. TJ 1 kill, but not going to be enough. Tim picked out of the window, and just like that, that's a way to answer after the big clutch from Clay. You dominate the round, you bring it to 3-3.
And that's huge, and I'll tell you why. Because the fact is you've had that, that round 1 win offensively over towards B. LAG, they've been sending 3 players over towards that area, and they just said, you know what, we'll commit to the retake on this site. And the fact that it's that clean means they're probably not going to change anything on defense. Plus, you have the streak gone. A nice retake there. Very clean from LAG.
Let's see what they try this time around. The show to Thieves continues to pump up the numbers. Through 6, averaging 2 a round. This goes the whole way. He's dropping 20. We're gonna see another map record. Arcades through the window, through the wall, through everything. The shots are there from Arcades to get the kill.
Yeah, first split coming in. But it looks like Temp. TJ gonna go through tunnel to tie things up. 3 versus 3, but Arcades is able to find the second in the round. As everything just kind of slows down now. LAG want to work this bomb plant, but they do not want to get caught. And Arcades on top of the umbrella. Clay looking for him, trying to spot him.
Reminds me of Clay in the tree back in BO3.
Unintended sight line.
Yeah. Oh, they're winning fights. They have no right winning, and now it's going to be down to Assault, a 1 versus 2.
No Daddy.
TJ's just laying and waiting, and they take the round. We talked about the clutches and how many they've had on the side of Legion. Another one. A 1v2, a 2v3. They continue to win rounds. And the numbers are to LAG.
You should just tell, right? LAG's just worried. Is there someone on the full flank, someone hitting through tunnel, right? Just getting that bomb down, it's not easy. They're hoping to use their numbers to trade, but it just doesn't happen. The props to TJ and Clay. And I love Clay running that extra Vaznev, right? It's coming handy. Multiple rounds so far.
Back and forth we go. Every ounce of utility seems to be tossed into this one at the break.
Get on the board, Prolute. Come on.
First gunfight. TJ.
Come on, Prolute.
He's able to win it. It's Clay just continuing to look for the angle. Just seeing maybe an elbow or a wrist. Now a thigh. But Assault actually gets a kill there from that block. Clayster now getting a little impatient, wants to push forward. They're starting to push this out. Sending it in is going to be ProLu. Clay's going to drop as well. I thought he was going to be there as well to take out the second player. Now TJ's chance to clutch. Is it another clutch round here for Legion? Daddy out, 1 versus 2. First kill, finish that down to 1 versus 1, scrambling away.
His daddy did reset. He's got some time to work with, but Joe Thieves, he's read this. He's read this. And well, there we go.
He sure has. The wrap out, read like a book. As Joe Thieves makes the play. The Iceman can't get it done.
Close, but he was ready for the wrap. Up to 14 is Joe Thieves. And again, just around that A bomb site, I think what Assault and Joe Thieves just able to play their lives, able to find those picks. And in the 1-on-2, TJ not able to find the clutch.
You need to win that one, just based on how, 2 out of the last 3 were clutch rounds from Legion.
But most importantly, ProLu got on the board.
Yes. That's right, he's just been jumping around the corner, spinning in circles, trying to...
There's only one Nicky D, okay?
Yeah. Well, Clay will be the low man on the offsite. RC's with the man, continuing to find his picks.
TJ's in a good spot, though. The question is if they know he's there. He's kind of just been lurking around. Just prone right outside of that bomb position. Well, now they're going to know. Cruise missile called in. ProLu does find one. As soon as that's called in, TJ goes forward. ProLu with another one. Are you kidding me? Now it's going to be a 1-on-2 for Joe Thieves. Does find one.
His entire team just dropped.
With the streak. That is not what... Oh, man. The timing. And that was just a full round collapse for LAG.
Listen, we've all been there, whether it's in Warzone, whether it's in multiplayer, the stairwell pushes. Like, you'll just get this timing where you're sure the top is clear. The way you see it is clear. And they're just there the whole time. Like, oh my, we've all had that, dude. It's so frustrating.
Oh, he just, I don't know.
It's so frustrating.
I think you should have saw it, but that is a tough one.
Just
no doubt about it.
Though, you know how it looks.
I know.
You know how it looks.
But I don't know what happened as he called that in.
Everything happened.
I think they just ran at him. They just ran at the Guerrillas.
Oh, like that.
It continues.
Like that?
Just like that. A first blood. TJ's on 10, by the way, matching Clay now.
One more round for Legion. 3 versus 3, next big fight upcoming. Oh my lord, speaking of timing, ProLu trying to back out of it. The push is gonna come from underpass and he will fall. Trades go back and forth again though, 2 versus 2, 50 seconds on the clock. Legion need this round to get to around 11. You can see bomb down.
I mean, Clay was mid-tunnel. So you can see Joe Thieves just trying to spot that where he is, but Clay's able to find another one. Now a 1-on-2 for Arsenes. I think Clay gets them both as Legion tied things up 1 apiece.
Clay, I mean, who else would you rather have alive there? Clay and TJ, based on the maps they've been having, they go to work, they get the win. They're the 1v2 clutch, the 2v3 clutch. Clay getting the crowd fired up. You love to see it.
I mean, TJ almost had as many hardpoint kills as in the Search Destroy, honestly. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see from him. Now can he keep it going? But a nice team effort from Legion. But again, just the clutch factor that they have, it comes through again. But I got to say, the round that just sticks out to me is the round where Joe Thieves is calling in his streak, man. I don't know what happened, but Legion just flew. They found the timing.
Things where we see it before, it's just sort of all right, streaks incoming, run around.
Run.
And you just catch a timing or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, TJ was like on the bomb, so he's thinking, I got to go. But Joe Thieves with 15 for the loss. Clay leading the way on the other side with 13. Those two just went back and forth.
Oh, that was, you had a ton of incredible individual moments. And I'm glad ProLu got rolling because I felt for the guy early in some of those rounds. I mean, he was just the first in, just getting dropped. He starts like 0-5, 0-6, but he ends up having his moments. They end up getting the map win, and now they tie us up at 1-1. I mean, the story of map 1, RC's just dropping a bomb there. I mean, it was a ton of people popping up with individual performances, but it ends up being the clutch factor that gets Legion the W, Joe.
It sure was. I mean, you know what it's like to be pro, dude. Just always getting baited by Teef and Sim. It's unbelievable.
Those idiots. Sometimes it happens to the best of us, but we're tied up 1-1. We're getting ready for control. We're headed to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Skyz, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back. We are tied up 1-1 as we continue on in this best of 5. I mean, Joe, on paper, it sort of seems like one that might go the distance, just when you think about the control woes you've had on the side of LAG. Their success at Hardpoint, you're probably thinking of map 5, but they did manage to win a control yesterday.
You never know. But both these teams winless on LSE control, so
somebody's got to win here.
Not great. Not great for either side. We will see. Well, so yeah, something's going to change. But you think for the momentum shift, I mean, Vegas, TJ played a lot better. Play really stepped it up. He kind of cooled down RCs, which I think was big. But you saw it at the end of the hardpoint. Joe Dashy starting to play really, really well, and he brought it into that map too. So look out for him in this.
Yeah, no, I gotta think it was a confidence booster for some within that search and destroy. But now all that matters is this control. Who's going to get the edge 2-1 and maybe run forward to win this series? Again, it's an elimination match. One team maybe continues to be a Cinderella story as you go on. The other one, you are out of it. But
you can see, it's not great. 0-3 on one side, 0-2 on the other. At least your KD's a little bit better.
I guess that's the one thing you think. Yeah. We've lost it one more time. So
I'm not taking much from that. Just
no.
Entire thing.
They both stink at it, but maybe somebody will win it. Well, somebody definitely will. That's not a maybe. Unless there's some sort of
just tie forever
scenario. Parlu, whose struggles were really tough at the beginning of the search, gets his head popped off there by Exceed. His temp is now tucked away, and the pressure is starting to mount. Joe Dashy is once again sending it on forward, and he's kind of the bait down low. The peak comes in up top, and Temp gets cut down as well. It was a flurry of kills there for Guerrillas. Still Prelude back off spawn and into the kill feed.
You just kind of see with RC's in that position over towards A, towards the tower, it's just tough to work that zone. So what do Vegas do? They say, you know what? Let's just work field side. Let's get on the beat. Force them to start to rotate on over. At least maybe get a tick done. Worst case scenario, we just go back inside, work over towards that A zone. But TJ, he's just going to stay alive. Hopefully his teammates watch over him. RC's very weak, but there is the trade as Exceed flies on through.
Yeah, you talked about forcing the rotation over. They do that. The collapse comes in.
That's 3 dead.
But then, they line them up. The reinforcements get there, and the reinforcements pop off, Joe.
It's just decision now. What do you want to do? Yeah, you had one player touch A. It's not really a stack on a B. Still only one player on it. Is they're just waiting for the nades. Okay. Pro moves on forward. That's going to be 3 in a row for him. Just trying to get done with this zone. Is Assault going to be the last player to try and stop this? He's able to win the first, but that is just a little bit too late. So Vegas, very nice job over towards B.
Lives-wise, still basically even. You got 90 seconds to work with. TJ wins that fight. I think the stun came from Joe Dashy because he tries to stun back just in case there's a second and nobody home. Now the first push in transition. It's Exceed that's finding all the kills, just trying to back it up. He's gonna catch him reloading, he will, and I think a teammate's stun combines onto that right as he wraps the corner, so an easy setup for TJ. Now what can they find here?
Yeah, you see, you really have nobody on the outside part for LAG, so they're gonna have to fight from the windows, fight from inside. Assault, that is just not gonna be easy for him with attack. Exceed, the last player here, trying to do what he can, at least finds one.
That was disgusting,
maybe you stop a 4-man stack, a 3-man stack, whatever it is, you buy your team time.
That was some nice movement. He had no right getting a kill there. I thought TJ had a freebie and Exceed puts him on skates. But they're getting close to getting the point down. It's gonna be contested now, just a little bit over the second bit of progress. Now we continue to fly, snapping around the edge. It's going to be Prelude, able to take down one. One more is here. Joe Dashy's going to drop, and that will be the point. Legion on the board first. And yeah, you said there was no presence really outside. They started to find the openings.
You know, I mean, it's just their execution over towards B. You got to think early in the round, you don't have a lot of trophies. You saw the way they were playing it. They kept one player on it, pause the clock, you start that progress, but you're just waiting for the nades to hit. You're waiting for the nades to hit. You saw as Prelude got forward into that 2-story. He was just playing his life as they crossed it. They get mowed down. That gave them the numbers over at B.
Now let's see if Guerrillas can answer back. Where their opening will come from. But Joe Dashy, who's been absolutely twisted at times within this match. It's Assault that's putting him down though. That's 2 early ones. That's a wrap out to B quickly. One guy lurking in behind kind of enemy lines. That's going to be Prelude, and Prelude is going to chow. Can't finish one. Hits them both down to probably half HP, but they're able to turn and snap together. Now the nade's starting to come in. It's a combination of a stun and a Simtex over the top from Clay that I think gets him out of a point for a second. Near the second bit of progress, but not quite done yet, Joe.
Yeah, they're trying to hunt down Joe, and they're just able to do that. I mean, he was just playing his life, and you know, if you're able to just finesse, get inside, just like the way he was doing, you just force the defense to try to hunt you down. But it was an early trophy from LAG that got them that control. You saw it was really the MVP of that push. But RCDs, now with those 2 kills, they're going to open up that A zone, start to work on the progress as they see. Just waiting for the rotation on over. With the rest of Vegas all working inside. That's going to be TJ and Temp. That's going to be a couple of kills for Exceed.
That is lovely from Exceed. To stop any kind of pressure across, to stop them from getting A. That's going to be A done. That's going to be Deddy out now from Exceed. He's been the annoying one in the hard point. Oh, God. I thought he had one there, but Prolute. Little drop shot and snap. Able to rip him off the map. Now, you already got some progress done at B. Just 2 more ticks to go.
Yeah, but you have a lot more presence, map presence-wise. For Legion, you have Temp all the way pushed up. You did have TJ, but they know they have to find Temp. He can watch this cross, try to get some info. But you have, what, RC's all the way in the spawn of Vegas, and they all spawn low cliffside. I think Joe's going to spot that, and well, it seems like I'm going to just hunt down Temp. This should make things a little bit easier for us, but Temp just trying to finesse, trying to play his life. The stun does connect. I just don't think he was full HP. He was just about to regen. Nastie's going to find that kill.
I say Clay just kind of holding this top peak, but RC still able to find the kill. You got 48 seconds to go. Now you're slowly starting to work the progress here on the point. You've got 3 players kind of in position around the point. Working the long way around the flank will be RC's. He's taking his time, maybe trying to distract some players. Maybe when a gunfight through on the fight, not going to happen. It'll set up Joe Deceive for the kill. Now time is starting to dwindle, but you've got the lives here. You're up 17-11, but there's so little time.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. That's really it. And TJ, he was able to find 1 kill field side that got them off the point. Now they're just picking them apart 1 by 1. And when you're staggering this push, it's just not easy to get done with this zone. You have Temp now working up. There is a quick trade, but again, just slowing things down. Exceed trying to find any spawn kills that he can. He just flies on through.
Well,
and they just can't get together. They cannot get together. You have 1 more push at this with a couple of seconds left, but there we go. Another staggered push, and Legion now up 2-0.
Yeah, I think Exceed was just thinking, like, I gotta, with the time left, I gotta take the fight. It's just a reposition there for DJ, I think, in the back.
Yeah, it's just tough. I'm maybe trying to do a little bit too much, because if he stays alive there, backs up, they have like a 3-man push over.
I mean, it's the final push. Yeah, I guess he's just thinking.
He's just out of it.
Sends it for glory, and maybe hopefully wins it, but not going to be the case. Clay's chirping a bit.
Wow, 89th pro tournament, 2nd of all time is Clay.
That's a few.
That's a lot. That's a lot of tournaments.
I mean, he's now with Scump's retirement and Krim and Pat, and like he's just outliving everybody. Father time, dude. Father time. Prolute starts to work up and just trying to get inside. Now can he use Deddy? Can't win the gunfight though. Exceed able to take him down. He probably needed 1 more bullet, but just not quite enough. But now you're up against it if you're Guerrillas. You've got to get a hold here to extend this control. The control hasn't been great, but I'd like to get around on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Legion, they go right back to B. This is what worked for them on the first offensive round. Just getting presence over here, forcing LAG to have to rotate from their position. But at least this time through, you could probably have a couple of trophies on the point, but Joe on the flank is able to find 1, but it's a team trade. It's 2 in a row now for Legion, and you have Clay. Again, not only are you on this point, you're also pausing the clock, just trying to play his life.
Starting to regen. All right, HP now back to full. He's kept the clock stopped throughout that time. Ready and waiting is TJ, up to 12-12. Second bit of progress now going to be done. Last time they got beat on first. Pretty quick success over at A. And they've kept the lives advantage here. They're doing a great job just chewing away at the lives on the Guerrillas side. Can't quite get the Deddy off and get wrapped outside to continue to be a nuisance through on the push through.
I'll tell you what though, it was Prolute in round number 1. It's now TJ in this round. Their ability to stay alive, all they're doing is cutting off the reinforcements for LAG, so they cannot get a good push over at B. Just keeping 1 player on it was Legion. They do it again. Nicely done from Legion. Now just have to rotate over towards A. You do have Assault all the way top tower. He does get spotted. Temp now on 5 in a row. It's a nice team effort from all of Vegas Legion. Trying to go up 2-1 in the series.
Can he get Assault out of this spot? There's a big fight for Clay. Not going to happen. The timing is not there. Holding left. Push comes in from his right. So Assault now should be on 3-4 in a row as he's just been tucked away at top tower. But you've got a minute to work with. Lives, you're all right, but, well, that's starting to disappear as RC's popping off of the feed. But this outside control that you have for Guerrillas is something that never really happened in that first round.
No, 100%. Yeah, and then, I mean, yeah, you have the couple of lurkers, whether it's TJ or ProLoot, trying to find any kills inside. They're just given nothing. It has been all purple.
He's got trophies everywhere.
Yeah, this guy's got a lot of trophies up top, just hanging out with that AR. Such a tough position to take back, and now Jodeci's playing so cool, able to take down 2.
The fact he gets both there, just full stunned. And okay, he gets 3. Now on 5 in a row, down to 2 HP, but truly unbelievable stuff. And I mean, the fact that you've had Assault in that position the entire time, you haven't had a chance at this. You might have, I feel like you got 2 to 3 kills total for Legion, like since you flopped to try and push right.
Yeah, it has not been easy for them. And I mean, there's a way to sort of ignore that player tower side. You just have to get some control inside, right? You can avoid some of the angles that player could take, but Joe has just been locking it down. Arseny's and Assault looking over him, and LAG still alive.
I know I'm exaggerating. It was quite a bit more than 2 to 3, but it just felt it felt so dominant.
I think it was only a couple.
It felt so dominant. And yeah, just that kind of the hillside of the map not being nearly as open this time. They just couldn't find their plan of attack. And Assault, you saw he had 42 trophies down covering, just snaking the hell out of that cement block, just set up to deliver the pain. But you get the round if you're Guerrillas, you stay alive now. Can you push it to around 5?
Yeah, 5 in a row for Assault. RC's with 4 in a row. So maybe they find a streak to work with, some extra utility on this map. Temp trying to cut him down. TJ will do it instead. So a big kill there. Now can they find RC's, but LAG, they got to find an offensive round win. Weren't able to do it last time through. Some nice pressure over towards B. They're just going to get on, but they know they have to finesse, and this is that same position where ProLoot and TJ have been so good for Legion.
This is where, I mean, Exceed, we've seen him have his moments where they're looking for him.
Just run around.
Exceed. Where's Exceed? Yeah, just run around, bash through doors.
Open door, closed door, open door, closed door.
And finally, they're able to take him out. I think he had 2 or 3 before he dropped. Arseny's lying in wait. The prone shot they're able to connect, and that will be B. So now you've got 2 full minutes, couple life advantage. And you see right number 8, Clayster is set up where we saw Assault find the success. How are they going to deal with this? Where are they going to find the break?
2-minute hold, not easy at all. He's going to try to put some shots in. Exceed's just going to get on the point, try to force some rotation for Legion. TJ going to get spotted, but inside, they're trying to hunt down Temp. They look for him. I thought they would look for him. I thought maybe the call out. How is he alive? And well, Arseny's with the Vaz. They'll be able to find the kill. It's now the point is open. You have multiple players on it. We could be seeing a round 5.
This is the chance to do it. 2 players going to drop. You've still got 1. Make it 2 here as Assault will be the follow-up. Second pitch is so close to being done. Can you win a couple of key gunfights? Trophy out there for coverage. It's going to be a big trophy, but I think still some damage done to Assault and Thieves as they do end up falling. Now Asim going to be the next man to try and follow this up. He wins 1, Exceed does on the other side of it. Second bit of progress now done. Still 90 seconds to go. Still relatively even in the lives department. But this is going to be so tough to do. They just have to send it time after time, just able to stop it with about a centimeter to go.
Yeah, I think Clay found a double kill, which kept them off of that point, but they are not out of trouble right now. Assault off spawn up to 27 and 14, and there we go. We are headed to a round 5.
Holy smokes. I thought when Legion went up 2-0, just the woes you've had from Guerrillas, like this is dumb. But remember, both these teams not great on this particular control. It was 0-2 and 0-3 coming into it.
They're not good at control at all?
No, at all. Yeah, that's a good point. But you get this battle to the round 5 where somebody's going to walk away with a win.
We'll see who's got defense. It will be Guerrillas. I mean, Legion, what's been their go-to? On attack, going over towards B, getting that done right away. Maybe they're going to try and switch it up because they did not have fun taking A last time through. And it looks like they're going to head over towards A.
The push to A was just so different both times for them. How could they try and get a better transition across and not allow them to get set up in the way they were and make it a little bit messier? But Assault's been shooting beams 27 and 14 on 3 in a row coming into this. Through on the flank, though, it'll be Exceed to take out Clay early in the round. As they're looking to build this pressure onto the A point. He's still got bodies here in the form of TJ.
Yeah, TJ just trying to stay alive, trying to do what he can. And well, he's able to find a double, so he's going to pause that clock. But of course, there's an LAG AR up top in the tower. But it doesn't really matter right now. TJ taking over the round early on. And well, that is allowed 3 to go down. Assault, the last player here. A second tick comes in. Assault!
Oh my God, Assault! 6 HP in a dream. The triple to clear them off the point is the man makes a heroic play.
I don't know how he is alive, but the map might be alive just because of that. 31 and 15 for Assault. Does get taken down now over towards the B zone. Prolute got pushed up, but it's trades back and forth right now.
What in the world was that? I know he's having a map, man. He's on 31, but ooh, just snap, snap, snap. Unbelievable. And now you feel like if you're Legion, I mean,
30 seconds.
That just break your back. Like you thought you had the point done. You're thinking about the push to B. Now, how do you regain and try to go big in this moment?
Again, who opens it up? It's a multi-kill from TJ. He was able to find 2. And both of those players were on the Vegas side of the map. B almost done. A streak comes in, doesn't connect, but it allows them to push on through. So you have 2 ticks done on both points. Vegas, 20 seconds left. They gotta go. Joe already over towards A. He knows the push coming his way.
Can they just get that extra minute? Can it get to the final point where they have a chance to make a play? They've got to do something here. Joe Deceives ready. RC's looking up over the top, able to hit the shots. Contested for now. Stopped at 9 seconds. It's another gunfight win. 2 are going to drop. Tim's going to be the last man here. Now it's his turn to try and be massive.
They got to go to B.
To do it.
It's
Running
Prolute.
across is number 6. Prolute just sprinting. He's there for a second, but it's Exceed that is ready and lurking, and Guerrillas are able to get the round. And that all comes down to Assault with the triple on the point. Unbelievable.
I don't know what he did. I don't know how he's alive.
I mean, he had all the info. It's just he had no right getting all the kills. Somebody need to get one more bullet into him. What a map. 34 and 17. 4K damage from Assault. But I mean, that triple on the point was everything there.
Yeah, I mean, A gets done, right? I mean, you'd have that extra minute. And then even they're over towards the end at B. I mean, they almost get done with the B point. The cruise gets called in.
I mean, you might still close it out if you're LAG, even if you don't get that play, but that just cements it. I mean, it just makes
it them all map momentum, dude. They gave them the map control that they needed. You can see there, Assault 34 and 17. It's been the ARs for LAG. It was map 1, all RCs, map 3. Assault.
And I think that's just one where you just probably lose full a little bit in the comms. Yeah. Like, how does no one trade that type thing? I imagine.
Well, yeah. I mean, just this Legion team in general. We know with some of the personalities on this squad, could be a bit of a roller coaster. This does not help.
I would love to hear what Timp was saying after that. I don't even know which kill he was in that whole mix, but I'm sure it was a how.
Maybe he wasn't.
Yeah, no, that would be worse if he wasn't.
Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah. But just unreal stuff there from Assault. Monster map. I mean, he was big in that. I mean, he was also, when he was able to get set up tower side with the trophies in the earlier round defense, I mean, he was huge and just staying alive and making sure they never really got that outside field position where they were able to take the map.
I assume at some point we're going to see it again. It was right here.
Yeah.
TJ gets taken down. Shots on the Clay and then shots on the Temp. He was number 3.
And he was probably just caught mantling, I think. Was he mantling over the top?
Yeah.
He probably got a hip fire bullet out.
Little auto mantle on the one of those poles. We've all been there.
Yep, sure have.
But down 0-2 was LAG. Rip off 3 in a row.
unbelievable. Now we get ready for a hard point where, I mean, it was a pretty back and forth affair. I think it ended up being, what, about 18 points, I think it was? Yeah, it separated the two teams, but we get ready to go now. I mean, I guess I would think if I was LAG, if you told me 2 and 3, I was going to win one of them, like, okay, cool. We got a shot to win the series. We got a shot to win the series.
The way their hardpoint is looking, and I mean, again, it wasn't the cleanest map #1, but it feels like everybody else now. You've had Joe had a big map. You've had Assault had a big map, right, after RCD. So now I think all 4 players kind of locked in.
Yeah, and I think, you know, just the crowd has been behind this Legion team. You heard it from when the players were coming out on stage. Now is when you got to talk things through, brush it off, and go to war here in this map 4, because your tournament hopes and a chance to really make a deeper run in this tournament, it all relies on this. And this may be a series you felt you should have won. You think if it gets to a game 5, they got a really good chance to win it just based on their success in Search and Destroy, but you got to get there.
Yeah, that's what they were able to do in Major 1. Just get it to that game #5. You just can't always, yeah, as you said, rely on that. So they need a big hard point here. It's been sort of an individual series, right? Like everyone sort of stepping up or taking turns. I think if you're a Legion or a Legion fan, map #4, I'm kind of looking at Temp, right? He hasn't had like the craziest series, but I think we all know what level he can play at.
No, I mean, talent-wise, absolute freak. I mean, he can be just one of the best players on the map at any given time when he's feeling hot, but can he get there? I mean, you can't let, not that you let him do it. I mean, he's healing himself. Like, yeah, RCs have a map like he did. He got into his comfort zone too early. Like, just one of those things where he pops off like a 10-2 start, he's in his bag quickly. You can't let that happen. You got to slow him down. But I think you can kind of see a little bit, maybe in the body language, there's some frustration there, 1,000%, yeah.
You just kind of have to move by it, but it's just not easy to do, right? They know the pressure here in losers round 1. You lose this series with how the qualifiers went, you are out. And that can be difficult, right? It's tough to just show up and travel for a day, play one match.
Yeah, and I'm sure
gotta get locked in.
If you're Clay, I mean, you've been here so many times, you sort of know one of those maps is what might cost you the series. One moment like that, like it's just
100%.
Small things. It's the small things.
Yeah, Call of Duty at this level, that's all it is. But here we go in the hotel. Joe Deceives having himself a series, but especially in that Search and Destroy, a map lost, by the way. He drops 15. But he stepped up in big moments with that submachine gun. See if Legion get us to a map #5, or if Guerrillas are going to move forward.
Here we go. Map #4. Can Legion do it? Or can Guerrillas close it out with all the respawn victories? aBeZy just sending it. Takes one with him before he drops. As each team vying for position now around our opening hardpoint. It'll be Legion that are now able to get in.
Oh, I see. Yeah, he's going to flank, but he's going to get taken down. That's going to be 3 dead. So at least a nice start here, slaying 4 Legion after, you know, probably that throw. But the spawns come in. Well, it's going to be good spawns for LAG.
aBeZy just reading it out. Just thought the timing would be horrible getting the nade out, but the play will come through as he tries to play for TJ up top. But so far, so good for Legion. Nice opening hard point. You're going to be up over 30, 35 points in that ballpark. They'll leave one person on it. They'll start to rotate. So we have one-on-one at the old hard point. And TJ, he's able to win that as he now will transition off. You get kills on the point. That's Temp and Clay. They're able to find him a chance to chain together these opening 2 hard points.
I mean, just a wonderful job by Las Vegas Legion as that hard point is closing out. It has been all Legion in the kill feed. You had the positioning, you had the spawns at Guerrillas, but quickly it went away. It started with Clay. He finds 4 kills in a row to give his team the spawns. Him and Temp, #7, he has been in that position. And yeah, they can build themselves up a really solid lead in this map #4. As he is starting to beam up to 6 in a row.
And this is similar to the start we saw from RCDs in that map 1. Very, very similar. These old teammates trading blows. 60-point advantage currently. On 6 in a row is Clay. Already the crews to work with. And now we transition out for our next hard point. Guerrillas, can they get set up this time a little bit better?
They just don't want to get broken here, or the game can just get very ugly quickly for the Guerrillas. You have 2 players playing outside, so if Legion, if they go quick, They could have the man advantage, but Clay trying to keep his streak going, has the FaZe, able to find the opener. The rest of his team going through. But a seed, and of course, it's a stun that cuts him down.
I think I saw him roll his eyes. Of course. That's how it ends, the stun damage.
They're just contesting right now, just trying to force Guerrillas to have to fight them at the front. TJ does a very good job, but Assault continues to have his great performance after map number 3 as he's up to 5 in a row.
See if he can get a streak, maybe to match the other side of what Clay has already earned. But this was a huge hard point. Like, based on how the first 2 went, you really needed a solid hold here, and you basically get all the time if you are Guerrillas. You get right back into this game, and I mean, you said the best. Like, you lose this one, you're down 100-something early on. You're in trouble.
With the streak as well, still on Clay to help him break P6 if they need to outside. So yeah, it could have gotten very ugly, but now over towards the death's hard point. And on rotation, able to find 3 in a row is Las Vegas Legion. You do have a seed. Maybe trying to work all the way around. Well, that's going to rely on Temp, but he gets stunned. Nice teamwork there from the Guerrillas.
Yeah, those, I mean, it's one thing, like, to win a gunfight stun when there's, like, slowly peeking in front of you, but when they're flying around the corner, it's just so hard to keep the tracking on point. You can barely tell what you're shooting at. It's a nice stun and chow, as you said. Still, the hot hand is Clay, 13 and 4. Looking for more, but just getting shot from below.
And just doing a great job staying alive, just playing his life, finding this time as they keep that around 70-point lead. He wins another gunfight up to 14. To the spot Joe on the rotation. He's going to take him down. You do have aBeZy just trying to play his life. They're trying to hunt him down. On rotation, is there a quick trade? There is. So Legion able to win the early P5 control. As Clay's just finding Vaznev on the ground, he's making it look easy.
Oh, this is just like, it's literally feels like Alex's performance in the map 1. Like, it's just Clay's turn to pop off and dominate. The ARs have been absurd within this series. But the lead is built up once again. You're looking to be up 90. It's Temp now. Pop it off. He was your guy that you thought had to have a big map. 3 in a row, up to 8 and 4. Trying to match what Clay is putting out. 17 on the map from Clay. Prelude through the fire and the flame and the smoke and everything in front of him. He continues to cruise. That's 2 in a row. The third up the bat, and oh, his head just gets plucked.
Yeah, that headshot multiplier hits, but now on rotation, plus you have this streak, so you can invest a lot here if you are Legion. You can see close to 200 points after the first rotation. I think you see it. Clay, he's calling this streak in, trying to give them early control on the hill. It's exactly what's going to happen, you would hope, but RC's going to take down TJ. But still, no one on the hill for Guerrillas, so you will take this. The rest of Legion are going to try to push through towards the flank. I think that's Prelude going on a wide flank through Kitchen. He's going to get spotted, though, by aBeZy. So a one-on-one going down on that side of the map. The rest of Guerrillas find the kills.
Well, yeah, I mean, other than the streak, I think Clay followed up with 1 tack kill. The rest, I mean, it's just been all Guerrillas for control of this hard point. You really had nothing that followed up that streak whatsoever. Now, finally, you're able to push through. There's only 20 seconds left on the point, but honestly, like, scrap time's massive when you're up like you are. You're up 70 or so points, take 10 here and there.
No, without a doubt, yeah, they continue to go for it. As Temp able to find that trade on to Joe, and you can see aBeZy's like, yeah, I gotta go for this, fight for this time as we're gonna head back towards P1. But I even like seeing TJ pull out another tack just on that hill, because when that streak was called in, I think you saw that he has one there, and RC was able to take him down. But both of these teams trying to play their best hardpoint. LAG trying to put this one away to continue on the losers bracket. Let's go to a listen with the Guerrillas.
I'm wrapping right. I'm wrapping he's pitching that. He's big arch side time, I think. Yo, he's booth. Still waiting. Booth. Absolute claim 3 times. Oh boy. One is double. One is double. I spawn bed. We got yo, I spawn home. I spawn. There's long just go. T1. T2. You just went T2. One spawn application. T2 on me. T2 that. clicked on it. Kill him. I'm one shot.
Yo, what's going? Big pass. Yes, he's one kitchen.
Heard you. Oh shit, that time was horrible.
I'm laying down the lobby. No, hold tables out. We got big Archie. Hold tables. There's three tables. Three tables, one big. Three tables, one big.
I'm helping. Yo, left side lobby.
Team shot. Team shot spot.
A little weak.
Lobby. Stay down. Make a push.
I'm pushing it.
I read lobby in a sec.
The comms are on point. They've made a rally here, Joe. I mean, it's Legion who have a chance to put this one away, but this has been a fantastic transition and hold. Everybody on point right now for Guerrillas.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, the start of that listening, they got fried P1, right?
Yeah,
like, we went to the listening and went 4 dead. It kind of felt like the comms were a little low, but the rest of P1 in this transition over to P2, it absolutely did. You had a couple of big plays from Exceed and Thieves on rotation to give them spawns and to keep Guerrillas alive. But if you're Legion, you have a chance to put them away here on a big money hill inside a kitchen.
It's 5 in a row. For Thieves, finds one tucked in the corner. That's going to be the cruise that is earned. Sending it with the Deddy. Can he find any kind of timing? Now into the point. The gig is up. The angle is there, though. One more lane here. Is a trade there. It is. Another big fight, though. It's TJ. It's Exceed. TJ able to win it. The nade's going to hit. They're going to trade. Who's going to be left standing? It's RC's in the point for now. Lead now down to 40. It's Guerrillas making the comeback. Knock. It's Alec. I'm here. What's up?
Legion have numbers right now. There's a split spawn that comes in. There's the break. But now behind enemy lines comes Exceed, but he is all by his lonesome. Legion, that was a big break after, well, they got broken early on, but Exceed's going to fight for the scrap time. Double headshots come in.
We got ourselves a game now. 30 points between the two teams. Next hard point to pop. Thieves gets a kill, but a grenade will trade him out. There's the flank on through. It's Proluz that takes the route. He's able to pick up RC, who's trying to hold the outside lane. Legion just 19 points needed. They get wiped. They get wiped off the map. I believe it's 2 for Exceed, 2 for Thieves. They get burned off the map, and now with 40 to go, a chance to hold. We're going the distance.
These two teams, they should just not create any separation between one another. Temp now, top bedroom, trying to look over TJ. You do have Prolute working the flank in a big one-on-one, and he's able to win that. So Prolute on the flank has done a great job a couple of times. He was able to win another one. They can win it here. Guerrillas have to commit to this push. Temp knows it. He can start to rotate to new. A team nade is in. 8 more seconds needed. That's going to be all 4 dead, and they get on the hill.
This should be it. They're sprinting to get to it. They got a chance maybe to contest, maybe push this to another hard point. But the crossfire is there. The final tick is in. Just enough with that final second on the point. The Legion, they push us to a map 5. And it got scary. The run was there from Guerrillas. But I think you nailed it. Prolute with a couple of those long routes were massive in the tail end of that game.
Yeah, Prolute. Couple of key plays. I mean, it was the other side. It was the momentum of Exceed and Thieves that started shifting LAG, right? They were finding breaks. They were getting a lot of kills on rotation. You kind of had that P2 to P3 transition. And it got scary at Kitchen with the first break from Guerrillas, but then it was like, bang.
It was right never really like a break. Like, it just was like, it kept coming down to these extended 1v1s. Like, it was never like clean, I guess. So it just, they kept it messy. They kept the fights down long enough. TJ won a big one, I think, before the nade traded him out to keep his team in the game. What stood out to you in the stats?
I mean, what, 30 kills out of Clay, 2 minutes and 23 seconds. The guy had early streak. Temp as well, another big game. But yeah, can't count out TJ and Prolute. Some of those key rotation kills that they were able to find with the subs.
This is one that felt like a game 5. I don't know that we thought it was going to go down in exactly this order because the control was kind of the question mark. But the fact is, we get to a game 5, and now the search and destroy. It's been great on the side of Vegas. On the other, not so great. But it's a game 5. I don't know what's going to happen. If you look back to the game 2 search and destroy, it was what the clutches, the big moments from Clay. The crowd was absolutely losing it, but it all comes down to this. We've got one more map before our final series of the night. Who's going to continue on, though? Is it going to be Legion? Is it going to be Guerrillas? Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss the map 5. We'll be right back after this break. Here we go. It all comes down to this massive map 5. I mean, this has had its moments, like incredible clutches, throws, just from Alex plays to Clay's clutches. I mean, this has been everything you could want in a 5-map series, but it all comes down to this search. Throw the rest out the window. Who's got the big moments now in the big map 5?
That's going to be the question, right? We're headed to aLLeY, and I mean, for Legion, you're looking at Clay Sniper. I think we got sent. He wins. They win 70% of the rounds that he snipes on, and when he doesn't snipe, it's like around 40%. So look for him with that snipe on this map. But yeah, you said it. I mean, every single player has taken a turn.
Yeah, and he's always been like an interesting sniper for me because he's always been good, but he's not been as flashy to watch. For things like a Dashy or a Simp or someone hitting those like quick scopes. It's just good positioning, listening to the feedback from his team, and hitting shots when he needs to. Yeah, exactly. Just getting that opener. But dude, I don't know. Just give me some madness here in the map 5.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at map number 2, it was Clay versus Joe. Is that going to continue? Is someone else going to step on up? Well, both these teams just trying to move on in our tournament. Well, we have a losers round 2 matchup next with Thieves in New York. Should be a good one.
I feel like it's such a different type of hunger, like from both teams to continue on this tournament.
Oh, I thought you were talking about you. That's how you talked about
I am hungry, yes. Yeah. But you think about like on the Guerrilla side, like all the youth, right? That come in from the academy team and like you just want to prove yourself. You want to get further in the tournament. It's like the total opposite. When you think of like your Clay, your Timp, your TJ, like you're just like
trying to stay here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. It's like embarrassing, but
trying to win again.
Yeah. It's just
want to get back to the top.
It's so different. But the fact is, they're all going to do battle here on the same map. One more. With the teardrops over the top, not going to hit.
It's really just early info, right? No nades. Stun's going to connect onto TJ. It's looking like it's going to be that sort of standard A hit coming down to a retake in a 4 versus 4. You do have, who is that? Pro Loot working the top side of the map. Temp on the other side. Trying to find anything. Clay just flies in with the tack, able to weaken one on up. I don't know if the timing was wrong or what. Maybe he's trying to find one, but he was hoping for a trade, you would think.
Well, if he thought there was one there and not 2 tucked away, I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe a nade connects, a stun connects, but now it's a 3 versus 4. Assault just playing bottom of the stairs, trying to finesse his life.
He sent it.
Oh, that's a great play.
Yep, you know, we were talking about stairwells and how frustrating they can be to push earlier in this series in the map too. There's another example of it. Like, it is just a nightmare.
And I feel like for some reason in this game, sometimes when you just lay down, it's just like, it's a freebie. It is a freebie.
Oh, yeah. Nice shots. They range there from Exceed, but they'll get that first round. They'll chalk it up on the board.
Yeah, I don't know if Clay thought he had a free one, if maybe the comms were off, whatever it was.
It seemed to me like he thought he was flying into a one-on-one.
He was flying all right,
yeah. With a tack, mind you. Like, or if he thought, someone's going to follow him up, I'm not entirely sure. Well, some of the utility expense here at mid, just trying to hit those stuns for info.
Yeah, you can see bottom right, you have Deddy up now, you have a trophy down, so field upgrades are in play for LAG. Maybe Legion just waiting for theirs now in this round. Where is going to be the play in Assault? He's going to find that first blood on the Prelude. That's bombed down as well.
Yeah, you can see RC's got eyes clear as day.
Well, it's just this inner defense. I mean, this bomb site so far has been all LAG. Temp and Clay going to try to bring this one back. There were some big clutches in map 2. Can they do it again here?
They got to go, though, is the problem. 25 seconds to work with. Able to find a tack to work with, though. Only 11 bullets in it. Might want to hit that reload, but there's a little running time. The shot's in from behind. Now scrambling away.
Yeah, but he hit the bomb down. They have a chance here.
All right, you got a shot now. Chalice thinks he hears something in the back. He's set up on the second story. Now with those shots, Clay's position given up. Somebody goes on the bomb immediately. Assault takes the one-on-one. It's a second round. Now for LAG as the collapse comes through.
Yeah, now we're just going to wait. Allow Deddy to sort of recharge for Assault, for Joe deceives. gonna hang out here. But yeah, I mean, it's the first blood. Assault having himself a very good map number 5 so far. Finding those picks, able to win it. But Clay right there is just hoping Temp finds one, can maybe force the 1-on-2. Right, but as soon as he goes down, he has no eyes on the bomb. They could be on it. True. He's just got to win early gunfights. It doesn't happen.
Well, now you're starting to think, what changes can we make? Maybe if we're Legion, like, do we stick to what we've done well and search and destroy? Or do we need to have adjustments? Because the fact is we have 1 kill right now, and Tim's got the only.
Yeah, I mean, you've only played 1 round on both sides, but it's been all about that A bomb site for the Guerrillas and their control that they have shown early on in the map. They do have 1 player who's gotten to a good spot, pushed forward. He's going to find one.
Well, that's good you're able to get Assault out of it. I mean, this is a former world champ MVP that was on a heater. He's had some maps. He was off 4-0. So
did they hear TJ? I don't know, but at least, I mean, that is a trade for sure. TJ working top bar, able to at least take down 1.
2 versus 3 for Guerrillas. They were on the receiving end of most of the clutches in the map too. Sneaky, sneaky. aBeZy brings it back to 2v2 as he crouches around the corner. It's on to Temp and Clay again.
Well, on the other side, it's what, a couple of Vaznev. Well, aBeZy has the Vaznev. It's a good position for him, just playing behind the bomb. RC's watching that cross. The teamwork is there in the post-plant situations. And now you're looking at Clay for a clutch. Does have Deddy, but it is about to run out. Trying to find the trade on the RCs. That nade not gonna connect. Neither is that one, but it's all about the time. And they are just wasting Clay's time. 7.5 to defuse. It is 3 early rounds for Guerrillas.
You're in such an awkward spot there trying to make the play. If he could have just gotten the first pick on the Arcades. A real good shot in this, but great job just playing his life, his Arcades. As he gets the final 2. And yeah, now you're starting to run away with this. Where the Woes have been there and search and destroy. Things are clicking here in the map 5. Just black out and continue forward.
Yeah, I think you have to just, I mean, in an offense, maybe just try to slow things down, try to work your pick, but it's been all the A control, right? You have Exceed on 4, Joe on 2. They haven't died. Well, I guess Joe did die. It was just by his teammate, but.
Yeah, it's like everything's just working, though.
Everything's working, so it looks like Legion going to go try to take that A site. You do have 1 player lurking right outside, but ProLoot going to try to work this bomb down.
He's able to get across, then TJ wins 1 at mid. He's traded out instantly, but Temp there. It's 5 in a row for Exceed. He takes a bullet.
I don't know how he's alive.
Shot from everywhere. If he got that kill, I think he got shot by every single player that was left alive on Legion. Now a 2 versus 1 though. This is one you have to win if you are Legion. You have got to close this out. RCs cannot pull this clutch off, but he does have Deddy to work with, and it's a nice center and a nice snap. But just not able to do it. Legion get a much, much needed victory.
Yeah, it's a good round by ProLoot and TJ. TJ able to find that quick trade. Able to find that initial kill, I should say, because that's what they were doing. They were putting shots into ProLoot inside the bomb, trying to get eyes that way, allowing Joe Deceives to go on the flank. But TJ cut him down, and then ProLoot able to play his life inside of the bomb site. So they're on the board.
Peekaboo. Clay is looking for the angle and the info. Really looking to get something going. Just 0-3 right now after the dominant efforts he's had. TJ, you'll love to see that first blood out of him. Able to scramble with his life. Now Tim next up to bat.
He's all the way behind too.
Yeah, he's trying to finesse as well.
TJ could find more. They just fly to him though. They just fly to TJ. He takes so much map away, but Temp not able to find that kill. Doesn't finish it, but Clay will at least get 1.
That's where did the rate of fire at the tack sometimes. It's like those close range fights get a little bit messy, but the rest of the kills come through. Legion now go back to back. He needed that within a round now, Joe.
Well, yeah, Temp. Unreal win on the first and snaps onto the second. He's up to 5 and 4, but that first blood taking map control was TJ.
After those shots where you couldn't see him, I'm telling you, man, when someone's sprinting close like that, sometimes it's something like this, like a Scar type weapon. Dude, I don't know what it is with Røkkr, but those have gotten away from everybody, I feel like. And then he follows up, though, with just that beautiful play.
You can see players just kind of discussing temp play, where they want to play. How do they want to adjust? And now you're asking the same question for the Guerrillas side. What do they want to do differently? They will double up outside of these doors.
Ooh. Get it, hit it, kid.
Yeah, well, that goes down, though. All of his teammates get taken down, and now just like that, it is temp.
Yeah, that didn't go well.
They fly through the A bomb site. Does exceed in Joe Deceives.
I was excited about the snipe, but
yeah, so is everybody else.
It meant nothing. I like that. Just back up. Fear assault. Don't give him a freebie.
That's just kind of the kind of plays that he makes, right?
Yep.
Just playing his life, repositions, and LAG bounce back.
There's no reason to chow that. Plays it perfectly. Catches them when he goes to push his teammates. Oh, he just sees him there. Ah, it's easy. I thought he had the read. I didn't see he had the angle.
He's got it all.
He's got it all.
He's got the flow, too.
Yeah, he's let it go, huh? Full head of hair. Looking beautiful.
That's in now.
Yeah, yeah. Can't do that, unfortunately.
That's all right.
Don't physically have the capabilities. 4-2, Guerrillas. The crowd trying to ramp up Vegas. I feel like there's only so much hype you really do at a search and destroy, though. Like, you just got to make the right decisions, hit your shots.
Maybe our first B hit of the game, right? Just leaving Prolute and TJ inside, but there's going to be a first blood for Temp. Clay now, he's up to bat. He's able to find one with the headshot, just playing his life, trying to reposition. Keep diving, keep diving.
He just dives like into the bomb, but with 35 HP, he gets out. 4v2, Exceed wants to go ahead and still use the Deddy. Able to get in behind enemy lines. There's the first pick. The read onto the second, and Clay just gets melted. That is naughty. Oh, dear sweet child of mine, please God, no.
See if Prolute can clutch on a bomb down at B.
Oh, not the 2v4.
Oh, and he gets spotted as well. Not gonna make things easier.
Oh, God.
And I'll tell you what, it's the trophy player, so that sucks. Does have a nade, but
Prolute had a lot of clutches. Not happening here. And it's like those map 2. Again, Vegas with the clutches. This time it's Guerrillas, and that feels like maybe it broke their back. That is a tough one. You've got the advantage of the 4v2, and Exceed just annihilates you.
Yeah, and I don't know if like Clay's thinking maybe Temp hit a shot or two if he's weak, because he swung fast for that challenge. But the problem is what I mean, TJ and Prolute, they're so far out of that fight, so there's no trade.
I mean, it's a great play with Deddy. It's just either you don't chow that if you're Clay, or you gotta win it. I mean,
yeah, well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
definitely makes it easier when you win it.
The breakdowns from Maven.
Analytical mastermind is Clay, trying to find a snipe. A first blood does get some info as it works up towards B, but look at Exceed, look at number 2. Are they gonna be ready for this? He goes all the way around. He goes all the way around. Temp is not gonna spot it. Temp's not gonna spot it. This might be it.
Clay
this
hit the
might
shot,
be
though.
it. Clay does find one, but it's a 2-on-3. RC finds Prolute. It's all down to Temp. He might catch a nade, try to do what he can.
Good luck. He is just in the middle of the swarm, and Guerrillas come in and dominate the map 5. Exceed in that last round. What a play it was. But really, they just started out hot. Like, you had, what, 1 kill for Legion through the first 2 rounds? Like, they just came in and uppercut him, did not look back. And now this team, this Guerrilla squad with all the question marks, they continue on. And they continue to improve in search, improve in control. Like, there's some upset potential there, 100%, Joe.
No doubt about it. I mean, the fact that they've been this competitive against all the teams in Hardpoint, I think that allows you to work off a lot. And I think you look at that map number 2, obvious mistakes you can work on. And I feel like that's when it's easiest, when there's VOD to look at. We were dumb here. Let's do this instead.
Well, it feels like they flipped it on its head just in the map 5. Like, if you talk about like not letting the clutches get away from you and making some of your own, I mean, it was the utter and complete opposite. And I know Clay and this Vegas team seemed to be one of the hometown favorites they were rooting for, but Guerrillas just get it done. It goes the distance. We thought, man, I thought Vegas in 5, but Guerrillas, they make the plays, man.
Yeah, it's Assault early on. I think in those rounds really led the way, but then Exceed steps up. He finishes at 9-2. And I feel like when we watch aLLeY Search and Destroy, the difference is always those submachine gun players that are very quick in their decisions, right? Just switching things up. That feels like when they're in the flow, right? When you're finding those search and destroys, but those dead silences, those dead silence plays. I
think in general, it just felt like Exceed was that throughout the series, man. Like, just that guy getting lost and you're trying to find him if you are Legion. Just even when maybe he wasn't making the best play, he was scrambling around and just being annoying to deal with, just with audio cues. Where is he? What's he doing? Like, he was playing that role well. There wasn't a whole lot of hesitation on his side, not that I saw.
Yeah, so still just exciting to see this core continue to develop for LAG. I mean, you had some big moments on Arcees, Joe. I mean, all of these players, they're going to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, Alec, it started off with a, map record for Alec in the hard point. It was unbelievable to see. They continue on, right? That's a loser's match. The Legion will be done. Guerrillas, we'll see what battle they can bring to it tomorrow. But what a wild day has been thus far. But let's get it up on stage. We've got Blaze for an interview.
Thank you so much, Merc and Maven. Show some love to the Los Angeles Guerrillas as they come out on top in that series. Now, Assault, you wasn't the crowd favorite here, okay? But how do you feel coming out with this victory with your squad? It was a tough fight.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. Don't think we play our best COD today. At least we got the dub, though, so we get to continue our run. Got to work on some things for tomorrow, but I think we'll be good.
I think y'all be good, too. Now, from yesterday to today, I think you played lights out. It was night and day. Talk to me about the map 3, okay? Because you guys had to come back and win 3 in a row. What was the game plan? We saw you clutching up on some sick triples, and you brought that in for your team.
Yeah, I think that's like a map where we kind of overthought it in our video process before. We knew it's one of our stronger controls. We haven't been playing recently. Me, personally, I'm comfortable on the map, so, I mean, just play confidence, all it was, taking my timings.
Nice, nice. Now, very rarely we see a whole academy team kind of really come up here and make it to the main squad. What has it been like playing with this roster and graduating into the main team for LAG?
Yeah, I mean, it's been great. I'm thankful for LAG for giving us the opportunity. I think there's been some growing pains coming from challengers to the league. It's definitely different. It's Caden's first time actually being in the league. Obviously Joe's first time being in the league. So there's some growing pains with this team, but I mean, we're working through it.
Hey, well, you got a nice squad and those boys played great, okay? Anything you want to say to the people out there that is supporting you guys?
Yeah, for anyone that's here actually supporting us, I know most of you guys hated us, but appreciate anyone supporting us if you guys are.
All right, that's gonna do it for me and Assault on the stage. Chris, take it away.
Take your booze and shove it, says Assault. Well, I'll say it for him. Much love to Adam showing up, the World War II MVP. He won a ring back in that title, and now he's brought a challenger squad back into the top 8. It's an impressive feat, to say the least, but they had to do it by beating Vegas in a search and destroy Game 5. And I want to start here by taking a look at the bracket to show you exactly where we're going next if you're the LA Guerrillas. aLLeY, you get a chance to look over your mistakes from earlier, but then you have to play in front of an even louder crowd than what we heard tonight when Boston takes the stage again.
Yeah, and you know what was most impressive for me in this series had to be that LA Guerrillas win in that map 3, that 3-2 reverse sweep and the aLLeY control. Assault drops 34 for the win. I think that was big for LAG. This was both teams that were really bad at control overall. Vegas Legion takes that early lead, and LAG, they steal it right out from under them, gives them that momentum into the map 4. They're unable to close it out, but the search and destroy is where they really put in the numbers.
Let's take a look at those searches going back to game number 2. Now, this was an epic battle between Joe Deceives and Clayster. And if you missed the Mercado, go back and watch this one, because Joe, 15 kills, Clay, 13 kills, and it's Vegas walking away with the first one.
And honestly, the last 2 times that we've seen LA Guerrillas play this map, it has been against Toronto Ultra, and they've really shown a good account of themselves. Yes, of course they did here as well. Couldn't quite get the job done, but Joe Deceives popping off when he needed to as much as he could. But Clayster, the one holding the angles in the middle, getting the job done. But we got a small taste of LA Guerrillas' search and destroy here on Mercado, and we got even bigger taste of it when we headed over towards.
And we knew they were struggling in that game mode. Meanwhile, it was Vegas' strength. With that game 4, though, another surprise. You're thinking, oh, this is definitely going to Guerrillas. Vegas steals it back, and then it's Assault. It's Exceed closing out that game 5, Brycey, as the Guerrillas move into our top 8.
Yeah, kind of surprising. We thought maybe with the Legion taking it to a 5, their S&D prowess would show out, but Legion letting us down one more time.
And we do have our scuff play of the game. Let's jump to it real quick because we have another match still to go here on a Super Friday. This one, the scuff play of the game, belongs to the reason they won that control. It's Assault. He was up top of the tower. He was frying. But aLLeY, that 3K at the very end, took a game that we thought Vegas had locked up and put it in Purple's favor.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of situations that should have just been for Vegas Legion where it was just Assault shutting it down, especially that A hit there. Vegas were looking to try and take that offense, and he shut it down very quickly. Just impressive stuff overall from LAG squad.
Great stuff across the board. Coming up, we still have Subliners versus LA Thieves, but before we head to commercial break, quick reminder, the God Packs are out and you need to get them right now. Harness the power of Ancient Steel, baby, with the Damascus Forge 2 Tracer Pack. Pricey, I know you can't wait for this thing.
No, I certainly can't. Maybe it will make me look pretty good on the map, hopefully.
Molten Steel or Superheat for you there, Tunney?
I have to go Superheat. I'm not too sure about making Bryce look any better on the map, let's be honest.
There we go. All right, it is time for our break. When we come back, we have the 5th and final match as we now move into the top 8. Who's going home? Who's going to be playing on Saturday? It's going to be the Subliners or LA Thieves. They both can't make it. Welcome back, everybody. The Boston Major continues right now. It's Major 2 of the Call of Duty League, and we're coming at you from the MGM Music Hall at Fenway, downtown. Before it gets bitter cold, we have one more fiery matchup before we send everyone packing, and this is going to be a spicy one if you ask me, because it's between two squads that me, Mark, Chance, aLLeY all predicted to be in the top 4. One of them will be packing their bags. The other moves on to the top 6. New York Subliners taking on the LA Thieves, and I'm joined now at the desk. We have my good friends. How we feeling, Studdy?
Buddy, I'm feeling good, man. You know, it's been a great day of Call of Duty. Not as exciting as it was yesterday. A bunch of Game 5s. We saw a couple smoke shows today, but we've also seen some crazy performances as well.
And Lando, I know you've been casting a lot this weekend. You just got a chance to watch Clayster, though, as a fan. What is it like to see him again in his 89th tournament? Are you bummed he's out?
I am, man. It's unfortunate, right? I mean, we always talk about the legend of Clayster. To see him back with the Las Vegas Legion is incredible. It's just unfortunate to see him go out the way that he did. He was putting up numbers, and I hope that we can make it maybe 100. Can he reach 100 turns?
I think so. I think Clay still got a lot of gas left in the tank. But aLLeY, our bracket, there's not a whole lot of spots left. If you're looking at it, you can see the winner's bracket almost there to the winner's final. That's what's going down on Saturday. Tonight, though, we're going to start there with elimination round 2, LA Thieves versus the Subliners. And these are two squads that yesterday went the distance, both falling in a Game 5 in some tight matchups.
Yeah, we're playing a little bit of spoiler in our elimination rounds here, starting out our next round a bit early. And if you had told me at the beginning of Stage 2 qualifiers that it was an LA Thieves and New York Subliners final, I would have believed you. So to see both these teams so early down in this situation, it's terrifying.
Taking a look at our Subliner squad first, this is the team that won Raleigh. They're #1 on our overall leaderboard, but they were 3-2 in the qualifiers. That led them to a matchup against the Røkkr, and I think a lot of folks were surprised to see Røkkr pulling off that 2-3-5 against them. But the Subliners, they're looking pure in the hard point, and it's due to the slang this squad possesses.
Absolutely. And, you know, we saw them earlier against London. It was a terrifying hard point, both with almost over 100-point win. But that Mercado 2-6 that lost to London, that search and destroy is really starting to worry me when it comes to this roster.
I was backstage and I was hanging out with my man Paco, and he was playing pinball. He's having a good time, but I don't think there's anyone on the team who enjoys being on the stage more than Skyz. He picked up a double kill with a pistol earlier today, making it look easy in their first round of the elimination bracket. Lando, I wanted to ask you about this guy. What does Skyz bring to this team in his role particularly?
I mean, he just brings a new level of slang. Like, that was what we saw at the opening major. It was everybody's slang. There were so many moments, right, where it was, we always call out HyDra to be the guy. HyDra's the one to put up numbers, but in so many series, it was players like Skyz, it was Priestahh, it was KiSMET. All of these players have so many different elements to their game, but slang-wise, they're going to need them today versus a very talented AR lineup on the other side of the stage as well.
Absolutely. The LA Thieves are known for what they can do with those long-range ARs. The human turret goes by the name of Octane, and he's the old man now on the squad, which is crazy, because I remember when he was the young buck, much like you studied back in the day, breaking into the scene and just taking names.
I know, that's the crazy part, is because I actually got the opportunity to team with Octane as soon as he entered Call of Duty. The guy is unreal. We saw what he was able to do in that last series. Obviously, going up against Florida, we know their struggles in hardpoint. But the biggest thing you had to take away with was the search and destroy. Octane was hitting the snipes with that sniper in hand. He was making the plays with the ARs. He's definitely a guy that you have to try to shut down if you are New York.
aLLeY, I know when you're playing in your competitive matches, you have this same role. You are the main AR for the squad. But what have you learned by watching this guy throughout his career?
I've learned a lot from watching Sam. Actually, what's funny about that is my parents are here, and I was talking to my mom and dad, and my mom was like, I really like watching Octane play. I feel like whenever I watch him, I'm learning a lot when it comes to his gameplay, and he seems to be a very consistent player who knows how to play his role, and I think that's a perfect description to what he does on the map. Octane will get done what he needs to get done. He will not try to overcompensate and cause chaos. Instead, he's like, I'm going to do my job and let my players do theirs, and I think that's what makes him such a solid back for this LA Thieves squad.
The cleanest win of the day belongs to the LA Thieves when they matched up against the Mutineers. That one was pretty fast and furious, but now you're going up against the Subliners. So let's take a look at our maps and modes that they'll be facing off in, and I need to know who has the statistical advantage, because I had these teams in the top 4. One of them is guaranteed to not make it. I'm throwing out all of the numbers coming into this one, aLLeY.
I think both teams got a lot of their vetoes through here. The hotel is great for New York. They got to play it earlier against London with a very comfortable win. That aLLeY is going to be, that hotel control is going to be really good for LA Thieves. They had a dominant winning controller early on today, so it looks like they're straight up squaring up in this map set, Jay.
And I really love 2 maps in this. It's going to be the aLLeY Search and Destroy and that Embassy Hardpoint, because they had a previous matchup in the beginning of stage 2, and it was New York who were able to take both of those maps, a 6-5 on the Search and Destroy, and then a 250 to 219 on that Embassy Hardpoint. They were trying to expand their map pool, and it worked out, but you're at the LAN event now, and going up against LA Thieves, you have to be on your best behavior.
Lando, what are you looking forward to most? Is there a 1v1 you're watching? Is there specific strategy you want to see in this matchup?
Honestly, I would say if I'm looking at something, I'm looking at the Search Destroys. I think for this series, as we said, the aLLeY in the hotel, I specifically look at the game 2. Jay and I have had a lot of cast over the LA Thieves.
Yeah.
Statistically, if you look at their record, it's like 2-6, 2-7. It's not great, but every time that they play that, they are always getting first bloods, but still losing in the round. I hope they make the proper adjustments today versus New York.
We saw, of course, the New York Subliners winning our first event in Raleigh, but LA Thieves coming in as the world champs. One of them is moving forward tonight. Let's get to our predictions, starting with you, Jay. What are you feeling for this one? Are we going the distance? Is it short and sweet?
No, I think it definitely goes the distance. We're going all the way to a map number 5, but you know I'm not going to switch up, Puckett. I'm going New York, baby. We're going with the Wager 1 champions. They're bringing it back.
The only one on talent to call it back at Raleigh. We got to give this man his props. aLLeY, where do you feel this one going?
Oh, man. Earlier on the day, I probably would have said New York with my chest. I'm thinking a little bit on the lenient side of Thieves right now. I might be thinking Thieves in this series.
Going Thieves. Yeah. Lando, be our tiebreaker.
I'm going to go with aLLeY. I think the Thieves end up taking it. I think it's a close one. I think it goes 5, but I'm going with Thieves. I'm going with Thieves.
Call of Duty family, make some noise. It is time for the final battle of Friday as we send it to the main stage with my guy Blaze.
Yeah, this matchup right here is about to feel like a finals because only one team can continue to move forward. And the first one coming to the stage is rocking that yellow and black for New York. Subliners. Give it up for Priestahh, KiSMET, Skyz, and HyDra, the New York Subliners.
Searching for dominance was the tale that KiSMET set, the expectation that he set when it comes to the New York Subliners, and no better place to start it than here against the back-to-back world champions from last year, and this is where they make their stand, Blaze, but we gotta bring out the red.
Yeah, we gotta bring out the red, aLLeY. As you said, it's the back-to-back champions to close out the 2022 seasons. It's the LA Thieves.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
To take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Long, here we go. Number 2. Oh my God! Drazah! It's all coming in. They haven't got the first thing, but yet Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny!
Get loud for the Los Angeles Thieves! Here comes Envoy!
series, 22-9 to close out the 3-0 versus Florida. But they're gonna have to stay hot here. The slow burn that is the LA Thieves is gonna have to shut down the hot run of the New York Subliners. Let's run this final match, Blaze.
Yeah, let's run it. Like I said, day 2, who knew we would get a matchup like a finals to end it? Boston, y'all ready to go? All right, let's get it, Bryson Ton.
Thank you very much, Blaze. Well, it is cold in Boston, but this may be the hottest game of the day. New York looking to make the run along with Thieves. Truthfully, this could go the distance, but Ton, what do you think?
It's a really hard game to predict. Of course, we have seen hot form from the LA Thieves here today, and the same from the Subliners, but we didn't see it yesterday. A cold start for the Subliners mentioned. They need to step up here against the Thieves, but they are our Major 1 champions. We know what they have in the locker. Can they bring it here against the LA side?
Thing is, they're going to need to. Both these teams have shown a little bit of weakness, but also a lot of strength in this tournament. And I truthfully don't know the way it's going to go. For New York, a little bit of S&D teething issues at Major 2 could be their downfall.
Yeah, 3 in a row that they have now lost here at Major 2. They need to change that around pretty quickly. But I agree with some of the sentiments from the desk. You know, Thieves, we've had a look at some of the records in terms of their search and destroy. 2-6 on El Asilo. It doesn't tell the full story. But of course, across the entire map set, it's so hard to call. New York will be feeling confident heading into map number 1. But it is really not an easy one to predict. We're breaking down the stats. We're trying to figure out which way this one goes. And those stats on your screen might tell you a story here, but well matched in the right places are the New York Subliners and the LA Thieves. For me, specific matchups I'm looking at HyDra against Envoy. We're talking about the routes, we're talking about rotational wins. The gunfights on those rotations are going to come in from...
It feels like there's so much on the line for these two teams. Going out this early in the tournament obviously will be a massive disappointment considering the stock and the scene they're held into, but both teams already going to be playing for a little bit of position around P1. The side of LA Thieves, they'll get a little bit of the initial time, but can they get that rotation around to P2?
Set up there already for New York Subliners, LA Thieves. P2 has been a big struggle for them. The majority of the points they are losing up against the other teams is happening over towards that hill. Can they manage to lock down some time here when we do get over? Good gunfight win for Drazah. Kenny, Envoy finding the kills at the right time. The location over towards P2 is currently controlled by the LA Thieves.
You can see they've set up for this wonderfully scrap time and the rotation. The push for New York. Priestahh trying to see if Envoy challenge him just enough as the rest of the team swarm in. But keep an eye, I think it's Kenny's going to be the player who could play spoiler. The rest of New York will pile through. Kenny gets one, but they've been broken.
They need somebody else to spawn at the back, just like that. Envoy is there. The rest of LA Thieves now towards the car park. Can they find a break on through? Envoy, slow peek, only one left. Kenny still spawning towards the back, and that's fine for New York. They can lock it down here. They're quite happy for the Thieves to start spawning there.
And it rests on a very, very thin wire. Realistically, New York starting to get pushed out slowly but surely. The rest of them coming through. Skyz got to look every single direction. Not going to work out for him as Envoy comes flooding in. KiSMET goes straight to the front as well. Finds Kenny! No! Not getting anything out of it. Envoy shuts him down.
And they may well lose that rotation in the end, but the break percentage for the side of the LA Thieves, nobody better in the league at it. Rotations, not very good. Breaks, very good. First example of that from both these two teams. And now it's this race over towards Kitchen, and something to keep an eye on, Lando, and Study pointed it out before. Priestahh bringing out the Vaznev around this and the next hill is something that could be influential for the Subliners. It is, of course, both two teams fighting over it here. There's two from each side.
Octane looking for the better spawn, but obviously better position from Subliners being inside. It is never an easy break. So much to fight through, and they aren't winning the kills either. Kenny will find one, but it's still going to be the Subliners in charge.
There's no map control coming in from the side of the LA Thieves there. Couldn't get there, and it's the head of the snake being cut off by the side of the Subliners. Locking in some good time here after Thieves picked up some time over towards P2, which is notoriously not great for them, but a lot of time here for the Subliners. That's now 3 dead. LA Thieves floundering away over towards P4 momentarily. They will have another look at it here. Good shots from Drazah. That might entice them.
They're looking for it, and that's got caught out as well, but LA Thieves are just having no luck around this hill. They cannot break in, they cannot break through. The rotation may be massive though. Envoy going to be looking for HyDra, but of course HyDra is there in advance. And they have the position. Priestahh coming to reinforce as well as HyDra continues to do his thing.
And that's just going to be a big fight throughout. As I mentioned, HyDra and Envoy going up against each other on these rotations. Right now, HyDra's winning it over towards P4. 12-6 from the French phenom himself. And locking down Spa as best as he can. Now, this is a difficult position for LA Thieves to be in. Octane could play spoiler, but he gets good. HyDra continuing to lock this one down. Envoy finds one at the front, but it's a good hold from Subliners so far.
I love that from KiSMET. Backs down, doesn't even need to, but Drazah will eventually take down HyDra. The Thieves squeeze is coming. They are looking for the numbers. The nades are raining through. They're trying to get in this one. Drazah makes another big kill, and they have got it. Only Skyz can play spoiler. Do they know he's here? They do, and they make him irrelevant.
Great break. Skyz being there doesn't really do anything for the squad. If everybody else dies, bullets are being sprayed in, and the rest of the team are going to start spawning here towards the backside. It's HyDra set up with a pinch, but it's for 15 seconds, so if you're subliners, you got to think about the rotation over towards the next hill, but try and play spoiler where you can. And this will be a big gunfight. KiSMET is here. Look at the spawns coming in for the side of Thieves, though. With subliners towards the back car park. KiSMET is all alone. Envoy, big gunfight win. Rotation belonging to the Thieves.
And they need this. It's felt like a game that goes back and forth. It could come down to just about anything. Priestahh already in. And they found their way into the corridor as well. HyDra getting another kill, and the Thieves are already feeling the pressure. They got here first, but no kills in the kill feed. Kenny finds one and somehow stays alive and gets out with his life. But is this going to be enough? Octane gets his trade, looks to go back in here with the Thieves, and they are putting the pressure on. Octane finds his way in a restaurant.
Really nice hold so far. LA Thieves, as mentioned, their break percentage is there, but the hold and rotational typically hasn't looked that great, but it's not looked too bad yet. Subliners will find a breakthrough with around 30 seconds to play with, but it's a big break coming in from Jewel. Big shots coming through from Kenny as well. And that's a clean break once again. The #1 break team on Hotel Hardpoint showing what they're made of here, but heading over towards Glass. It's a big fight towards the back. Envoy going up against Skyz.
He's looking for it. He's going to find HyDra out in the open. Makes that kill look a little bit more difficult than he might have done. KiSMET also fighting him at the same time, but realistically now the pressure is just flying onto him. And New York continuing to hold the Thieves at bay.
And honestly, I think Skyz actually just spun on Kenny towards back kitchen. If any of you caught that in the minimap, it looked quite disgusting. And that's going to allow Subliners to keep a hold of those spawns, keep a hold of this rotation. Big gunfights going the way of Subliners when they need them to. HyDra's able to find two inside the bedroom. He's just going to be such a nuisance. Skyz with another. Good hold from Subliners so far.
And these are the points they want. This is going to put them in a commanding position. 170 will be touched before we go through the next set of rotations. And HyDra continuing to be a problem at all times. You see, they've already been a little bit forced off, but the kills keep flying in for Subliners, and I think that's the Thieves' problem. They just cannot find anything at the moment, but let's find out. Our Major 1 champions are currently in the lead. Let's find out how they are in the comms.
I'm just laying down. Can you watch my couches?
Okay, give me some. I have your couches.
Hold top hat, right? Yeah, hold top cap. Hold top cap.
I have your top hat. I have your trophy.
Yeah,
they
we're
can get couches. I'm one shot. I can't peek. I'm shouldering.
Yeah, my dart. I'll watch couches with you. I'll watch couches with you.
You have couches? You have couches? I'm getting wood then.
Yep. Yeah, he came into the top cat. Drazah. I'm watching it. Draw the top cat. Dubs top cat.
Dubs right now. He's weak. No, he's wood. Wood in behind the desk. Behind the desk. Other guys behind the desk. Small kitchen, guys. Small kitchen. They're gonna be bad. Yo, can I count you? Get desk.
Nice. Watching bed. They shouldn't be smart.
Watch my kitchen.
Actually,
he can be dubs on me.
I have your cat.
I have your dubs.
Okay.
Watch my connector.
Yeah, dubs. He's out. Chairs to P4. No, back. Chairs to back to P2. Yo, there's two chairs.
Watch
out, mid.
He's jumping down. Yo, we have a lead. Slow down.
Yeah, watch out. Heal up. Nice, bro. Get straight. I hear Simp on left, bro. They might fuck up here.
Nice. Yo, let's push it. Lead this time.
I'm watching over you guys. You guys can go.
Lobby done.
Nice. Looking for one.
Yeah, there's one more. We're missing Sam and one more. Yo, Røkkr speak.
Yeah, deep. He's laying down. He pushed the car.
He got me in the hole. Yeah, in the back. He's still out.
One secret.
One's gonna be lobby, I think.
Just down. Play kills. Fuck the hill. Play kills. I spawned on
time.
I'm not 2 seconds.
He's on time. Sam's on time. Just tell him. He's on the left.
Lobby heady weak. Pop up. See one shot to your left.
Lobby?
Yeah, he went to left. He went to chairs. I'm pretty sure.
All side of time. All side of time weak. Whole wall.
Keep your head. Stay watch an absolute Kenny.
He's on the wall.
He went to left. Nice. Stay out. You're good. I actually love that. Watch your chairs, guys. Take the chairs. Let's
Yo, secret and back steps. He went secret.
Well, we saw Priestahh flying, but Octane fires back with everything they have, and he's made this hill theirs. An incredible play from the Thieves.
And you hear the comms immediately. They're like, where's Sam? Where's Sam? They know Octane is somewhere. Towards the back, finds 3 or 4 all on his own. And that's why we're seeing Thieves find themselves back into this game. Rotation is well and truly going to belong to the Subliners, but that is a big hold. Thieves now within 30. A little bit more of a touching distance here, but as mentioned, rotation ongoing. KiSMET is here. New York Subliners are locking down Kitchen.
And this is the problem for the Thieves. They are behind, and the Subliners are clawing their way to victory. They need to find the kills. They need to find the trades. They found a few now. Drazah and Octane trying to squeeze the net. KiSMET trying to hold them off, but they're already in Kitchen. The reinforcements are here from both teams, and Envoy finds 2. Priestahh comes through at the same time as well. Looking for it, finds 1. Kenny spraying through Kitchen, and he gets it as both teams start slugging it out for this rotation. But at the moment, the Thieves are through.
I'm thinking Thieves with the hold here. That's a really good break. The pinch is set up. That New York Subliners will now have an opportunity to find, but it's Envoy, the hero of Kitchen, finds 2 inside the point, and then the 1 on the pinch. Now he's on the rotation. The scrap time's going Thieves, and we're going to have a tie game heading over towards people.
The Thieves are the #1 breaking team, and they have to do it again. They did it on the Kitchen. They now have to get across again. Envoy looking for it, but shut down. A breath, a moment, a respite for New York. Thieves in the lead, but no rotation for them yet.
Octane in that position, heading over towards P2, got the job done, but couldn't quite find the kills there. KiSMET backing on down, got a little bit of cover as Kenny will be traded. This is a good hold from Subliners so far. Kills starting to be traded, keep an eye on the spawns. And for Subliners, yes, still spawning towards the back. It's a hard break here for Thieves.
It is Octane trying to do his best. Kenny gets a kill at the same time. Kenny finds a second, and now the Thieves are swinging into action. Only 1 left. Only the Phenom. HyDra finds the first. He tries desperately to rebuff this push coming through. Neither team now able to win it on this hill.
And the spawns towards the back with Subliners may well help them play with the scrap time. But it's all about this rotation. Spawn towards Engine. Here for KiSMET. Big gunfight's about to go on down on the rotation. Is it the dog that get it, or is it the human turret just trying to lock the lines down? Here come New York Drazah, all alone at the moment.
Everybody hold on to your seats. It's about to get rocky in Restaurant. Octane trying to fly through, with the Subliners with the first hold. They have the first kills. KiSMET has pushed out. This is the last chance for Thieves. They have to move. They have to find the trades.
And they have a potential pinch set up here. New York are taking that time, but the kills are ticking over towards Thieves again. The pinch is somewhat perfect. KiSMET now left alive. Both teams 15 away.
Here we go. The New York are going to try and break in themselves. KiSMET, the doggy's in him. He's looking for Octane, but gunned. They've got 2. They've got them out as well. It is coming down to the wire. The LA Thieves, 1 more chance.
No idea where they're spawning. They're pushing over from Kitchen. Subliners still racking up points. The Thieves have got to go now. Kenny wins 1 in the middle. This is the chance.
Envoy's in. Envoy's in. Kenny's in. Octane's in.
Oh my
God. 2. And they found it. New York are not here. They do not have the numbers. They do not have the spawn. The points are ticking for Thieves. And oh my God. That is a way to kick off the last game of the day here at the Major. Back and forth, break, rotation, hold.
Absolute chaos. Over towards Restaurant, we gotta see it again. And look, for me, it's mostly up to where teams are kind of spawned out. And if you look at the break that comes through from Subliners from this point onwards, they'll find the breakthrough, and they haven't got a clue where the LA Thieves are spawning. You can see Drazah towards Kitchen, they get broken. Drazah still towards the Kitchen side. They didn't know he spawned there originally. So now Thieves have got the time to set themselves up. New York know now, but then it's a little bit too late from Kenny in the middle, causing disruption. Then comes the break. Kenny with a big gunfight win in the middle. And then from there, it is just disaster zone. If you're Subliners, you gotta find a way back through. And that is all because Drazah spawning towards the backside, and then Thieves make it work for them. The element of surprise is all they needed. What a game, #1.
If you were watching that like we were, weren't entirely sure who was gonna win it, but every break that happened in Restaurant, the tide shifted, but they went back and forth.
And I'll be honest with you, after the first break, I thought they had it, then they got broken, then they broke again.
And honestly, Thieves were really far behind at one stage in that game. I think it was around, what, 50 or 60? They really brought it back well. And I want to give props to the call-out that we've seen during the listening. Where is Octane? We're missing one. He finds 3 or 4 for a brilliant hold over towards P2, which gets Thieves back into the game. It gets them within touching distance. And from there, they do a fantastic job after Subliners had a good first half. It's a 4-point game to kick off the final series of the day. No better way to do it. What a map number 1.
Yeah, that's certainly something we're going to watch on replays over and over again. That amount of just breaks and holds. We'll tell you, coming into this one, statistically, Thieves have the best break percentage in the league. And these two really went to work. Just a hard point showcase for us.
Yeah, and the thing is with the Subliners, they are kind of over towards the top end of things in every single stat line when it comes down to Hotel. There's nothing in particular that they do badly. There's nothing in particular that they do perfectly. They are just good at every single facet of hardpoint when it does come down to Hotel. And we got a good showing of that. HyDra put up the numbers we expected. Envoy kind of kept pace with them as much as he could, but it was surprisingly the ARs that got the job done for the side of Thieves. And the breaks from Kenny, he was always instrumental in some of these pinches that were being set up. And to get those callouts, there's somewhat the wherewithal, if you are the Thieves, to know your spawn in kitchen, you know that they don't know. They take their time, and they know it's such a close game. They know Subliners are taking their way up to the win, but they take their time. They formulate the breaks so well. It's patient, it's timely. And when you find that break at that moment, it kills the game, and Subliners can't find a way back.
There is something to be said about KD versus influential kills. I feel like Kenny may not have had the best KD that game, but some of the kills he found, some of the opportunities he made for his roster, got them the win.
Yeah, so many influential moments from every single member of Thieves to find that map number 1. And with the way that this series is laid out, they'll be very happy with that as well. And aBeZy search and destroy is what we'll see in map number 2. Hotel is where we will go back to for control, and of course if we need them, Embassy and Hotel in maps 4 and 5. I think we might be seeing them, to be honest with you, Brycey, with how close map number 1 is. I expect that to be the theme all the way through this series.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't surprise me. The biggest issue I have at the moment, obviously, this event, Subliners haven't looked so good in S&D, and going down 2-0, I feel like a reverse sweep is a lot to ask this early on, but we are getting ahead of ourselves, of course. There is a lot to go here for this one, Ton. How are you feeling?
I think they'll have some confidence, at least looking at the Thieves record when it does come down to aBeZy, but Thieves keep on picking it, and that is for good reason. They may well be 2-6 on it, but their round percentage is actually not so bad. Defense is where they are struggling. Attack, they look great. And Jay pointed out on the desk as well, first bloods are something they can find quite well, but converting them is the issue. If they can start converting these first bloods, it is a dangerous prospect for the side of Subliners. But what better map to bounce back on than one that your opposition are 2-6 on? So both teams will be feeling confident heading into aBeZy. I'm confident that it's going to be a banger, Brycey. It's a good start. It's a good start.
It certainly is. Well, let's find out if this series continues in the same vein. Thieves and the Subliners about to throw down on aBeZy S&D. We'll be jumping onto the attack with the LA Thieves to kick things off. But the truth is, adrenaline for both sides has to be absolutely pumping through their veins.
Looking over towards this one, second in overall first bloods for the side of LA Thieves, and yet their record, as mentioned, sits at 2-6. Can they turn this around now? They have the foundations of a good S&D team on aBeZy, but they need to make sure that the bricks and mortar are following instead as well. Envoy heading over towards a fast-paced round seem to be where Thieves do thrive as this bomb goes down.
You can already see they're going for a bit of map control here as well. They know the retake is going to be all on New York to get something going. Can KiSMET be the man already? He's going to see Octane, and somehow Octane's up. No, never mind. Great, clears him out. 2 versus 4. New York already eliminating the numbers of Thieves.
And that's unfortunate for Thieves. You get the bomb down, you just need everybody to kind of stay alive. You've got to expect the flank. I was about to say it's still possibly doable, but it's just such a good retake from Subliners. That's a 4 flat dead. Absolutely no question from Subliners there. They find the pick on the flank and pick them apart. And for Subliners, this is a map that we haven't seen a huge deal of. I think we actually commentated over them online, and we were wondering, because when it does come down to the Subliners, when they get HyDra in positions inside, he can cause havoc. It wasn't necessarily him that lit that torch paper in that round. It was Octane falling towards the back. But nonetheless, a very good retake from the side of Subliners. Be happy with the start considering map number 1.
Yeah, obviously LA Thieves, they gave up a lot of interior map control. They were spreading out, they were ready to kind of rebuff the pressure from Subliners. The issue being is they lost the first 2 gunfights. Octane got caught on that mount. And that was basically everything there, realistically. Thieves didn't have a lot of room to maneuver, but the shoe is now on the other foot. New York will be looking to go 2-0 up here, but can they find a way through already? Octane coming out a little bit of fire, and he's going to go down as KiSMET finds the first, but it's traded back to a 3 versus 3.
3 versus 3, you're very right. KiSMET inside the point, and Kenny will find another. Drazah finds Skyz, and all of a sudden KiSMET with the bomb, but no friends. Kenny answers back very, very quickly. It's a good defensive round winning. Considering some of the statistics we have coming into this, Thieves have struggled in these defensive rounds. They answer one back after losing their attack. Be happy at that levels the playing field for them. Big gunfight win for Kenny. Evenly poised after 2.
That was a very, very fast round, to be honest with you. Not a lot of breakdown. Just couldn't make it happen. Still all tied up in the search and destroy. A lot of story left to be told. This time, though, LA Thieves bombed down last time, but nothing came of it. Is it another fast plant?
Looking that way, but looking like Subliners are going to answer back with something fast of their own. HyDra lingering, but their dead silence has popped.
There we go, Drazah trying to make the play. It's already going all the way through. Keep an eye. Looking, where is everybody? Where are the people I need to take down?
But the fact that he's there, he's in a really good position. If Thieves can hold, they're in a good spot.
Now, dancing around the doorway. KiSMET trying to see if he can get the advantage onto Octane here, and he does. The nade will take him out of it. The bomb is going to be down, but it is advantage to Subliners in terms of numbers. They get that second trade well. This is the same as the first round, ton.
Drazah now left in a 1 versus 4. He wasn't in an awful position, but his teammates all dead. And when Drazah is somewhere like that, he's got it cleared. He knows nobody from Subliners is in that area. That is a side of the map that then Drazah can control and then go over to try and stop the defuse coming through. The rest of your team go down, just not enough time for Drazah to be able to do anything there. Really nice retake again, and Thieves are going to tighten up here. That's twice they've been able to get the bomb down, and it's twice they've been cleanly wiped by the Subliners.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a change for them. Adjustments will now be coming into these teams. They try to figure out what is a better break for us. It's all been defense so far. Here on now at CeeLo. Let's see if New York can break that streak. Is this a change of pace? We can already see a player going out towards the field. If he can get into a good position here, he may call for the rotation ton.
Thinking about it. Skyz ever so late to the party. But it's about pick and move now for Subliners. We see so many quick rounds coming through towards that A side. That's not going to be the case this time. Priestahh cut down. Now a 3 versus 4. Not necessarily the best of positions here from Subliners either. They're going to make a decision.
This is the biggest problem they have, is they don't really have control inside. They've lost a second member now as well. They are going to want to make a pick before they make a move, but time and pressure is against them. Kenny just holding fire. It's going to see KiSMET as KiSMET wins the gunfight. 2 versus 3, it becomes a little bit more plausible.
Defensive first bloods have been good for the side of Thieves, but closing these rounds out has been an issue. Can they tighten up here? Still 3 versus 2 in their favor. Envoy yet to really get himself involved, but he may well here. Sound cues popping off all over the place. The gunfight gonna come through against KiSMET. There's the first one on the board for Envoy. And this should be a round over towards the LA Thieves. Bomb going down though from Skyz. 1v3.
Is there any miracle? Is there any magic? As LA Thieves move as a pack. The unit is stronger than the single. Can Skyz pop and move though? He's given up control of the bomb site, which means he has to make himself vulnerable. Looking for it already, and down he goes. And that was the issue entirely. Thieves moved together, not giving Skyz any opportunity.
Making it very difficult. No chance there for Skyz with the way that things were set up. Over towards B. If you can stay around and find a gunfight early doors when one of them comes over to check, then maybe you have an opportunity. But trading defensive rounds on both teams so far, nobody able to find the break over towards an attack just yet. But there has been signs. That's twice that the bombers went down for LA Thieves. I think only the once from Subliners so far. So Thieves, they need to tighten up on the just holding everything down when they get this bomb down. You're inviting the pressure, but you can't win the gunny. So see if they can tighten up here. Another attacking round. It's been fast and frantic so far from them in these attacking rounds. And is it the same here, I wonder?
Well, we'll have to find out. It looks like a very similar break. This time though, Octane with the sniper. Nobody on his scope, unfortunately, for him. The key thing here for LA is if they go for the same tactic, they have to figure out a better way to stop the subliners swarming.
It's always been the flank that set things up and running here for the subliners. You can see the position is there, but Drazah says, yeah, you can flank, but I'm going to catch you doing it. KiSMET will answer back, 3v3.
Looking for a Priestahh finds another one. Drazah gets it back though, down to a 2 versus 2. All about positioning and patience now. 28 seconds left. The Thieves have to hold. New York have to get in. KiSMET is looking to try and make a play. We can already see Envoy moving around as well. Priestahh and Drazah also going for this one. Priestahh's going to be covering as well. They get it just in time. Just in time. KiSMET sticks it early. And well done, crowd, for not giving that one away. Goes for the wall bang. Oh, rips his toes off.
That is very, very close. I believe we may well be able to have another quick look at that before we head into the next round. We'll confirm, but that was very, very close. Good job from the LA Thieves. Drazah just about getting the job done, and he was the one that opened things up for the squad as well. Into the next round, 3-2 for Thieves now. Find themselves an attack and under the defense where both teams have got a 100% record up until the previous round.
Drazah's making a move forward. We might see Daddy popped here as well. Envoy coming under an awful lot of pressure though. They are looking for him in the middle, and KiSMET will get the first kill. Drazah goes down. Can he get it back to a 3 versus 3? Desperately needed for Thieves. Subliner will have to try and reevaluate their position here. They know already the bomb side is contested.
At least they do have the bomb. At least it wasn't their bomb carrier who pushed in there and got taken down. Able to answer that back. The player from Drazah came through like you called it, but not able to find anything. So dead silence, somewhat wasted. Envoy still in a good position here, but who moves first? He wants to make the move. He will make the move. Skyz will get taken down. Go to the child as well, and Envoy can't quite find it. Priestahh answers back 2v2.
Kenny's hunting. Kenny's looking for it. They wanted the trade, but down to a 2 versus 2. Who blinks first? Kenny pops the dead silence, looking for the players.
They didn't see each other.
And the information has been lost for these two teams. It's been long enough.
23 seconds, though. The ones that have to move are the subliners. LA Thieves, you don't really need to do anything here, but just sit tight, hold on, and wait. Kenny in a wonderful position to do something about this, but it's going to be the Rapier. We'll see HyDra. And what's the play?
HyDra's gone for the chow, and he's got it. Now Octane left in a 1 versus 2. Bomb down in just enough time, but not able to get anything out of it. And the tiniest of margins make the difference. HyDra, full of confidence, slams out the door and puts it to bed. Gets the second kill as well onto Octane. The playmaker.
Big moment. Big, big moment. I felt like Thieves were in control and Subliners running out of time. But just about get the job done. So 2 defenses in a row from both squads and then an attack each as well. So hard to separate these 2 squads. Heading into the next round. It's got to be an annoyance for Thieves, that one. KiSMET and Co looking to get aggressive as are Thieves.
And here we go. KiSMET is in a position to play foil. Or he knows he's going to be calling this out as well. He knows he's going to be an awful lot of pressure, but they line up. He gets one. Drazah manages to get it back as well, but that could have been disastrous as HyDra arrives. And now he's here on a 3 streak, cutting through Thieves' lines.
Oh, and they find 2 more though, but the agent of Chaos himself is just around behind them. They know where he is. They have the info. But is that enough to stop HyDra?
It's all onto the French Phenom. A 1 versus 2. A game of such minute proportions. And he's sneaky, and he's going to get the first one as well. Goes for the channel, but the knife is out. It's no good. And the entire crowd was waiting with bated breath. HyDra was next to them. Drazah probably did not expect to have an angry Frenchman running at him with a knife.
I will be in panic mode, but Drazah at 9-3. Icy as you like. Will find the kill, and I actually love the play from HyDra, to be honest with you. They're slow and steady. It goes against every single part of his being when it comes down to Call of Duty, but phenomenal from him. Finds the kill, stays on the flank, and tries to find the 2. He wasn't far away, but Drazah at 9-3, HyDra at 7-4, the standouts. But it is Thieves with the advantage back onto the defensive side.
found trades in this area before. I'm just going to call that one out. They've seen KiSMET. How does that make both these two teams adjust? Already you can see a little bit of a backpedal from the Thieves.
A little bit of a backpedal from them, I agree, but at the same time, Subliners have very little map control. The only position they really have of any power right now is where HyDra is, but I presume aBeZy in his hand, but Drazah with the tack. Finds first blood, can Thieves convert it? It's been their biggest issue.
Drazah maybe making a play here. Dead Silence is going to go for him as well. The Subliners looking for something, but Kenny's also going to pop it. Going to be plays coming through. Exactly how are Thieves going to play this one? Subliners looking for it. Skyz finds Octane. The map is open.
But the thing is here for Thieves, the information that they are getting is that it's a push over towards B. Or at least that's how it feels. But here comes the streak ended from Drazah. It's a first blood that is now turned into a 3 versus 2. Subliners in the advantage. Kenny and Envoy, can they find the win?
The angle's good enough. Kenny's not going to be able to get that one straight away, but nade will bounce into the room. Nothing there though for them yet. Envoy trying to find a fight as well. He can't, but Envoy gets a nade. Down to a 2 versus 2. Skyz is going to see them. They are in the line for them as well, but Kenny wins the gunfight and HyDra's alone. Another 1v2 for the Fred Phenom, and down he goes. Envoy gunning, and LA Thieves make the clutch.
And that is the biggest difference in rounds that we're going to see. A big gunfight from Envoy. And honestly, it feels like he's the one that sets up the play for the squad throughout. Diffuse coming through. 5-3 lead now for Thieves. They got it a little bit scary. They find the first blood. They're in a wonderful position. And Subliners kind of don't know where to go. They're waiting for HyDra to make a play down the field side. He isn't the one to make it. Thieves then start to force into the middle of the map, thinking that, well, okay, are they going towards A? Are they going towards B? They had no info. They start to get picked apart, but the clutch comes through. HyDra in the 1 versus 2 cannot find it. It's 1 round away from a 2-0 lead here for the LA Thieves.
Well, the attack could be everything. Subliners have to hold fast, and they've got to do it 3 rounds in a row. S&D has been an issue for the Subliners this tournament, and it may continue to prove to be their weakness and their downfall.
It's another first blood for Thieves. They're so good at finding them, and they have been able to convert them. This will be 4 S&Ds in a row if Subliners go on to lose this round.
The one thing that Thieves must not do is let this man get in the way. If he can get a kill, if he can do something. Skyz already managed to find one onto Envoy and gets away, and HyDra finds a second. That's going to be the issue to come for it as well, but it will be traded out. Octane goes for him. Back down to another 2v2 in another round. Priestahh finds the first, though.
It's a first blood. That may well be fumble, but it's a 1v1. Does Kenny see in the smallest of angles? Skyz gets away. 35 seconds to go.
And they're both now looking for each other. I think he's had the sound cue, and he has. Kenny tries to make the play, but unfortunately, the counterplay was already in, and he heard him, he turned, and he burned. And that's it, you can hear Skyz already. He knows Kenny's coming. And the Subliners stay alive in the search and destroy.
Very, very tight towards the end. But a first blood given away from Thieves again. I think that's a couple now. They made some of them count. 5-4, still the ones in the driving seat here, but can Subliners tie things up, send us to around 11? The series would suit it so far.
Now the nerves of both teams are going to be on edge. Isn't it? That'll be a stun check, but he doesn't get anything from it. And this is all information, this is all trickling into the minds of the players. Where are they? Where can I go? What do we do?
Subliners, for the majority of the round, somewhat passive, but HyDra's actually just popped his dead silence. He's starting to make a move, trying to make the play for his team. He's going to get taken down by Envoy. Another first blood for Thieves. They're looking for the win here.
KiSMET's looking for Drazah as well, and Drazah says, you know what, discretion, better part of valor, I am out. It is all on Subliners. They have lost another first blood, and Octane holds it down versus Skyz. Backs up as well, but KiSMET gets one back. 2 versus 3. New York will have to 2 versus 4 this.
And they're so split up. KiSMET falls. It's Priestahh in the 1 versus 3.
No time, no bomb, no position, maybe no hope. Deady popped. Time to rock and roll, Priestahh. Time to give it everything you've got. Looking for this one, does have an opportunity here, gets away the first time, but the crossfire is in, the cut is held, and LA Thieves go up 2-0 in this series.
The first bloods we talked about. Obvious from the stats that it's something that Thieves have worked on. They haven't been able to convert it. A couple of times they did not. But the majority of the time, they are finding the first bloods. Having a look over towards it was actually KiSMET solely for the side of Subliners, finding 5 on their side and on the other 5 for the Thieves, but they make them count that little bit more. But the fact that they are converting the majority helps them out. Previously, it was only 54% of the time they could get them converted. That stat line now out of the window. Much better from the Thieves, and they find themselves in a wonderful position at 2-0.
They certainly do. They've just got to get this one over the line, over the hump of that third map. What is going to happen? Who knows? I mean, we've seen a lot of Game 5 this major already, but these two teams, we know the majority of the maps are going to be close.
Next 2 maps do look good for the Subliners. And that is giving me hope that a map number 5 could very well and truly still be on the way. The Thieves will find themselves in a fantastic position, but this one is definitely not done yet.
No, it certainly isn't. Join us for map number 3 and potentially more after this break. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League Major 2. We are in Boston and the crowd is enjoying this one ton.
This sweet Caroline's during the break as well. You love to see it. Crowd getting involved, enjoying their time here on a cold night in Boston. But a series that will, I believe, start to heat up now. Both these two maps have been very, very solid between these two squads. But it is the Thieves who walked away as the winners, and they've just about edged it in both of these first two maps. On maps 3 and 4, maybe tell a slightly different story. The Subliners will be feeling confident that the reverse sweep is still on the cards.
Yeah, they certainly will, and they're looking to lock this one in. It will be surprising if our Major 1 champions go out this early. But we'll have to find out what happens. You talked about the control during the break, and the statistics do paint a pretty picture.
They do, for the Subliners at least, anyway. You know, you look towards them, and they are the #1 attacking team in the game, the #2 defensive team in the game when it does come down to hotel control. Yeah, I'm going to have a little reload, but it's something to talk about as well. But the fact that we do see those statistics coming up on the bottom left of your screen, still for the LA Thieves, they are the team who let go the least amount of ticks. So those defensive stats for the side of Subliners may well tell the story, but Thieves are no joke either. So it's an interesting one when we will get there. Both these two teams well versed on this one. But if you are Subliners, you're still happy with this pick. It is both of these two teams' favorite control map.
That's the kind of the crazy thing. When you've got a map that both teams really enjoy, it just feels like they're saying, hey, all right, let's just go for it. Let's find out who's better on the day, who can really make it move. And New York, they've not had what they would call a comfortable tournament. Obviously, travel issues on the first day, losing to Minnesota. And now moving forward, the expectations were so high for them coming into this one. Their qualifiers, they looked good. They had a few wobbles, but they still looked like the Titans coming into the major. To be in this position, to be looking down the barrel of going out top 8 and down 2-0 in the series is not something I think anyone predicted.
They wouldn't have expected themselves to be here either. Hey, tell you guys at home in the venue, it is going to be 3rd time's the charm. We're having a reload in, but let's talk about it. I think you're very, very right. Both these teams happy to square up and sort of say, look, we'd rather just play our best map when it comes down to control, which usually means we get a good game. When we get there, of course.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where obviously if you're feeling comfortable on a map, we should see a little bit of back and forth between the two. The thing for me is, if you're LA Thieves, you're feeling very confident right now. Not only do you win the hard point, you won the S&D. They've both been very, very close, but you've come out on top when it matters. You've only got to do that one more time.
Easier said than done. When it does come down to a game against a team like the Subliners, I think we have to head back towards Raleigh, and even head back all the way towards the beginning of the year. They looked horrible the first 2 games that we've seen them, and yet they went on to win Raleigh. So I will never ever count out the Subliners. Ever.
They certainly won't. Well, while we're waiting for map number 3, we can cast our minds back. Take a look at map number 1 and exactly how that ended. It's our scuff play of the game. And it's been a huge ending to the hard point. One that I'm sure many people have already re-watched on.
It was a hell of a game, back and forth. The comeback from Thieves looked to be dead in the water initially when we see this break come through from Subliners. And then the spawn starts coming in over towards Kitchen. There they get the info, Subliners, and are they ready for it? The answer is no. Skyz gets forced into Kitchen, then the push comes in through carpets, and Skyz is like, oh, you're all dead, as am I. Break comes through from Thieves as clean as you like. It's only Kenny who gets traded, or sorry, Envoy who gets traded. And from there, it is very much just hold on to the hill. What a map number 1 it was. Between these two squads, map number 2 wasn't too bad either.
No, but the difference between these two teams, especially think about this. If New York were to go out here, hypothetically, with how close it's been, pro players often say, I'd rather get blown out than just have a very close game, and New York, just tiny decisions could have made a difference for them.
Yeah, it's those small little moments. 2 rounds in Search and Destroy, 4 points in the hard point. But that can be the difference. You know, even when you are a team like Subliners dropping into that loser's bracket, it's not a game you expect to have in round number 2, though, is it? Going up against the Thieves. Things never easy here in the CDL. But hopefully this time around we do get to load into hotel control. It's getting a little bit warm in the venue, Brycey. I think I might have to take my jacket off. This one's gonna heat up. I feel it. I do actually need to take it. I'm absolutely boiling. It's the opposite of what it is outside.
Got to keep the heaters on and keep the people alive because it is cold in Boston. But I can confirm this lobby is ready, and so are we. One more time into the control and on board with HyDra.
Just a reminder, New York Subliners is #1 defensive team in the league, the #2 attacking team in the league. And here we go. Initial kills falling over towards Subliners. Thieves are falling into the trap of going for those trades in mid-map. And Subliners in a brilliant position over towards B already.
Already that first tick is going to be in. I think the Priestahh is on it. There we go. Eventually the first tick goes through as well. Priestahh stays alive, eventually gets taken down. Skyz, last one alive here, and the question for Thieves will be just how many players are alive around this point?
And HyDra does a great job here. He actually holds down mid-map, so the rest of Thieves can't reinforce from this side. They all have to push through the bar. And now Skyz ready and waiting. Guns up, Octane gets him. HyDra will find a kill of his own. Attack in hand. This man can do it with anything, but he ain't gonna find that. It's a nice break back from the side of Thieves. And Subliners a nice start.
Biggest benefit here for the Subliners is with those 2 ticks, they have the option of pulling Thieves around the map because they always have to be careful of B now. They can't really afford to let it go. Skyz causing a problem with himself, trying to get out of there. It's not going to work out.
Thieves have found a way back in over towards A, but I think you're right. You have to respect the fact that you only have one more tick over towards B, and immediately you can see, as you called it, Thieves have got to answer the call over towards B. It's going all the way up to Subliners, though. Can Drazah do anything about it here? Shots into HyDra, need some reinforcements. I think they've choked it.
Oh, wait a second.
Hold on.
They didn't get it by the tiniest of margins. Thieves did not leave it too late. They cannot allow Skyz to get onto it. And Skyz goes down. Octane with a long-range shot, and now he has to hold the cross. It is millimeters there for New York to try and get through, but LA Thieves are holding the line.
And this is only 23 seconds to go now. I think Subliners thought they had it locked, and all of a sudden they have no map control. They don't have B. It's a big hold so far from Thieves. Can they lock down in?
Well, it looks like the Subliners are going for it. They're going to try and get the easy A, and they've got the bodies in there to begin with. The clock has stopped, and he's going to go for it. The hip fire is just enough. But they're stretching. This is the problem. Thieves have to defend everywhere at once. B is ticking through. Octane is hit. KiSMET guns him. And I think that's B gone.
May well be gone. KiSMET now gear to answer.
Again.
And Kenny will find it. A-Tick's coming in. But look at the lives. Let's pay attention to this. Subliners only with 7. Thieves with 10. They're happy to go for trades. There's a big gunfight going on towards the back end of the map, and that's going to help to even things up. 8 now for Thieves, 7 for Subliners as they slowly tick towards A. Thieves are starting to get themselves bedded in over towards bedroom. The trenches are dug, and they are ready and waiting for the Subliners to try and find a break.
Nobody can make a mistake. Nobody can blink, and they can barely breathe already. Subliners find the first. They find the second. They dive onto the point with the third, and LA Thieves have melted away. There's no resistance here anymore. They have to find a few kills. KiSMET gets Drazah as well, and that is done and dusted. New York lock in round #1.
And that must be 6 or 7 kills off the bounce for Subliners towards the end. We didn't see an answer, and it was actually about a 3 or 4 kill lead for the side of Thieves. Even any of those traded puts you in a beneficial situation, but they can't get it done. Subliners clutch up where they need to, and the attacking round goes over towards them. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay, so an 8 kill spree in the end from Subliners. I don't think Priestahh actually died throughout that either. So that's what clutches up for them. HyDra, he loves Hotel. 11 and 5 out of him. Really, really good start for the side of the Subliners.
Yeah, it was always going to be an issue for the Thieves once they let their 2 ticks go on the feed that early. They almost held it, but almost is not holding. HyDra gets that first blood as well here. Drazah looking to move forward with his teammates. Maybe they can do the same thing here as well.
And that initial break, once again over towards this attacking team, just far too easily. HyDra though will find a break over towards mid, and that's something that Thieves could not do in the previous iteration of a defensive line coming up. But the kill's starting to fall in over towards the site, but it's only slowly ticking.
Look at him. Kenny knows there's a player on the flank. He knows HyDra hasn't been found. They called this out. He's going to see him in the last few seconds. Drazah comes to back him up as well. HyDra trying to get away with his life. Eventually going to go down, but it has distracted Thieves just enough. Kenny trying to find something here desperately, but Octane finds 2. Priestahh falls as well. Octane has no right to win that one in midair. And HyDra, though, jumps into the point. Is he the savior they need? Not quite.
Not quite. It's Octane getting the job done in the kill feed, but Kenny did such a good job at staying alive. But he was watching this side. The push is going to come in. Can Skyz fight the gunfight? No, he cannot. Be secured down for the side of Thieves, and they're making their way over towards it.
And already there is one player in, but it's Drazah, and he's alone. He finds the first gunfight as well and tries to get out of there. Not able to hold anything out as well. And you can see the pressure coming in from HyDra. He tries to make the kitchen cut, but they are wise to it.
Kenny now staying alive. The team's trying to set up a bit of a pinch, and Kenny is going to be an issue here. The rest of Subliners, you have to find something through the front door, because here comes Kenny. Envoy will find one on his own, but Priestahh does a great job of surviving. He's the only one left for Subliners. It's a clean break. Thieves are in.
They've got 2 on the point. Are they going to commit any more here? They're watching kitchen. They're watching the flank as well. They've got the long corridor as well. That third ticket's coming through, and Envoy jumps out and finds 2. I think he got a team kill with it as well, but it's going to be locked in. Thieves have found this. Surely Priestahh tries to make the hero play, and it's just not going to be enough. And LA Thieves fire right back.
Answering back crucially as well, with somewhat of a decisive attacking round. What are you laughing at? Come on, tell me.
I said team kill, I meant team shot.
Same thing. Same thing.
That's why he managed to get those bullets that were ricocheting around that corridor. And Envoy finds the 2 of them as well, but both teams really looking for that early B push. It's making the difference for them.
Both teams were successful B pushes onto the attack. You're finding those initial kills, and honestly, Subliners did a good job at finding a retake, at finding a flank. But it was just shutdown after shutdown after shutdown from Octane. Look, this spread through mid-map, though. Not much presence over towards B. Subliners just going for the kills, going for map presence. HyDra's going to break things open over towards A. And now the question is for Thieves, which way do you go? The rest of the Subliners have converted themselves over towards B. The flank is in from HyDra. He's locking this down, but they've got no info on the Thieves players.
And that first tick for New York is going through. They've got to dig all these players out in every single direction. Kenny finds one, Octane finds a second, Kenny finds a second. And that's it. That was broken way easier than I thought it would be.
I mean, Subliners have somewhat fumbled that. They have bedroom control, but Kenny can just find 2 kills like that. Makes it very, very easy for the side of Thieves to clear them out. 5 lives lost apiece. Make that 6 now for the Subliners. Good hold now from Thieves after an initial scare. And now for Subliners, what's the plan? You really worked B off that initial good break. You didn't get it this time around. A couple of kills going over towards A. Skyz may well be dealt with here and will be, but the damage is being done over towards the other side of the map.
Octane filling himself there, always wins that second gunfight, but right now New York just happy to be into A, trying to stop the clock here as well, but they've got to deal with Envoy. Priestahh still alive on the point, and Envoy's looking for him, but he knows it's not an easy kill either.
Bit of purchase here for the side of Thieves. Some control. Kenny against KiSMET, and he finds it. Kenny has not been putting up huge numbers for his team in this series, but he's just creeping up with so many important kills. Now it has to be a time, not on the side of the New York Subliners. They gotta go.
HyDra finds his way through here as well, but Kenny keeps making kills. A 2-piece for him. They have to deal with him at the same time. LA Thieves have still got Octane over towards B just in case. They may let this one go.
I think if they maybe find a kill or 2 there, if Drazah doesn't fall, they have a look at it. Octane still enthused about the idea. Can they pin them in? They cannot. New York Subliners will extend that time and find 3 kills on top of it as well. You can see Drazah immediately makes the push over towards bedroom side. He will continue to be a nuisance because Subliners have pushed this way. Thieves spawning close and get themselves set up.
I think Kenny just got a little bit of bad timing. He doesn't know already that Priestahh's going to be behind. It should be an easy pinch for him in the end. And there he goes by Kenny. Him and Skyz combining beautifully. And it's all pressure. HyDra calling in the crews here. He's trying to crack this.
It's in and it finds nothing. Thieves very much entrenched within towards bedroom. B now ticking out. Envoy will find the kill onto HyDra. Still the positioning from Thieves is not too bad. Can they find the kills? The answer is yes. Octane will take down Priestahh. The shots are in. They back on down. And now we get that weird skewed map where neither team really has control of their side of the map. And it's all about the clutch kills when they do come on through. Skyz will be an issue here. Oh no, maybe he won't. Octane will fight. Octane will fight too. HyDra gets gunned off the map and Thieves are looking good for the defense.
Octane keeps winning those gunfights. Certainly feeling himself, but last roll of the dice here for New York. Have to find something, have to find a kill already. Players dropping for them. Priestahh, can he be the hero they need? Look for Octane, but Octane throws the shoulder. Eventually he's going to go down, but not for the second. And with time ticking away, Skyz will just have to sprint into this and hope he gets through in time. Has to stop the clock, and doesn't. Down he goes. Thieves hold the defense. One more control round, and they put New York Subliners out of this major.
And it's 3-0 at that if they can manage to do it. But there's a lot of control to go. Big wins coming in from Drazah and Co. And he was the guy that was left over towards B after A was left. Finds that kill to stop the player rotating around nice and easily. Gets bedroom control. Finds that control to then let the rest of his team get in there and lock things down. Subliners really struggling here. Major 1 champions in threat of going out on day number 2. The Thieves are just finding the kills where they need to right now. And can they find them on the opening break here?
It's a big first kill by Priestahh. Slows everything down from as well. HyDra's going to be low, but instantly gunned. The team making a big move here already, though. Will be aLLeY Thieves, and it's going to be a turn and burn. Might go for the A here. They have the numbers over towards it.
Yeah, a little bit of purchase. Get themselves moving. And Envoy, 22 and 15. Matching HyDra so far, if not bettering them. The rest of the team doing their job in and around the site as well as he just tries to push them back. Kenny will fall. Still players on over towards A from the side of Thieves, but they're going to have to do some defensive work for themselves.
Octane feeling a little bit isolated here, but eventually will win the gunfight. Second tick coming in pretty rapidly. aLLeY Thieves still holding this on. New York may give this up as well. Look how far away they are. With that final kill going through, I don't think they're going to make any more pressure. What they might do is HyDra might try and flank and find a kill, but nothing there. And this comes down to a B push.
This big fight actually just went on. Priestahh was trying to push out the bedroom side. And now all of a sudden Envoy is there with the squad. No presence over towards bedroom from the Subliners. They're going to have to fight their way out of their spawn here. Keep an eye on KiSMET. Can he be the one? HyDra's not going to be it. This Kenny will find a kill. There's a lot of pressure here from the Thieves.
They found 2. Priestahh, that's huge onto Octane. Finds as well. Kenny goes for the chow with his teammate and he takes down Skyz. They're in the point. 2 of them are ready. They have the control. Priestahh has to go. He finds the first one to Kenny. They have 2 into the point as well. The second tick is slow. Is it slow enough?
Pinch starting to develop here from the side of Subliners. Oh, Skyz will find Drazah as well. You could see it developing in the mid-map there as they started to push, get couch control, and then find the kills. A momentary scare from the side of Subliners. And now a small amount of respite where they can get themselves set up this time. But the problem is they haven't been able to get too much purchase over towards that bedroom side. HyDra can't find a kill, but KiSMET and Priestahh can. They just about hold on.
And every single Subliners fan in attendance just breathed for the first time in about a minute. KiSMET pushing it out, they're feeling it as well. They are trying to put things on the back foot. KiSMET firing, throwing everything at it, eventually will fall. But the rest of the Subliners still have position. HyDra is going to be a problem.
He's going to be a problem, but he's not in the position he really wants to be in. He can stop them pushing over towards the far side, but they need his teammates to do the job over towards bedroom, and all of a sudden they're already dead. Priestahh watching them cross. KiSMET is here as well. They've got to hold it down. Priestahh finding 2 is massive.
Stays alive and allows KiSMET to stay alive too. Oh, they 2v4'd aLLeY Thieves for that hold. The Thieves thought they had the opportunity. 44 seconds left on the clock. HyDra holding already, and he plays patient, gets the kill, gets away, eventually taken down by Drazah. But this is all time. They are bleeding the Thieves over this map.
And now the moment for Thieves. Not much time on the board. You can formulate one more strong attack. Skyz will get out just about with these left. And Kenny's going to be found towards the back. KiSMET will find one at the front. It's looking good to send us to around number 5. Oh my God, HyDra.
And they've got it, I think, maybe just as well. Keep an eye on KiSMET. He's going to be in the position to shut down any push coming through, and he does. Octane will fall. The Subliners will hold. And realistically, aLLeY Thieves have a few seconds. They have a slight window. They have to make a kill. They have to move forward as well. Skyz, left, right. Priestahh, HyDra just locking it all down. And it's a wipe to end it. We're going to a round 5 on control.
Because of course we are. A team with an attack and a defensive side, each so not necessarily a preference, although defense will always be it. Really good stuff from both these 2 teams. Subliners and Thieves tied up now.
And while we wait for this final round to go on, just a little bit of an announcement. It is going to be incredibly cold tomorrow. Please do not wait outside the venue. Don't worry about getting a seat. Just don't get here early. We don't want anyone to be in any sort of issue. But with that said, let's get into this final round. This could be the last round for Subliners or the start of something beautiful.
HyDra may well be 28 and 25, but he started this game off so hot, and he has slowed down. Can he be the guy, though? New York Subliners making the safe play this time to push over towards A. It's a clean push over towards A as well. They're starting to lock this one in. Thieves not necessarily there to answer, but a good start for Subliners.
Well, they've given it up already. They're going to try and push this one through as well, and they've done it. HyDra's on a 5 streak. He's moving. And already aLLeY Thieves are feeling the pressure. Only one man in a position. It's going to be Kenny. Can he be everything he needs? Already finds the first kill. And that is going to force the New York Subliners to split their vision. Looking for it as Kenny will find the second. He wants a little bit more. His teammates are desperately trying to get here to reinforce.
And the problem is there for the side of Subliners. They find 3 kills across the map, and it dangles the carrot almost to go over towards B. Kenny does a great job to slow that down. Now Subliners with 45 seconds or so to go have got to concentrate their tournament lives here over towards it.
And Envoy looking for one, looking for 2 with the raid as well, staying alive. Skyz trying to get back into it, finds KiSMET. Envoy on a 4th streak, dead silence popped, and we're off to the races.
Kenny's going to hold these kills down. Priestahh can't make it. And New York Subliners in somewhat of a panic here are committing over towards B. They're starting to line up for Kenny. The shots are in. He's still on a 4 spree. Surviving, but the pressure is there from Subliners over towards B. They're getting time on the board, and they stopped the time for the 31 seconds that are left.
Here comes Envoy. He's the hot hand at the moment. Fights KiSMET as well. And nobody protecting this, nobody in a position for it either here. And here comes it from HyDra. He leads something, he finds nothing. 24 seconds. They have to move. They have stopped the clock, but for how long?
HyDra will find Kenny. He may well need to find a little bit more. He's found 2 though. And Envoy is here to try and shut down the French Phenom. He's trying to get across, but the rest of his team, because of that door opened, walked through it over towards A.
And this is what they're going to get here. Wait a minute. We can hear it in the sky.
There it is.
One.
And that's going to force them off. They're going to have to now get back into position, but Thieves are already here.
And Octane trying to hold it down as well, but it's enough from New York. Everybody wipe the sweat off your brow. Envoy's on a 7 streak. Time still remaining. Time ticking away. 15 lives for LA. 11 for New York.
Our Major 1 champions. 2-0 down in the series, but it takes one good break, one moment to find yourselves back into it. That's all it takes over towards B. One moment of a misstep from the side of Thieves, but so far, so good. Spawns are there, but look at the pinch being developed by Subliners. They have 40 seconds, but not a lot of lives to play with. HyDra, he's been gunned by Kenny, who has just seemed to be there in every single stage that they've needed him. Envoy at a 7 spree, make it an 8. Thieves are feeling good. They're 30 seconds away from the win.
And New York are going to be relying on Skyz. He's the only player in a position to do damage. The Thieves has taken bedroom control, but the time is against them. Priestahh finds the first on the Drazah. New York looking to spring into action. Kenny will find Priestahh, but waits patiently for HyDra as well! Kenny makes the play, and that may be the dagger. That may be everything that wrote. Octane finds the last. Skyz tries to make a hero play, but with 5 seconds left to go, they sprint, they run, but the only place they go is out of the major. LA Thieves move forward and take down New York.
And our Major 1 champions go out with a bit of a whimper. A 3-0 series probably doesn't tell the story of what was a close map 1, 2, and 3. But the LA Thieves, they show up when they need to. They show they are here to play. And a big game from Envoy. It was an 8 spree towards the end that got the job done. He locks it in. So do the Thieves. A 3-0 win to end the day here over in Boston. And that is a statement victory from the LA Thieves.
And as we said before, a 3-0, but in name only. Every single map was down to the wire. But it has been said before, it doesn't matter how you win, winning is winning. And New York will not feel any better about it, the fact they had some close maps. They are out, they are going home. We will have a new champion for Major 2.
4 points to the hard point, 2 rounds in the search and destroy, and a round in the control is the only thing that makes a difference in this series. The stat line is hard to really comprehend from across every single player because everyone on Thieves did their job when they needed to. Kenny, for me, he didn't necessarily put up ridiculous numbers every single game, but how many times did we see these clutch 2 pieces just coming in here and there from Kenny in maps 1, 2, and 3? Big game from him, and everybody from the Thieves did their job. A fantastic series from them to close out the day.
It certainly does. Well, we're going to send it over to the stage then. I believe Blaze is with Envoy.
Thank you so much, Bryson Tun. One more time for the day. Give it up for the LA Thieves as they lock in another win on Envoy, when it comes down to this squad over here the New York team, if it wasn't for them last event, you guys may have went on a three-peat, okay? Yeah. How does it feel taking them out and moving on in the tournament?
It feels good. I mean, we've been matching really well with them in scrims, so we kind of knew what to expect going into the series. Maybe not a 3-0, but we knew the map set was good for us.
Nice, nice. Now, talk to me about your teammates, okay? Octane, we got Drazah over there as well as Kenny. How did those boys get it done today, okay? How did they make your job so much easier? Because you were frying out there.
Yeah, I mean, we just came with a new game plan today in S&D, which I think was the biggest thing of this series. We got a lot more aggressive on teams, took more chows. Sam has been absolutely frying today as well. Zach's been getting into the mix, and that's ultimately what got us the dub.
All right, nice, nice. Now, I know you from LA. Is this cold air affecting you any
a little bit. I mean, I'm originally from Chicago, so
same here.
It gets a little cold up there, but yeah, not a fan of the cold.
Yeah, not either. Even from Chicago, this cold ain't prepared me whatsoever. Now, anything you want to say to these fans out here so I can get you going?
Thank you guys all for coming out to support. It's a long day. Thank you guys for sticking through, and we'll see you tomorrow.
It has been a long day, and that's going to do it for us on the stage. Puckett, get us home.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And give it up one more time for Envoy and the LA Thieves, closing it out with a perfect day here for LA, looking like they're back in championship form. And for everyone who's filing out, real quick, safety first. It is 4 degrees. It is -4, it feels like, with the wind chill. So be careful. Make sure you're reading the right Uber license plates as you hop in. But let's break down this bracket with where we're at. Allie, that's right, don't walk. But walk us through this bracket, can you? Because we had 5 matches today.
Yeah, it was a lot to get through. Maybe a couple of upsets if you count the fact that LA Thieves went perfect on the day. And man, our bracket's been shaking up. The hometown heroes, though, they push it forward, and we'll have to face an LAG tomorrow who's had a rocky start. But even on the top side of things, I mean, this is chaos, Shay.
It's just the crazy thing is that we have Subliners who are our Major 1 champions get eliminated. And the team who came in second also got eliminated in the Seattle Surge, man. Obviously, we're going to have a new champion, but what happened to both of those squads?
This is the most competitive I have seen Call of Duty. Anyone that enters has a chance. Let's take a look, though, at how we got here. We got to start at the very beginning of this day because we were in the venue at 10. The players were right there with us warming up. And then we kicked off the show at 1:30 with our opening match. The Subliners were the first ones to take the stage. The reason they're here, they lost to the Røkkr. They had to go up against the London Royal Ravens. And while the Ravens looked decent in Search and Destroy, this was all Subliners when it came to the respawns.
Yeah, and unfortunately for a side of Subliners, I think that map number 2, that SD, that 6-2 loss to London, kind of spelled out how the rest of their day was going to go as well. But London Royal Ravens, you start looking at them and getting a little bit stressed out here. I mean, both the respawn losses, the 3-1 dominance loss over in that control. London Royal Ravens, they've got to start figuring stuff out quick because this is now a qualifier and an event that you weren't able to pull out any W.
Yeah, you're looking not in the best spot if you're trying to make it a champs. Remember, you got to be in our top 8 in the CDL points at the end of the season to make it there. Let's take a look, though, at what went down with the hometown squad. This one a little controversial at the end. Cruise missile taking out 2 members of Seattle, but we got to give Breach their flowers, right? They show up both matches in front of their fans, and this time they're able to pull off the ever-important dub.
Yeah, Boston Breach, they just came out swinging today. Obviously, in the opening hard point, it was Mack finding 3-piece after 3-piece. When that guy goes off, Seattle usually find a lot of success, but then you get to the game 2, where Seattle have been struggling so far throughout stage 1 and stage 2. Their S&D has been abysmal. Boston Breach do a great job of taking that one, and then in the control, I thought that this was the turning point in the series. The fact that Boston were able to clutch up in such a crucial attacking round, when you start off on defense, you put yourself up 2-0, great, because now you got defense going into the round number 3, clean 3-0 there, and then obviously we all know what happened in this final hard point. Gotta feel for Matt, because that's truly unfortunate.
Really rough finish here, takes out himself in accuracy. That was one of the mini cruise missiles that came down that game, but it all the way came down to the wire here, Landon. And as we take a look at these final moments, you just got some clutch plays coming in at the right time. Taking a look at the LA Thieves going up against the Mutineers. Thieves look like they are back in form. Mutineers may want to go back to the drawing board after this event, maybe make some major changes, not only with their map picks, but maybe their roster.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, we came into it wondering how are they going to play with Dave Patty, 2 matches online. They come into this game with some high hopes, with some high spirits, but they just ran into a very dominant Thieves team, as we would see in this series, and obviously the last one there versus New York. The biggest thing for me was this search and destroy, as a matter of fact. This is one that Florida was flawless on. They had yet to lose it. There were so many different statistics that were highlighting Havoc, highlighting their first bloods, all of that, and none of it worked out. And I think, to be honest with you, thinking forward about this Thieves roster, Search Destroy, if they have ironed that up, as Envoy talked about it in that interview, they're going to be in a good position, Puckett.
The best match of the day, though, belongs to the LA Guerrillas versus Vegas Legion. Clayster putting on a show in his 89th tournament. The man looks like he's still rocking a ponytail and glasses on the main stage. No ponytail, still dropping 30 bombs, but it wasn't enough. The Guerrillas steal that Game 5 in Search and Destroy, aLLeY.
Yeah, our only Game 5 on the day, actually. We had so many yesterday. We were at least due for one today, and I wouldn't have had it anywhere else than Vegas versus LAG. Depending which side of the coin you flip it, Vegas, it is another heartbreaking loss for them. They really pushed it to the limit when it came to that first opening hard point, and they took that map too like they were supposed to, but unfortunately could not ice up in that game number 5. On the flip side, LAG, it was a flawless 6-2 win on that aBeZy. We saw what Exceed's capable of, I feel like, in that Game 5. He might have been a player that we've overlooked a little bit since being added into this new squad. It's been a lot of focus on Seeds, and Arcidy's getting his revenge, and Assault getting plugged back into the Pro League. So I'm glad Exceed got his spotlight today.
Heck yeah, Exceed clutching up after Assault gave them some life. Exceed was the one who sealed the deal and sent Legion packing with a 9 through 12 seed. So the Guerrillas continue on tomorrow, and we'll see just how deep of a threat they'll be at this event. Taking a look at the big schedule tomorrow, Jay, let me know, what are you most fired up for? We got the hometown squad against the Guerrillas, a banger to open things up.
Yeah, that one's going to be a banger, but my sole focus is Toronto Ultra going up against Atlanta FaZe. We know the history between those two teams all throughout, ever since CDL history. It's always been these two guys that are always going to face off, so I know that that's going to be a banger.
Scrappy's going to be ready to run his mouth in that one, and I am here for OpTic Texas versus Røkkr at the top of our winners bracket as well at 4:30, and then we've got 2 more rounds of elimination as we say goodbye to a few more teams. Thank you all for tuning in for a Super Friday here from Boston, an epic day 2 of just 4 coming at you, and my guy Blaze is killing it, as well as the in-house DJ. Thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you tomorrow. Pass the chowder, kids. Daddy's hungry. Seriously, I'm starving.
Yum, 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 yum,
yum. You feel me? I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged